Have you ever heard of the unexplained phenomena known as the Fern Flower? The Fern Flower is a concept deeply rooted in Slavic folklore, particularly in countries like Russia, Poland, Ukraine, and Belarus, as well as Estonian and Baltic folklore. The mystery revolves around the belief in this enchanted flower that blooms on only one specific night during the year, often during the very short time on the eve of summer solstice, which is celebrated on June 21st or July 7th. The flower's bloom lasts only about an hour before it dies, although sometimes it's recorded that it dies at dawn. The allure of the plant is in its magical properties, which supposedly grants anyone who finds it special abilities. Sometimes that's good fortune, wisdom, wealth, wishes, youth. Sometimes it even allows you to understand animals. It really kind of depends on the version of the story that you hear. This, as you can imagine, encouraged many to try and find the fern. The myth is only strengthened by the fact that it can only be found in the dead of night, at a particular moment when everything is quiet, and that's even if you're in the right location to begin with, because it is said to lie deep within the forest or in hard-to-reach places. This, of course, only enhances the mystique and sense of the adventure in trying to find the plant. The story has been passed down through generations of Slavic cultures, becoming part of their identity, and it's structured in such a way to make whoever is brave enough to go out and look for it to feel like a hero. It's kind of like an old initiation rite for young men. The description of the flower itself is that it has a glow around it which can be seen in the dark, and that glows in a red, gold, or purple color. And that's pretty much it. No other characteristics of the plant were actually passed down in the stories. You're probably thinking, okay, that might be an interesting mythical story, but it's just that, a myth, no mystery. Yeah, about that. Ferns are not what you call flowering plants. They have neither seeds nor flowers. And since modern plant taxonomy is not exactly the same as early plant taxonomy, there is a pretty good chance that this plant is real, or at least was real, and was just originally misidentified as a fern by the early botanist, because there are numerous flowering plants that resemble ferns, and some of those even have flowers that open during the middle of the night. So what was it? Some botanists speculate it could be certain plants that produce showy spore-bearing leaves called saurophylls, which gather into something like flower clusters. Some even give off a golden look. Other candidates are that of a moonflower, or a buttercup, or an ephyte, which sometimes form into fleshy beautiful spikes and grow into a long stalk, making them appear to be more like a separate structure. It's possibly even an ostrich plume. But to me, it opens up other questions. If the flower is real, or at least was at one time, then what about these so-called magical properties it had? Where did they come from? Did it really glow this unique color of light? Did the few people that captured them get rewarded with wealth, wisdom, and good fortune? Or is it possible that this plant, when found and possibly consumed, had some kind of hallucinogenic effect that led to the belief that the people had these magical gifts, even if for a short period? I'm not sure. Although I do wonder how many people got injured looking for one of these in the middle of the night in the treacherous woodlands. Have you ever heard of the conspiracy theory that revolves around this person who has special abilities, which consist of extraordinary spiritual powers and the ability to control reality with their mind? This powerful individual, though, is going through some kind of turmoil, which is having an effect on the real world, hence the chaos of our current time. This turmoil is said to be caused by a female love interest of this person. She was either an ex-girlfriend or possibly just someone he had feelings for, and she likes to toy with his emotions, which is only made worse by the fact that the nobody does not know he has all this power, and if he did, could use his power to change the world for the better, but yet he can't, because he's always in an emotionally unstable state because of this girl who is toying with him. Although, in later tellings, this has been changed some to reflect the possibility that a girl is actually the nobody, and she is being led on by a guy. But let's get back to the important part I skimmed over. The most important and powerful person in the world is a nobody. He's not a celebrity, not a CEO, not a world leader. He's literally the everyday Joe or Jane going into their crappy job or watching YouTube videos. Which brings us to the fascinating part of this theory, since the nobody doesn't even know he has this power because he doesn't know he's the nobody. Well, then the nobody could be you. It's a total ego-driven conspiracy theory, which ego kinda ties into conspiracy theories anyway. What I mean is, taking the stance on a certain conspiracy is almost always ego-driven, because you are stating you know something more than the casual masses of people know. You're smarter than them, which is what draws a lot of people into conspiracies in the first place. The fact is, you may not be rich, or tall, or as good looking as the next person, but that doesn't matter, because you are smarter than him when it comes to the truth behind this conspiracy. It's that kind of thinking, times 1000, that makes up the cult of the nobody. The theory got popular on the paranormal board on 4chan, where there is always a nobody general thread going on, and a large amount of the posting in these threads are people who are convinced they're actually the nobody, and they will try and find pieces of their life that fit the story of the nobody theory to prove that it's really them. But although this theory is discussed mainly on the paranormal board of 4chan, it actually first got its start in 2010 on a website called Godlike Productions, which is a conspiracy forum, in a thread that basically stated the Illuminati was dealt a wild card they didn't know how to contend with. God had chosen a nobody, which much of the world hangs in the balance of him. That thread, after going over 2,000 pages, would eventually be locked, but then it popped up on 4chan, where it is active to this day. The mystery is the conspiracy. Is the nobody real? If you think you might be the nobody, I would love for you to let me know in the comment section why. The sheep-goat effect is a concept in parapsychology that pertains to the relationship between an individual's beliefs and their experiences with paranormal or psychic phenomena. It's named after the sheep and goat, representing believers and skeptics respectively. The basic idea of the sheep-goat effect is that individuals who are more inclined to believe in paranormal or psychic phenomena, the sheep, are more likely to report experiencing such phenomena, while individuals who are skeptical of these claims, the goats, are less likely to report such experiences. In other words, believers in the paranormal are more likely to attribute unusual experiences to paranormal causes, whereas skeptics are more likely to explain those same experiences through conventional or non-paranormal explanations. The sheep-goat effect has been a subject of interest in parapsychological research because it raises questions about the role of personal beliefs and biases in the interpretation of unusual experiences. Critics of the effect argue that believers may be more prone to perceiving or attributing events as paranormal due to their pre-existing beliefs, while proponents suggest that believers are simply more open to recognizing genuine paranormal experiences. Regardless, the whole theory kind of points to a broader issue with people who have witnessed paranormal events, and the skeptics that have tried to debunk them, and that is, you can't trust either side, because both are judging these events based on their experiences and individual beliefs rather than the event itself. For example, many mundane things can explain ghost or UFO sightings, but believers, aka the sheep, will almost always jump to the ghost or UFO conclusion first. Likewise, if a UFO landed in a skeptic's yard and an alien knocked on his door and said they were from another galaxy, skeptics will close the door and write the entire thing off as swamp gas, which leads to another irony. Skeptics don't even believe in the sheep-goat effect because it comes from parapsychology, which they deem as pseudoscience. But the strangest part of this effect, and where the mystery really lies, is the psychic tasks that have been given out to both believers and skeptics over the years. This can be simple tasks like holding up a cue card with a number on the opposite side and asking the participant to guess, or holding up a cue card with a shape or color and asking, etc. You get the point. But in these tasks, the believers, or sheep, score way higher than the skeptics, or goats, getting a better score 80 to 90% of the time than the skeptic does. Of course, the skeptic chalks it up to bad luck on guessing what's on the cue card, but still, that's a pretty high average for the believers to constantly get over the skeptics. Have you ever scrolled through Facebook or just be browsing the web and come across an ad for something you was thinking about buying? And I'm speaking specifically about something you have never searched for online, but yet, these ads somehow knew you was thinking of buying that particular item. Well, they can usually be chalked up to various analytics and pattern detection that are ran on your searches, which sometimes can accurately predict what you may want or need. But what if a technology was created that could read your mind? Well, in 2019, a group of scientists did just that. Sorta. They announced that it was now possible to read human thoughts by analyzing signals sent from within the brain. This technology was actually created for a good cause. It was designed to allow people paralyzed by a stroke, neurodegenerative disease, or traumatic brain injury to communicate with the outside world. It was accomplished by a team from the University of California, San Francisco, who worked with volunteers who had already had electrodes placed on the surface of their brains to gather data ahead of a major surgery. These researchers were then able to use machine learning to recognize the sound, for lack of a better term, that the brain made in response to questions. It then used that data to decode the contents of the brain transmissions. It was deemed a massive success, and scientists were able to instantly identify 3 volunteers' spoken responses to a set of standard questions based solely on the brain activity. That was a first. So what does this have to do with the mystery of advertisers reading your mind, you may ask? Well, this research and these scientists were funded by Facebook Reality Labs, which wanted to create a non-invasive brain interface that would allow people to simply think what they wanted to type. This has led to all kinds of conjecture and fear that Zuckerberg could be researching this technology in hopes of eventually being able to read everyone's mind, or at least everyone who uses Facebook. You can see where this would be very dangerous and unethical, because all the data about your thoughts would become accessible to advertisers. It's called neuromarketing, and the field is just getting started. And it's not just Facebook and other companies that could use it. What about governments? However, in defense of Zuckerberg, defenders point out that there's nothing sinister about the technology, and instead, it was built with good intentions to help those with disabilities to communicate. And even if there were evil intentions, decoding what someone wanted to say is very far off from actually reading someone's inner thoughts. Finally, it's hard to argue against the technology that would allow one to communicate with an incapacitated loved one. But I ask you, how do you feel about it? Right off the bat, I have to tell you, this is one of my favorite mysteries ever. I had actually heard it years ago, and I've always wanted to cover it. The story allegedly occurred in 1593, and revolves around a soldier who was guarding the governor's palace in Manila, in what was then the Spanish Philippines. The governor of the Spanish colony on the other side of the world was Gomez Perez de Marinas, and without going into all the details, the governor would actually end up being killed by Chinese pirates of all things. Now if we go to the following day of his assassination, we get back to the heart of the mystery, that of the soldier guarding the governor's building. This soldier, sometimes named Gil Perez, would begin to find himself dizzy and exhausted, which might not have been super uncommon when standing out in the sunlight guarding all day long. Regardless, this soldier would lean up against the palace wall and let his eyes slowly come to rest, but it was only a few seconds before he snapped back out of his slumber and awoken, no doubt hoping his superior officer did not catch him asleep on watch. But upon waking, he was in for a different shock. No longer did he see the Manila government building, nor did he see Manila. Instead, he saw the main square of Mexico City, about 9,000 miles away from where he had fell asleep. As he started to walk around and take in what had happened, the Mexico City guards seen him in the wrong uniform and went up to question who he was. He would begin to tell them what had happened, even going over the news of the assassination of the governor of the Philippines, which was still unknown in Mexico since news spread so much slower back then. The authorities started to suspect this man was nothing more than a deserter who came up with a story to cover up for abandoning his post. They would throw him in jail and charge him with desertion and being a servant of the devil for some reason. However, months later, news finally reached Mexico's shores via a galleon from the Philippines that the governor had indeed been assassinated. But not stopping there with the weirdness, one of the ship's passengers would go to Mexico City where he came across the imprisoned soldier. He would tell the authorities in Mexico City and made a statement verifying that this imprisoned soldier, Gil Perez, was 100% in Manila the day after the assassination of the governor. The authorities were now even more perplexed. The soldier whom they thought was a deserter with a fanciful story had actually brought them news from the Philippines that he had no way of knowing unless his story was true. So they actually released him and allowed him to go back home. So what gives? The story first came to prominence in the early 1800s when it found its way into magazines and collected stories about legends. One writer was able to trace the origin of this story to an account by Friar Gaspar de San Agustin in 1698, who cites the story as fact, although he didn't know the soldier's name, and blamed the whole event on witchcraft. We also have in 1609 a well-respected soldier / historian, Dr. Antonio de Morga, who was stationed in Manila the day of the assassination, who recorded that everyone in Mexico did know of the news within the day that it happened, yet no one could trace down where the rumors had came from. So, what happened? A lot of skeptics cite that the whole thing was nothing more than a legend, and there were other miraculous stories from the Spanish Philippines at the time, so it wouldn't be unusual, and generally, I would agree with all that if it wasn't for Antonio de Morga's account. He was a reputable historian, verifying that somehow Mexico was aware of the news shortly after it happened, which might be why some have stated the whole thing was an unexplained paranormal event, such as an alien abduction, or that he somehow teleported. Andrew D Basiago is a Seattle lawyer and political activist who submitted himself as candidate for president in the 2016 election. He ran on a platform consisting of 100 proposals, such as increasing wages for women, protecting Social Security, protecting the electrical grid, making Sasquatch a protected species. Wait, what? Yeah, in addition to normal proposals, Basiago wanted to do the following: making Sasquatch a protected species, declassifying America's time travel arsenal, the living presidents admitting they were given foreknowledge of their destinies by this time travel arsenal, extraterrestrial disclosure, admitting atomic explosions attracted ETs, and that we have several treaties with other planet civilizations. Do I need to go on? It's possible that Basiago came up with all these other proposals because of his past. See, he is the founder of a group dedicated to disclosing data about Project Pegasus, which is described as classified defense-related research by DARPA, in which the US defense community achieved time travel. According to Basiago, the program began in the 70s and used children in its experiments because they could adapt well to the strain of moving between past, present, and future, and strap in for this one because Basiago claims he was one of these children, and he went back in time to Ford's Theater on the night of President Lincoln's assassination. Actually, he went back and watched it 5 or 6 times, for some reason. He was actually even captured in a photograph at Gettysburg in 1863, which you can see here. Even crazier, as his travels back in time began to accumulate, he ran into himself twice on 2 different visits, a rarity to say the least. According to Basiago, he got to try out 8 different time travel technologies throughout the project, but most instances involved a teleporter based on some technical papers found in, drumroll please, Nikola Tesla's apartment after his death. This teleporter consisted of 2 gray elliptical booms about 8 feet tall, separated by about 10 feet. Between a shimmering curtain of what Tesla called radiant energy was broadcast. This energy had the capacity to bend space-time. In addition, during this period of time traveling, Basiago got to go on a Martian exploration and colonization mission, along with a man named Barry Soetoro, who would later become Barack Obama. For what it's worth, Basiago's claims have been confirmed by another lawyer named Alfred Weber, who claims the US had time travel technology for at least 4 decades. But it should be noted, Weber also wrote a book documenting his experience of a briefing between himself and Jimmy Carter aboard a UFO in 1973. So I'm not sure how good his word is. Also, for what it's worth, Basiago, since he has been given the knowledge from the future, he knows he will win either the presidency or vice presidency between now and 2028. So there's that. Although, I admit, I am sad we are not seeing him as a third candidate in the 2024 election. So what is the mystery in this one? I guess, is any of it true? Normally, I would say no, but I'm trying to remain unbiased here. So one of the first things people note about Basiago is his intelligence. He's a member of Mensa International, which means he's a genius, and possibly means that he would have been a great candidate for such experiments. Secondly, is the guy seems to believe wholeheartedly what he's saying, but I ask you, what do you believe? (1872) near Lake Winnipesaukee, New Hampshire. Businessman Seneca Ladd hired some workers to start digging holes for fence posts when one of them would unearth the odd-looking clump of dirt. Upon breaking the dirt apart, the men would find this odd stone, which is about 4 inches long, 2.5 inches thick, and weighing about 1.2 pounds. It's dark and egg-shaped, and has a variety of carved symbols, some of which, on one side, show an ear of corn and several other figures. The other side is more abstract, showing inverted arrows, a moon shape, some dots, and a spiral, while suspiciously, a hole at the top goes through the stone and comes out the bottom. I say suspiciously because the holes look like they were bored out by different sized bits, but more on that in a minute. The stone is a mystery because its age, purpose, and origin are unknown, although it was originally believed to be a Native American relic. That's never been proven. There have been other stones with a similar shape, often called stone eggs, found throughout the world, but this one was the first ever found in America, which has led many to speculate that it could be an out-of-place artifact, maybe of Celtic, Inuit, Aztec, or even Polynesian origins. After Seneca Ladd died in 1892, he gave the stone to his daughter, and in 1927, she would donate it to the New Hampshire Historical Society, where it can be seen on exhibit at the Museum of New Hampshire History today. So, what is it? Well, one theory suggests that the stone was created by two Native American tribes to commemorate a treaty between themselves. In this theory, the holes allowed it to rest on a stake that marked a line between territories. It would also explain the carvings on the side. Another theory is that it was a thunderstone, which myth said was stones that fell from the sky during thunderstorms and were buried in the earth, which farmers then found. But the reality was, these stones are more than likely a prehistoric tool or fossil, and upon finding them, they were often used as an amulet to protect a person or building, which could explain the hole that was bored into it. Speaking of the hole, a borescope analysis, which I had never heard of, was made on the stone in 1994, and the archaeologists found that the holes had the appearance of being drilled by power tools from the 19th or 20th century. He noted that in comparing it to holes bored in stone by the natives, which had a certain amount of unevenness, the hole in the Lake Winnipesaukee stone was extremely regular throughout. Basically, it was too good to have been done centuries ago. It was also found that several scratches in the lower bore suggested that it was placed on a metal shaft and removed several times, which leads to the theory that the whole thing was a hoax created by someone in the 1800s. However, others contradict this and point out that it's very possible the stone was crafted hundreds of years ago, only to be found by someone in the 1800s who then drilled a hole through it and used it as an amulet, or maybe the archaeologist is wrong altogether and the holes were created when the stone was, and maybe it was set down on a long stick and was then used as a tool, and if it wasn't a tool, it could have been a device as a way to keep records of a tribe's history. As far as the more wild theories go, some suggest that the rock was some sort of magnetized navigation device, perhaps 1,000 years old, or that it was made by aliens, cause why not? We have all heard the tales of secret societies, which allegedly hide behind the veils of power of various world governments. It's a story that goes back centuries. Just a brief online search will bring up groups such as Skull and Bones, Illuminati, and the Freemasons. But there's one group you may have never heard of, that of the 9 Unknown Men, which is one of the longest running secret societies, existing for more than 2,000 years. Maybe. The society was first created by Ashoka the Great, the Mauryan Emperor of Magadha in India between the years 268 and 232 BC. Ashoka believed that knowledge was power, and the key to that power was to collect, nurture, and use that knowledge for good. But Ashoka was no fool, and he knew that if all this collected knowledge fell into the wrong hands, it could be used for evil purposes. It was said he was influenced to do this because of witnessing the Kalinga War, which cost nearly 250,000 lives and impacted Ashoka deeply. So his idea was to summon 9 of the most brilliant minds in ancient India to form this secret society, hence the name, the 9 Unknown. They would together preserve and develop knowledge that would be dangerous to humanity if it fell into the wrong hands. These 9 unknown men were entrusted with guarding the 9 books of that secret knowledge in the hopes of keeping peace throughout mankind, which probably didn't work. These men came from various fields of study, and the society was built around the concept of having expertise in the following 9 disciplines: propaganda, physiology, microbiology, alchemy, communication, gravity, cosmogony, light, and sociology. Even more mysterious was that some of the knowledge discovered fell between these 9 disciplines and would be deemed as forbidden knowledge and kept secret even to this day, although it is believed that judo was one of the only forbidden knowledges that ever got leaked from the secret society, as well as rumors about a legendary way to kill someone by a single touch called the touch of death. In the field of communication, the 9 Unknown studied the most advanced form, of which apparently meant communicating with aliens, while using the alchemy field to convert metals to gold, and using the knowledge of gravity to build an aircraft. They also studied ways to use light as a weapon. The society was also founded in such a way that if a member quit, become incapacitated, or died, a worthy member would be chosen in his place, so the society would continue in the pattern of having exactly 9 members at all time. And that's where we get to the most interesting part of this story. That is, a couple of pretty famous and influential scientists were said to be members, that of Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein. The mystery is, did this society ever really exist? And if so, do they still? Most claim the whole thing is a legend that was popularized by a fictional story called The 9 Unknown, written by Talbot Mundy in 1923. Actually, most claim the whole story was concocted by Mundy himself, and then conspiracy theorists took it to be based on truth and ran with it. Or is that just what the secret society wants us to believe? I know these are supposed to be obscure mysteries, but this one is almost too obscure. I can barely find anything about it. What little I can find comes from the book Mysteries of Mind, Space, and Time, The Unexplained, which is really just a collection of several of the magazines of the same name. Found in one of these magazines from the early 80s is an article describing a theory known as window areas, which are these areas that allegedly have more paranormal activity than others. We'll come back to the window area theory in a second, but let's take a closer look at the Newmill mystery blob, our mystery at hand. This strange encounter took place in September 1977 in the village of Newmill in Cornwall, England. One evening, a couple known only as Peter and Caroline were renovating an old stone post office. Caroline would end up stepping outside when she seen something truly bizarre. Right in front of her was a luminous green and red object about 6 feet in diameter. She called for Peter. He ran out and seen the same mysterious object, which they would later describe as a UFO. It would float up the ramp of a barn behind the house, where it then zigzagged across a field, before finally drifting out over a plateau about a mile away, coming to a rest, where it sat for hours. The entire event was witnessed by around 30 people. The craziest part in all of this, though, was that it happened again the following evening, except this time, there were 4 similar objects hovering about, where it was again witnessed by several people. In spite of this being a once-in-a-lifetime sighting, it didn't work out well for Caroline and Peter. Of all the people to see this UFO, they were the only 2 that came into close contact, and that is important because both would have to be taken to the hospital immediately afterwards. They started to suffer stomach pains, headaches, and nausea after the blob had left. Doctors tried to treat the 2, but could find no cause for the symptoms, which was noted to be very similar to radiation sickness. The 2, fortunately, made a recovery after the symptoms disappeared a week later. Although this is a bizarre story, It seems to be well corroborated and taken as fact, but there might actually be an explanation that goes back to the theory of window areas we discussed earlier. In this theory, it's speculated that in the underground of these window areas potentially lies bodies of highly conductive material buried in the rock. During increased solar activity, this normally dormant mass of stone may become electrically charged and generate a large electromagnetic field around it. This superfield would then have the strength to generate luminous effects such as balls of light. Furthermore, this alleged superfield could cause electrical interference of the brain, causing hallucinations. Going back to Peter and Caroline, it is possible that the rock body under the stone post office could have caused the ball of light, perhaps even channeled by the stone walls of the post office. That same ball of light may have induced their illnesses through possible microwave radiations, hence why people who saw it at a distance didn't get sick. Of course, it's all just speculation, and it's a pretty bizarre, unproven theory, and no one is really for sure what the people of Newmill seen those 2 nights. This mystery comes from the High Strangeness subreddit. The original poster, that of Farmers Are Ninja, would ask for help with the weird little mystery. Apparently, in his hometown, which he left anonymous, had a local legend called Stickman. This man was a very tall, very skinny, and very real elderly gentleman. This man had spent a few hours every day since the 80s meticulously arranging sticks on his front lawn, and no one knows why. And before you think that this is a made-up story, the original poster would actually post a screenshot taken from Google Earth years ago that showed the sticks lying perfectly arranged in the yard in front of his home. They looked to be laid out as some sort of text or language, like a way of communication. The original poster would tell the story of approaching the old man one day, as he seen him walking around with a bunch of small sticks in one hand and a pair of garden clippers in the other. He relayed that the man stared with intense focus as he clipped the small sticks just right. When he would ask the man, "Why do you arrange the sticks like this?" the man looked up, but never stopped clipping and said, quote, "There really isn't any explanation for it. It just is. In 2022, they won't be there." One person said it was an Indian burial ground. "Listen, this tree has been scratched up so much." Sigh. The best way to describe it, it just is, end quote. Which isn't really a coherent answer. The OP would then ask as to what in the world this man meant by this, and why he has laid out sticks in his yard obsessively for 40 plus years. The answers varied, but one seemed to be that the man is trying to communicate with someone that passed away years ago, and maybe he thinks they are in heaven looking down. However, the overwhelming theory presented, and most likely one, is that the man had some kind of mental illness. As for what he meant about 2022, maybe he was under the assumption he wouldn't live till then. The cosmic censorship hypothesis is a concept in theoretical physics and general relativity that suggests that the most extreme and chaotic aspects of cosmic phenomena, such as singularities that can exist within black holes, are hidden from our view and do not affect us directly. In simpler terms, it proposes that the universe has a way of protecting us from the extreme and potentially destructive properties of certain cosmic objects. The cosmic censorship hypothesis helps maintain a degree of predictability and order in the universe, even when dealing with incredibly powerful and mysterious phenomena like black holes. However, it is still a subject of active research and debate in theoretical physics, and there are scenarios and mathematical exceptions where it may not be true. So, the mystery revolves around whether cosmic censorship is an absolute principle of the universe, or if there are exceptions and conditions where it breaks down, allowing us to directly observe and understand the extreme properties of certain cosmic phenomena. For this next mystery, you may want to find a mirror, or better yet, just use the camera on your phone. Have you ever heard of Sanpaku Eyes? Translated from Japanese, it means 3 whites, and it is in reference to a person who can see the white above or below the iris of their eyes. It's not typically something I would notice, but maybe you have. But with normal eyes, you are unable to see the white part between the iris and eyelid, whereas Sanpaku eyes are a bit more distinctive. In some people, it may even appear that their eyes are bulging out, But where is the mystery, you ask? It all goes back to the practice of Japanese medical face reading, which allegedly goes back thousands of years. According to this bizarre theory, Sanpaku could be a good indicator of your fate. If you have white visible at the bottom of your eyes, then supposedly you are in danger from the outside world, whereas if you can see the white at the top of your eyes, it means the outside world is no danger to you, but instead, your danger comes from within. It means that you are not in control of your emotions, and it can lead to some terrible things. Using this superstition to predict someone's fate really got popular in the 60s, when Japanese author George Osawa began predicting deaths of famous Americans based solely on their eyes. His most famous prediction was in August of 1963, when he predicted JFK would experience great danger because of his Sanpaku condition. JFK would be assassinated 3 months later. With JFK's eyes, you can see the white at the bottom of his iris, meaning that his danger came from the outside world. Other famous people with the lower white of their eyes clearly visible include Princess Diana, Abraham Lincoln, and John Lennon. This theory further expands by explaining those with the white visible below the iris are also more averse to being an alcoholic or drug addict, which might explain Michael Jackson, Marilyn Monroe, and Elvis, who all had this trait. On the other hand, a famous example of someone who has Sanpaku above the eyes, indicating turmoil from within, is Charles Manson. And speaking of psychotics, that's another thing Sanpaku is supposed to be able to determine. Like with Manson, Sanpaku above the eye is indicative of a mental imbalance, typically seen in psychopaths and murderers. These people tend to be more violent. But most depressing of all, having Sanpaku eyes in any form is believed to attract accidents and violence to oneself. The mystery is, can you really go by these Sanpaku predictions? Scientists say no, and liken it to a trait like dimples, and one doesn't read dimples, right? Besides, Billie Eilish has that trait, and she seems okay. I mean, she's no Lana Del Rey, but who is? But I want to hear from you. Anyone watching this have Sanpaku eyes? Let me know in the comment section below. You are probably at least somewhat familiar with this one. On November 21st, 2021, rapper Travis Scott was on stage headlining a music festival he had just created a few years prior, that of Astroworld, taking the name from his third studio album. And what would play out this night would turn out to be simply tragic. The venue was NRG Park in Houston, Texas, between 9 and 10 p.m. The festival had already been dealing with crowd control issues the day before, but this night it got way out of hand, as a fatal crowd crush would occur, killing 8 people at the concert and leaving 2 more to die in the hospital days later. The cause of death was obviously accidental asphyxiation, with at least one of these people being affected by drugs and alcohol. Another 25 people were hospitalized, and more than 300 were treated at the festival's field hospital. The whole thing would go viral, especially on TikTok, where it was documented on camera by multiple concert goers. Scott made the whole thing worse when his apology video seemed insincere. It was heavily ridiculed and turned into a meme. Now that's the backstory, but we're going to look at the conspiracy around it, and that is, rapper Travis Scott, who founded Astroworld and performed there, did all of this to orchestrate a massive satanic ritual, and the deceased concert goers were sacrificed, with some noting that it goes all the way to the top of the music industry, which itself is said to be demonic and exists to collect souls. And this wasn't just 1 or 2 people saying this. The comment about the music industry collecting souls got 34,000 likes alone. The theory began to gain traction, and phrases like Astroworld Demonic or Astroworld Illuminati began to trend. Internet users began to talk about symbols at the concert, which included imagery of flames and burning doves, while others said the stage was an inverted cross leading to hell. Numerology was even brought in, pointing out that Travis Scott and performer Drake's birthdays were 66 months and 6 days apart, which is not true. Others claimed that the crowd was put under a spell before they were crushed, while others went the old route of just linking lyrics to Satan. One of the clips from the tragedy that really fueled the speculation is when one of the alleged concert attendees said Scott was doing demonic stuff and kept going despite hearing people scream for help. Another point of contention was the large head that concert goers had to walk through to get into the festival, which is the same head on the album cover to Astroworld. The stage set also looked like the gates of hell, and it didn't help that the theme of the concert was "See You on the Other Side." But maybe the most controversial one was the rumor that someone started going around mass stabbing people with syringes filled with a mystery drug. So, is there any merit to any of this? Was this really a satanic sacrifice? Is Travis Scott really a Satanist? Or is this the modern day version of a mom burning her kid's Judas Priest Painkiller album? Well, I've given you the so-called proof, backing the claim that the theory is real. But one thing that goes against all this was the early warning signs. Even weeks ahead of the concert, alarms were being raised about the ratio of guests to staff. The show also had a ton of security issues, and it was poor planned all around. Poor lighting, very few signs, the main stage was not set up to utilize with crowd control, minimal exit points, only 2 water stations, access aisles too narrow for security and medical staff to get through. While it may have been a satanic conspiracy, it sure seems like crappy planning, made by someone cutting corners. What if I were to tell you that what many consider to be the greatest empire to ever exist, the one that most of the Western world is descended from, the one whose Latin language is still used as the primary language for scientific names, what if I were to tell you that empire never existed, that the whole Roman Empire is nothing more than a fabrication? The conspiracy, like most good things, got popular on TikTok in 2021. The theory, by user MomLennial, made several claims that allegedly debunked the Roman Empire, one of these being Hadrian's Wall. The famous wall stretches 73 miles over northern England and was supposed to protect the province of Britannia from the barbarians of the north. However, MomLennial claims that it can't be conclusively proven to be a Roman construction. Furthermore, it's not even a wall. Instead, it was a road. But her main claim, that most of her theory comes from, is that most ancient Roman archaeological sites are inscribed in Greek, not Latin, while also citing that there isn't a single Roman document in existence, which is not true, considering manuscripts of Latin poetry have been found that date back as far as between 50 and 25 BC. She also claimed that the Roman Empire myth was created by the Spanish Inquisition, and finally, that the actual city of Rome was not built until the 1500s, and before this, it was just cow fields. Although this theory got made popular by MomLennial, who claims to have a bachelor's in history, it's not the first time that this theory was ever presented. It was actually proposed centuries ago. The first person we know of that hinted around this conspiracy was a French priest and scholar named Jean Hadouin, way back in the 1690s. Now Jean, he loved the Latin language, and he spent countless hours studying ancient Roman texts. However, he started to notice that some of the Latin words and phrases just seemed wrong, and he started to suspect a conspiracy. By 1692, he would proclaim that he had uncovered everything. And here's where it all gets crazy. Jean believed that the first 1300 years of Christian doctrine had been handed down by an unwritten oral tradition, but by the 14th century, the church fathers, as well as scholars, started to record the tradition to books. But unfortunately, these scholars and theologians got infiltrated by a group of atheist monks led by a mysterious figure called Severus Archonitus, who counterfeited not only everything in these books about Christian doctrine, but also practically everything related to the Roman Empire, whom Jean accused of being totally fabricated, even going as far as to say that the writings of Cicero were a work by atheist monks. Although this theory was more based on Jean's grudge against the church, he was still the first to insinuate that the Roman Empire was fake. There would be others in the years that followed that expanded upon his theory though. So as you can see, it goes back pretty far. But let's focus on the modern day version, that of MomLennial. Is any of what she says true? Did Rome really not exist? Well, let's start with the obvious. The Roman Empire is just so extremely well documented that this conspiracy is almost impossible to believe. Secondly, is MomLennial's format in telling this theory, which is TikTok. Most of her videos debunking ancient Rome are less than a minute long, with the longest being 3 minutes. In that format, it's very easy to promote her claim. It's saying vague things in a short format, and then putting it up to the viewer to actually go and research and dispute her claims. which may take more time than it's worth, but maybe most interestingly, it's possible that Mom Lineal is just lying about her alleged credentials. She claims to have a bachelor's in history and anthropology from Western Kentucky University in 2005. However, after her videos went viral, another TikTok user actually browsed a graduation list from Western Kentucky from 2004 to 2006 and found Mom Lineal to not be listed, which leads us to the theories. Was she just making up baseless claims for attention? Did she just want views? Most likely, because in her earlier videos, which are now deleted, she did speak of the Roman Empire as a real tangible thing, but it was the videos after this, when she started speaking of Rome not existing, that she went viral and the videos got more and more outlandish, which makes it seem like she doesn't even believe what she was saying, and finally, she doesn't even cite any sources. But I ask you, do you think it's possible the Roman Empire never existed? Or is this all just Carthaginian propaganda? Jetpack Man is an unknown person, or perhaps object, that has been observed flying in what is believed to be a jetpack around Los Angeles at least 5 times in 2020 and 2021. The first sighting came on August 30th, 2020, when 2 different airline pilots reported seeing a guy in a jetpack just hovering around LAX at 3,000 feet, and only about 300 yards off the course of the plane. The interesting thing about this sighting was that there was plenty of visibility. The second sighting came a little over a month later on October 14th, 2020, when China Airlines reported seeing a flying object that looked like a flight suit jetpack at 6,000 feet. Now I'm going to skip the third sighting and come back to that one in a second. For now, we'll look at the fourth report, which came on December 21st, when a pilot and flight instructor captured the first video of the object, this time at 3,000 feet near Catalina Island. The Academy would post the video to their Instagram and comment saying it could be the guy in the jetpack, or a drone, or some other object. The fifth sighting came 6 months later on July 28th, 2021, when a pilot 15 miles off the coast of California reported seeing the man in a jetpack at 5,000 feet. It would be close to a year after this before another sighting occurred. Now, let's go back to that second sighting, which I skipped for good reason, because it ties into the theory. On this sighting, which occurred in November 2020, a LAPD helicopter crew recorded a video of what appeared to be a balloon of fictional character Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas. This was captured over Beverly Hills, and this balloon was later thought to be that of the Jetpack Man. It was even noted that the movement of the balloon was very similar. The LAPD did not release the video at first, and instead turned it over to the FBI, who, after working closely with the FAA, stated that the one working theory for all the sightings was indeed balloons. However, many dispute this and cite the odds of seeing so many human-shaped balloons in such a short amount of time, as well as pointing out the fact that an experienced pilot could probably tell the difference in a balloon and a person, although there's only a few jetpack manufacturers in the world, and even fewer of these sell to the public, unless someone is building one out of their garage or something. Even then, it's not likely the jetpack tank would have enough fuel to get to the heights that it has been spotted, as they usually only get to about 1,000 to 1,500 feet. Other theories claim that it could be a drone with a mannequin attached to look like a person with a jetpack, yet large drones are not commonly flown at that altitude or distance from land. Others think the incident could be an internet or social media stunt, yet no one has ever came forward claiming so. We move next to a scary cryptid, that of the Knot Deer, which is said to live right here in good old Appalachia. Most of the sightings take place in Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Connecticut, and the highest amount coming from Tennessee. It's usually sighted on roads, marshes, meadows, and rivers at night or early morning, early evening when visibility is low. Let's start with the name first, Knot Deer, which is a pretty weird name and indicates, hey, it's not a deer. But why is it called that? Well, basically, upon seeing one, its appearance is that of a deer. But when you get closer, it is actually something very different, something creepy and strange. The witnesses who have spotted it describe it as looking similar to a deer at first, but much larger, with proportions like a moose, as well as it being black, not brown. They then realize that the creature's eyes are on the front of the head, not on the side like that of a typical deer. They also have legs that bend and move in unnatural ways, almost like a puppet on strings. Its head is also misshapen and kinda looks like a cow's head. It also has an extremely long neck. Others have described various deformities and noted its call, which sounds like the mixture of a deer and wolf. And when seeing one, people have reported feeling a sense of dread or danger. But the weird thing is that each sighting has small differences. The knot deer is also very different than normal deer in another way. They will not avoid humans and flee when approached. They will stand their ground, and even some move towards people in erratic jerking motions while making clicking sounds. The cryptid got a lot more notice on, you guessed it, TikTok. But there's some speculation that the legend goes back to the days when Native American tribes once inhabited the Appalachians, which might be why some have suggested it's a skinwalker, which is big in Navajo folklore, or maybe a Wendigo, which is a legend amongst the tribes of the Great Lakes. Or maybe, just maybe, it's the Appalachian version of this monstrosity, which makes more sense, considering it seems the knot deer just gives off ominous vibes instead of attacking, much like the Wendigo. So what are people actually seeing? Well, one of the leading theories is that of chronic waste disease, or CWD, which is somewhat similar to mad cow disease, except this one affects deer, elk, reindeer, and moose. It affects the central nervous system and causes a deer to behave strangely. Some symptoms include drooling, stumbling, aggression, and lack of fear of humans, but CWD rates are relatively low. Another theory, following this same line of logic, was speculated by channel member Evergreen Wrench, who brought up blue tongue as being the cause. This is another disease mostly found in sheep, but sometimes found in deer, cattle, and goats. It can cause a deer to salivate or foam at the mouth, have bloody discharge from the nose, and get swollen blue tinged tongues, which definitely paints a scary picture. However, one thing that may cancel out both of these theories is that both CWD and blue tongue are usually found out west, not in the Appalachians. But that brings me to a counterpoint. Depending on what source you read, knot deer may not be strictly an Appalachian thing. Some sources cite that they have been seen all over North America. If that's the case, then CWD and blue tongue are both very good theories. But if you believe it's just an Appalachian thing, then you can probably rule out either one of those. Other skeptics point out that it's most likely just a deer with birth defects, while one last theory notes that many of the people who have claimed to have seen one were also suffering from sleep deprivation or other factors, which I take to mean drugs or alcohol use. We've kinda touched on this one already when we were discussing electromagnetic fields in the Newmill mystery blob case. This kinda just expands on that thought that electromagnetism may be the cause of many types of paranormal phenomena, including objects moving, light anomalies, temperature changes, and that of ghosts and spirits. Hence why ghost hunters often take electromagnetism detectors with them on their hunts. It's theorized that ghosts can be detected by their electromagnetic emissions, or that they use electromagnetic energy to manifest. Some even theorize that ghosts use these fields to interact with humans. There's even some devices now that change the toner of a speaker or move a meter needle when the ghost is believed to be increasing the electromagnetic field in an attempt to communicate. But where do electromagnetic fields come from? Well, there's the man-made ones, like in almost every electrically operated technology, as well as natural ones, like the Earth's magnetic field, the sun, seismic activity, and lightning. The earliest studies into the connection started as early as 1875, but it wasn't until the 1980s when some real progress was made. It was started by a man named Michael Persinger, a professor of psychology who believed that electromagnetism might provide enough energy to explain basically all paranormal experiences, from ghosts to UFOs. His most notable experiment involved a helmet he developed called the God Helmet, which exposed portions of the brain to complex magnetic signals of varying intensity. The exposure caused some of the individuals to experience physical and psychological sensations, including some having claimed to have seen a ghostly figure of Jesus within the experimental chamber. However, critics of the God Helmet point out that the reported effects could not be produced again, and stated that the effects probably came mostly from suggestibility more than magnetism. Maybe his most influential work, though, was when he examined an alleged haunted property in 1996. Witnesses who had visited the home reported the following: they sensed the presence of someone or something, intense feelings of fear, flashes of light, and even the sensation of being touched. Upon examining the home, Persinger found the spikes in electromagnetism appeared to coincide with increased episodes of the disturbances, which was all traced back to a faulty earth-in electrical wiring circuit. There have been similar studies that kinda back up Persinger's findings. One of these came in 2003 and 2004, when an alleged haunted farmhouse in Cheshire, England was investigated after numerous reported paranormal experiences. A team found that extremely high electromagnetic fields were found in the same rooms as the paranormal experiences, which was caused by a faulty electrical supply cable. The paranormal reports faded away after the cable was repaired. However, it's never been conclusively proven that electromagnetism plays any role in paranormal experiences. The Crawlers one is a peculiar entry on this iceberg, as it's not listed under cryptids, but instead under the people/beings category. Additionally, crawlers, which are said to have pale skin, long limbs, a tall thin body, and tends to crawl on all fours, are kinda just like a catch-all term for the beings like skinwalkers, wendigos, and fleshgaits, which we will look at later. The term was created because wendigos and skinwalkers and various other creatures, maybe even that of the knot deer, are tied too deeply to a location and culture, whereas crawlers can be discussed without these ties, because by all accounts, this creature is seen all over the world, and it's because of that reason that it makes it really hard to expand upon, because some of these crawlers, such as the Fleshgate, has its own entry, but there is at least one subreddit that discusses the crawlers, to which there seems to be a lot of sightings. Most report that in addition to the long limbs, it has a long body, which is about 7 foot tall and has pale or white skin. They also have a stretched out, ghoulish looking face with glowing eyes and is usually encountered in the forest, where it moves quickly from tree to tree. So what are people seeing? A real unidentified being or a misidentified animal? On August 20th, 2007, a girl visiting Jedediah Island in British Columbia would come across an Adidas shoe along the beach. Curious, she picked it up and opened the sock to find a man's foot. The remains would eventually be identified and traced back to a missing man who had been suffering from depression. It was thought that the man's foot had disarticulated due to decay or scavenger fish, and because of the shoe, it floated to shore. This was a weird enough story on its own, but it only got weirder because 6 days later, a couple walking along the shore came across another foot that was found 55 miles away from the first one at Gabriola Island, and over the next 10 months, an additional 3 feet would be found in similar circumstances. It was at this point it would begin to pick up media coverage, and between the time the first foot was found in 2007 and the last one in 2019, a total of 21 were recovered, 5 in the state of Washington and 16 in British Columbia. At least 13 of those recovered in Canada had been identified with the help of DNA, and by 2017, Canadian authorities were able to rule out foul play and stated that it was their belief that the feet came from people who died either in accidents or by suicide, and that the feet detached due to natural decomposition and then floated ashore in a shoe that had air trapped inside or within the shoe itself. So this sounds like a solved mystery more or less, but it's been pointed out that although extremities such as the hands, feet, and head do often detach from the body as it decomposes, they rarely float. Secondly, It's been deemed unusual or uncommon to find just a foot and no body, and that finding 2 feet within a week of each other, separated by only 50 miles, is 1,000,000 to 1 odds, which is insane when you consider another 19 would be found over the coming years. But some don't believe the theory presented by authorities and instead point the finger at something darker, like the work of drug dealers, serial killers, or human traffickers. Now we jump to one of the crawler-type beings that I referenced earlier, that of the Fleshgait. The Fleshgait is an alleged cryptid shapeshifter that can mimic the voice of an animal and humans perfectly. They have really long fingers and usually squat on all 4s. They are very tall, thin, pale-skinned creatures and have a head and a face slightly similar to humans, but their nose is very small, or almost looks like they don't even have one, just like a black hole where it should be. They have no hair nor antlers, but dark black eyes that glow yellow or red when illuminated by light. They can walk on either 2 or 4 legs. They are also good runners, jumpers, climbers, and are very quick and powerful. They can also copy a human's behavior for a short period of time. It's believed they can do this by occupying the victim's body or skin, which sounds gross. How they do this is unknown, but it is assumed that they either eat the insides and wear the skin, or simply skin the victim and discard the organs. But since the Fleshgait leaves little to no evidence, it's impossible to tell. They usually will wait for a small group of humans to enter their territory. They will then sneak in and listen to phrases that are easy to mimic, and then lure or trick someone else out alone with the phrases and kill them. Or sometimes they just wait for one to wander off alone. Before the actual attack, their presence will be known by unexplained noises and or objects being moved while no one is looking. And since they only attack victims when they are alone, it's really unsure what transpires. But what we do know is what happens after the attack. The victim will start acting differently, with the most telling sign being that of a complete lack of personality. The victim will be seen staring off into space, studying objects, or paying extra attention to any conversation going on around them in an effort to mimic them. Their phrases will be severely limited and repetitive, like hey or what. The pitch will also sound identical every time. They will also be jumpy and extremely weary of being attacked or identified by other humans. The signs will disappear after a period of time as the Fleshgait learns more about humans, but the signs never completely disappear. Once they have possession of the body and have learned enough, they will then try to lure others out into the woods alone by saying things like they need to go collect firewood or food, but they are too afraid to go alone. Once the victim follows them, they will kill that person too. They can usually be found anywhere from the forest to the tundra, and according to some reports, they may integrate into human society after consumption of a victim. They're often encountered in locations that are considered off limits, such as illegal camping sites or military training grounds. However, don't feel completely safe just because you avoid such areas, because they have also been encountered near society, such as popular campsites and forests across from suburbs. Some have stated a good way to determine if someone you know has been fleshed is to ask them personal questions that have not been discussed on the camping trip. Even if they get the answer wrong, pretend it's right and be on high alert. You may have a Fleshgait in your presence. At one point, these creatures were also called skinwalkers, but apparently they are just different enough to warrant a name change, and that kinda causes confusion, because some sources say that the Fleshgait is a type of crawler, while some sources say the word Fleshgait and crawler are interchangeable. Regardless, if they are real, it's most likely akin to the skinwalker, Wendigo type creature, but more than likely, it's just creepypasta. In 1939 and 1940, the World's Fair would be held in New York City. Many countries from around the world participated in it, with over 44 million people visiting over its 2 seasons. The fair's theme was supposed to be based on the future, and many exhibits were set up to allow visitors to get a look at the world of tomorrow. So it must have been disappointing that just 4 months into the fair, World War II would begin. This in turn caused many exhibits to be affected, especially those on display in the pavilions from countries under control of Germany. But the fair went on, and it was quite a success. TVs were actually brought to the exhibit to show visitors who had never seen one, while Albert Einstein would come give a speech that discussed cosmic rays. However, not everything would go so great. As mentioned, even with how nice everything was, World War II was not far from everyone's mind, so it must have been a shock when on July 4th, 1940, two NYPD officers, 33-year-old Joe Lynch and 35-year-old Freddie Socha, two bomb squad detectives, were dispatched to investigate the British pavilion where a bomb threat had been called in. During this time period, though, bomb threats were called in like crazy, so it really wasn't anything out of the normal, but this bomb would end up being real. As the two tried to disarm it, it exploded in their face, killing both officers immediately and wounding 5 others. That bombing was never solved, and it gives us the conspiracy that the British bombed the 1939 World's Fair. But this conspiracy, it's not a crackpot one, because there was evidence linking the bombing as an inside job by William Stevenson, a British spy based in New York. Stevenson was a legend, a Canadian soldier, fighter pilot, businessman, and spy master for the British Security Coordination. His code name was Intrepid, and many people consider him to be the real-life inspiration for James Bond. But would he go as far as to set up a bomb at the British Pavilion at the World's Fair? Well, right after the bombing, the British were the furthest from investigators' minds. In fact, everyone assumed that the Nazis, or Nazi sympathizers, had tried to get at Britain to embarrass them even more at the World's Fair. And there were a lot of German sympathizers in the US, particularly New York at that time. The NYPD began rounding up these people after the bombing, as well as members of the Communist Party, the Irish Republican Army, and the extremist Christian Front. They were all questioned, but the German-American band of pro-Nazi Germans living in the US were thought responsible. An arrest was made the next day of a man named Edward Kangeiser, after he was found in possession of Nazi propaganda, maps, and weapons. But police quickly found out there wasn't anything in the way of real evidence linking him. The case would eventually go cold, but decades later, a NYPD veteran would actually write a book in 2015 about the NYPD, and he covered the unsolved bombing. He went through the old police records and archives from the time period. He found another theory that was way more viable, that the British planted the bomb themselves to pull America into the war in Europe and help fight the Germans. The ventilation room where the bomb was placed was not open to the public. In fact, the location was known only to the people inside the British Pavilion, as well as the anonymous call was probably done in an attempt to prevent casualties, while also generating sympathy for Britain. There's also the fact that the British security staff were all current or former military, and they would not cooperate. They would also make witnesses unavailable and restricted access to the pavilion, which was the crime scene. However, others point out that Winston Churchill would have never ordered such an attack for a few reasons. For one, the crown jewels and Magna Carta were there on display, and he probably wouldn't risk destroying that, as well as the fact that if the US had found out, it would have wrecked any hope of the US coming into the war. Finally, his own mother was from New York. Padmanabhaswamy Temple is located in Kerala, India, and is widely considered to be one of the world's richest shrines, and is for sure the world's richest Hindu temple. It is believed to have been built in the 6th century AD, and is often in the news over its secret and mysterious vault named B, or traditionally known as Kalara. In 2011, a retired India police officer filed a petition in the Supreme Court to take stock of the temple's unaccounted treasury. The court in turn would appoint a 7-member team to make a record of the said hidden treasure. When they went to the temple, they found 6 chambers labeled A to F. Opening the chamber doors proved to be more difficult than expected, but they finally did get in. Well, to most of them. In these vaults, they found gold, diamonds, precious gems, golden coins from the Roman Empire, and stone statues and thrones made of precious metals that came up to about $22 billion US. But for some reason, They refused to try and open Vault B, claiming that whoever attempted to open this one would be met with misfortune. At least, that was the claim. Although, the officer who petitioned for the vaults to be opened did die a few weeks afterwards. Even so, with B remaining closed, it's the largest collection of gold items and precious stones ever found. Vault B, though, which has the image of a cobra on the door, is rumored to be guarded by serpents, a folkloric vampire, as well as other supernatural divinities. They are believed to protect the vault, and anyone trying to open it will be greeted by trouble. And apparently, this isn't something new either. The temple management tried to open this same vault centuries ago, but they began to hear the sounds of waves. Since then, it is believed the vault is somehow connected to the Arabian Sea, and opening it would cause catastrophes across the land. They immediately stopped, stepped back to discuss it, and decided not to try and open it. Which leads us to our mystery. Just what is behind the closed door of Vault B? Well, according to an inventory that was taken in the 1880s, the gold and precious stones in this vault is said to be larger than all of the other rooms, and if the inventory is correct, the gold and precious stones in there would be worth at least $1 trillion or, potentially, run into the trillions of dollars. So, is the curse really stopping them from getting into this vault? Well, there might actually be a more logical reason to why it has not been opened. The royal family, who has been the custodian of the temple for all these centuries, were not happy when the court ordered an audit to be done, but since they couldn't stop it, they went along with it, until they got to Vault B. It was here that after making their way through a wooden door, they found an iron door with 3 locks. One of those locks was rusted over. They decided to call for modern day cutting equipment to come in, like blowtorches, to get the steel door opened. It was then that the royal family, who were unhappy with the sacred temple being desecrated, got an injunction from the Supreme Court, which stopped the audit. And to this day, we still don't know what is behind the doors, and that is a mystery that may never be answered. This is a fringe theory from the book with the title of the same name. It was written by Christopher Knight in 2005 and alleges that the moon, which possesses few or no heavy metals and has no core, is something that should not be possible. Yet, it's the only reason higher life developed on Earth, which was because the moon is exactly what it is and where it is. So therefore, it cannot be a natural object. It almost certainly has to be artificial. But the question is, who built it? Knight points to various things which proves the moon is artificial. Things like DNA, Sumerian geometry, black holes, megalithic yards, which was an alleged ancient unit of length, numerology, and quantum physics. But his theory, and here's the crazy part, is that humans in the distant future were so smart that they built a time machine, went back to the past, and built the moon, which then set up everything so that we could evolve, which seems like a time paradox to me. The theory is very close to what creationists believe, except the moon was built by humans and not a god. This is an interesting one that you probably have already heard, and there's a few good videos out there on it right now. Basically, this conspiracy alleges that large proportions of human-produced content on the internet are actually generated by artificial intelligence in connection with paid secret media influencers in order to manipulate consumers. The theory rests largely on the feeling that the internet is largely devoid of people, especially when comparing it to the years pre-2007. Interesting websites are gone, there's nothing new to experience or do, and the web is down to a few sites that the majority of users who are still online inhabit. Much like a hot air balloon, which seems huge, but is just a hollow balloon with air inside. This is further expanded upon by the lost contact with many online users. See, back in the day, there were a ton of internet forums and message boards where people would strike up friendships and keep in contact. According to this theory, many of these people have vanished. In addition, the big forums that are left, for example, 4chan and Reddit, seem to just have the same threads and replies posted over and over, nothing new. It's almost like it's all being copy and pasted. There was also the question of numerous posts that the replies seem to be on topic but don't come off as sounding like a human typed it. Instead, it sounds like an AI which had been reading these forums and was learning how to reply like a human. In other words, inorganic posting. Which brings us to the real question: who is doing this and why? The answer to that is everyone's favorite boogeyman, that of corporations and government entities. And although that sounds crazy, there's some interesting facts that back it. First of all, was an interesting project that DARPA was working on in 2003 called LifeLog. This was a system which would be able to trace the threads of an individual's life in terms of events, states, and relationships, and it also had the ability to take in all of the person's experience, from phone numbers dialed and email messages viewed to every breath taken, steps made, and places gone to, which sounds a lot like social media. However, the LifeLog program was cancelled in 2004 after criticism over the privacy implications of such a system, so it's somewhat suspicious that Facebook was founded just a month later. Adding to this conspiracy was the years between 2012 and 2016, when numerous NSA and DARPA contracts were given to Google, Facebook, and Amazon. And in 2016, Google released a bunch of neuro-linguistic machine learning programs, followed by 2017, when deepfake leaks started to get released. And it's important to point out here that 2016 or 2017 is often the year listed as the death of the internet. And now, depending on the source, 30 to 50% of traffic online is done by bots. But we're not finished, because in 2018, news came out that for years, Reddit, YouTube, and various other sites that use the votes and view counts have been faking and completely manipulating those said votes and counts. In addition to this, a company known as Narrative Science designed a program to write human-like stories. This was documented in 2011, and at the time, it was only used for sports articles, but a few worried that it could be used to start writing news and political articles. Making it even weirder is Narrative Science would get several investors, and one of these, it was the investment arm of the CIA. So, is all of this true, or is the explanation much simpler? Some have proposed that the dead internet theory is nothing more than paranoia and isolation that creep into the lives of people who spend all their time on social media or message boards. The early internet felt more real because it wasn't made up of social media and advertising, and it was far less mainstream, leading to a smaller user base. And if you were on the web back then, you were on for a reason, not just mindless scrolling. Edgar Allan Poe, who you probably have heard of, died on October 7th, 1849, under mysterious circumstances, and close to 100 years later, in 1949, in the early morning hours of January 19th, Poe's birthday, a black-clad figure carrying a silver-topped cane, face obscured by scarf or hood, entered the Westminster Hall and Burying Ground in Baltimore. At the side of Poe's grave, he would pour a glass of cognac and raise a toast. He then arranged 3 red roses on the monument in a distinct configuration and departed, leaving the unfinished bottle of cognac. The roses were believed to represent Poe, his wife Virginia, and his mother-in-law. I should also note here, we're not sure about the year, as some accounts state the tradition started in the 1930s, but it for sure was going on by 1949. On several occasions, the toaster would leave a note. Some were simple expressions of devotion, like Edgar, I haven't forgotten you. Although, in 1993, he left a message saying the torch will be passed, and by 1999, a note announced that the tradition had been passed on to his son, as the original toaster had died, and this new toaster did not take the tradition seriously, and in fact, quit just a few years into it. It was recently restarted in 2015 by the Maryland Historical Society, but the question remains, just who was the original? Well, this is one we'll probably never have the answer to, unless the second Poe Toaster tells us who was behind it, if he ever comes out as being the second one, that is. In the coastal city of Swansea, which is located in Wales, a man known as Silent Man has been going into the middle of traffic and just standing there, not saying a word. This has caused several traffic jams, and the man has been arrested more than once. 51-year-old David Hampson, over a period of 7 years, would randomly stand in the same spot on the same road, which was in front of a police station. He was eventually arrested in 2017 and was sentenced to 3 years in jail, and maybe not strangely, refused to say anything in his defense. As soon as he was released, he went to the same spot again, right outside the Swansea Central Police Station. He was arrested again. That was 2020. He would eventually be sentenced to 3.5 years starting in 2022. He has never voiced the reason for doing this, but police have confirmed he can speak, he just refuses to. They also strangely noted he is a polite man. This one is not too mysterious. Most people think he is either mentally ill or, considering he is doing it in front of a police station, may be homeless and just trying to get arrested so he can have some shelter and warm food. May 1573, Catania, Sicily, Italy. A man by the name Alberto Gordoni, a fairly respected member of society who worked as an artisan and gardener, was walking through the town square when he, according to numerous witnesses, suddenly and inexplicably vanished into thin air. The witnesses in the area immediately began to look for him, expecting to find him in a nearby building or house, but they did not see him. Others thought that maybe he had fell into a hole or something, but there were no ditches or any kind of pits in the area that he could have fell into. Needless to say, everyone was baffled. In that instant, Alberto Gordoni simply vanished from the face of the earth. Days would turn into weeks, and weeks into months, and months into years, and Gordoni remained missing. Gradually, the townsfolk forgot all about him and his bizarre disappearance. That is, until 22 years later, when Gordoni, again according to witnesses at the event, appeared suddenly in the same place that he had vanished from the 2 decades before. And if that's not crazy enough, Gordoni did not look like he had even aged 1 year during the whole time he had been missing. Townsfolk who had remembered him and the strange disappearance would finally get around to speaking to Gordoni, and they asked him what had happened all those years ago and where he had been. Gordoni, surprisingly, would insist that he had not vanished at all, and for him, those 22 years he was gone never even happened. They did not exist. Now here, I have to point out that this supposed journey, or wherever Gordoni had been, left him, according to some people, feeble-minded, and that might be why, according to some sources, he ended up in a mental institution. And just like previously, when everyone just forgot about him disappearing, well, people again just shrugged their shoulders at his reappearance and his story and went on with their lives. But this story gets a little bit weirder. It would take 7 years living in a mental institution before Gordoni would finally speak about what happened that day. He would request to talk to a local priest/doctor named Mario and tell him the following story. The day he had vanished, he had seen a strange shimmering tunnel in front of him. Alberto would somehow suddenly fall into this tunnel, and it took him to a white and ambiguous world. There were no objects, only weird mechanisms that were unrecognizable to him. He did notice something similar to a small canvas covered with stars and dots, each of which pulsated in its own way. On top of that, there was one tall, thin, human-like figure with long hair who Gordoni believed was female. She told Gordoni that he had fell into a crack of time and space, and it would be very difficult to get him back. Alberto pleaded to be returned, but the creature was in no hurry, and she would begin to tell him information and knowledge about the realm of existence he found himself in. She would claim to him that the eternally young, as well as the souls without flesh and body, resided here, while thoughts moved at the speed of light. Perhaps even stranger were the claims of flying cities that she spoke of. It was only after this insane discussion that Alberto was finally returned to where he had been standing. He would tell the priest he felt like he had been gone for a half an hour tops, and that he would have never guessed he had been gone for 22 years. And as crazy as all this sounds, the priest Mario was apparently convinced that Gordoni was speaking the truth. He believed him so much that he took Gordoni back to the place where he had vanished all those years ago, just to see what would happen. When they got there, Gordoni suddenly and inexplicably disappeared again, and this time for good. Mario watched the whole thing in awe. After the shock of what had happened passed, Mario began to study. He believed at this location existed a gap in time and space, and in this gap was a realm where time flowed slower than Earth. and the entities that resided here, at least some of them, were not of the good nature. So Mario ordered a fence to be built around it and called the area the Devil's Trap. Before we get to theories, I have to point out, there are several slightly different versions of this story out there, especially on the internet. The English versions do seem to have some translation issues from the original account, which might actually be the reason there are slight discrepancies in this story, such as some accounts state Gordoni was walking with his wife when this happened. Other accounts say he was not walking around a town square, but instead in the gardens of a wealthy estate owner. Assuming this account is true, what really happened? One theory you see pop up a lot is that of an interdimensional doorway. Is it possible that Gordoni somehow fell into another dimension? You will see this theory sometimes connected to David Pilates and some of the missing 411 cases. The second theory is that of an alien abduction. Maybe the canvas with stars and dots Gordoni described may have actually been what he was seeing in outer space. Maybe the tunnel he suddenly found himself in was actually a UFO. Finally, let's take a look at the origin of this story. It seems to have first made its way into the modern era by the way of an article in the magazine called Planet X back in July 2005. And in that article, no source is listed. Furthermore, there's no caged-in area called the Devil's Trap that has ever been found in Italy, meaning the entire thing is probably nothing more than a hoax. November 23rd, 1953. Air Defense Command Group Intercept radar operators at St. Sue Marie, Michigan would identify an unusual target over Lake Superior. An F-89C Scorpion jet from the nearby Kinross Air Force Base would be scrambled to go investigate. This jet was piloted by First Lieutenant Felix Moncla, with 2nd Lieutenant Robert Wilson acting as the Scorpion's radar operator. And it was Wilson who just had a difficult time tracking the object on the jet's radar, so they would be forced to go to the ground radar operators, who would then give Lieutenant Moncla directions toward the object as he flew. Moncla would eventually close in on the object at about 8,000 feet in altitude. Ground control would note the two blips on radar, one the Scorpion, the other unidentified. The Scorpion's blip grew closer and closer until they seemed to merge. At first, it was believed Moncla had flown either under or over the unidentified object, but moments later, one of the blips disappeared. Ground control became worried that the two objects had crashed into each other. Strangely though, the blip that Moncla was pursuing continued on its previous course. After this, attempts were made to contact Moncla on his radio, but no one replied. A search and rescue attempt was then quickly started by the United States Air Force along with the Royal Canadian Air Force, but neither found a trace of the plane or pilots. Although bad weather did hamper the search, an investigation into what had happened began almost immediately, and according to the United States Air Force, the blip on the radar the crew went out to intercept was that of a Royal Canadian Air Force C-47 Skytrain, which accidentally traveled off course. The two would merge, as would typically happen in an interception, but strangely, Moncla's aircraft vanished. Even the IFF signal disappeared after the two aircraft merged as one on the radar, and although crews could not get a hold of Moncla or Wilson via radio, at least one other pilot on the search stated in his testimony to the accident board that he believed he did hear a brief transmission from the pilot 40 minutes after the plane disappeared, which makes it even more weird. The Air Force investigators originally believed Moncla may have experienced vertigo and crashed into Lake Superior. According to the investigation, they said he had been known to experience that from time to time, but when they pursued these leads further, they found out that the other airmen of Lieutenant Moncla's organization who had told them this reported that it was actually just hearsay, and none of them had actually personally witnessed Moncla experience vertigo. So in the final report, vertigo would not be listed as a possible cause. Now here's the interesting part about all this. Not only did Moncla and Wilson's aircraft disappear mysteriously, but that Canadian aircraft they were pursuing, yeah, there wasn't one. At least, the Canadian government claimed there wasn't. And they've stuck to those claims ever since, which of course leads to the question, what exactly was this craft that was picked up on radar that caused the Air Force to immediately scramble a jet. Well, it would be 2 years later when former American Marine and UFO writer Donald Kehoe would write a book, The Flying Saucer Conspiracy, in which he claimed that he had received a telephone call telling him of a rumor from the airfield that the F-89 from Kinross, obviously the one piloted by Monkla, had been hit by a flying saucer and that it was covered up by the Air Force, which of course they denied. The jet has never been recovered or even found. However, in October 1968, aircraft parts were found near the eastern shore of Lake Superior. The Air Force would confirm the parts were from a military jet, and the media speculated that it could be from Monkla's jet. However, the identity of the parts were never published, and strangely enough, the Canadian government reported they have no record of that find. (1891), Albany, New York. Michael Griffith was hunting along the Hudson River when he saw something moving upstream. This creature he thought was a turtle, so Michael would do like any of us, and he decided to shoot it. He would then drag it out of the water and take it back to his hometown in Troy, where the local newspaper covered the story, because you see, this wasn't a turtle. This cryptid was about 2 feet long, and its back was covered with coarse hair. The underside was the color of human flesh, and its features and trunk had a striking resemblance to that of a female child. It had wings measuring 20 inches from tip to tip, 4 legs, 2 fins, and a tail somewhat resembling a pig's, and it had a well-developed chest and breastbone. Michael would take the creature and hang it up on the wall of his store with its underside exposed. Visitors would come away impressed with its grotesque human features. Doctors in the area would be asked to come by and examine it, and when they did, they had no idea what it was. It would eventually be placed in alcohol and sent to the Smithsonian in Washington. The cryptid would later become known as the Hudson River Patchwork Monster, and it's the only sighting of its kind. Well, sorta. See, the Patchwork Monster is just like the name implies. It's a cryptid patched up of different animals and sometimes human, so each one is unique. And the one in Hudson River in 1891 was just the first documented sighting, but far from the last, because 12 years later, in Kansas, a miner on a night shift would take off into the night screaming. When his 3 co-workers turned around to see what he was running from, they seen a creature they described as having long hair, great big eyes, inhuman looking, although it stood like a man. The paper would record that the men thought it was a spirit or devil. Around this same time, in the Surland Mountains in New Jersey, a boy would spot what he thought was a cow until it turned around and he seen what appeared to be a man at the front of the animal, only he was grown into the neck of the animal, sorta like a minotaur. It had horns, hands, 4 hoof feet, a tail, and fire red eyes. The occasional sighting would be reported throughout the early century, and if you think that maybe this could be attributed to the journalism of the time, well, as late as 1996, a patchwork monster turned up as roadkill in DeQuincy, Louisiana. According to the paper, it was the size of a very large dog and was covered with thick, woolly hair. It had the general appearance of a dog, except for the face, which looked somewhat like that of a baboon. The limbs were also small and frail-looking, but had large shoulders and no tail. But back to the Hudson River Patchwork Monster. Was that the imagination of Michael Griffith and the several hundred witnesses who went into the store to view the creature? Most likely not, but there is a good possibility that it came from the imagination of the writer who penned the account in the Buffalo Courier. However, I guess there is a tiny chance that it is some kind of weird cryptid. In 2003, a man named Scott Taylor would take a trip to visit his brother in the Scottish Highlands. While spending a few days with him, the brothers would decide to drive over to a friend's house one night about 7 p.m. His brother Stuart was in the driver's seat, while Scott rode shotgun. The journey took them along many winding, dark, deserted roads, often flanked by tall trees. As they made their way by the nearby town of Kingussie, Scott would note a tall figure on the left-hand side of the road that seemed to be human and appeared to be illuminated by a great number of Christmas tree-style lights. He thought that it was some kind of mannequin that had been decorated in an amusing way to advertise a local business. He laughed and asked his brother what it was, but Stuart had no idea, and he seemed a bit disturbed. As they got closer, Scott would report that he saw that the figure had its back to them and was seated on a bicycle and was completely still and perfectly balanced despite being mid-cycle. The whole thing kinda made him feel uneasy, and while they were visiting their friend, he couldn't get the strange sight out of his mind. So on their way back, he would ask his brother to slow down as they got close to where they had seen that weird thing earlier, because Scott wanted to see just what this figure was advertising, or at the very least, see what it was for. But when they came back through, the figure was now on the opposite side of the road, and it was now wearing a luminous green workman's tunic. Him and his brother would both kinda be disturbed by the whole thing and left. This account came from an issue of the Fortean Times, and it is a standalone story, so it's hard to find any other info about this event online. So we are left with a couple of theories. First is that of a reality glitch, which you know what that is, anomalous events that seem to breach the basic rules of normal reality, which doesn't seem likely to me. Secondly, is the whole thing was a paranormal event, and that entity was some kind of spirit or ghost. Lastly, and finally, the most likely one, is highway hypnosis. You may not be familiar with this term, but you will most assuredly have experienced it. It's when a driver zones out while driving without remembering what occurred in that specific period, also known as the white line fever. In this state, the driver's conscious mind is focused elsewhere, while seemingly still processing the information needed to drive safely. Highway hypnosis most often occurs when driving on long straight roadways that have few turns and therefore becomes monotonous. And just coincidentally enough, most paranormal experiences on the road typically take place at night and on roads that go straight ahead for long periods of time, or have some looping, providing a plausible link between paranormal sightings and highway hypnosis. And just like the story with our two brothers, they were on a long drive, one that had many winding dark deserted roads, meaning both brothers may have been experiencing highway hypnosis, although, to me, that doesn't explain how they both had the same hallucination. So I wonder if maybe someone had just set up a spooky mannequin and then moved it to the other side of the road. I assume most of you know who Chris Benoit is, but for the minority that doesn't, I'll give a brief summary. He was a professional wrestler / former champion in WWE who over a 3-day period from June 22nd to June 24th, 2007, murdered his wife Nancy and their 7-year-old son Daniel before hanging himself at their residence in Fayetteville, Georgia. Nancy had died of asphyxiation the first night and was found with blood under her head. Their son Daniel was killed the following morning, and then that Sunday evening, Benoit hanged himself. There's been numerous theories as to why he did it, including severe CTE, which happens a lot in athletes in contact sports such as football, wrestling, hockey, rugby, and soccer. Its symptoms include mood problems and problems with thinking, and it only gets worse over time. It's thought that CTE mixed with steroid and alcohol abuse and a failing marriage were the main reasons behind it. But the reason as to why is a mystery for another time. The mystery here is the Wikipedia Premonition controversy. And you're probably thinking, the Wiki what? So as mentioned, Benoit would commit suicide himself that Sunday after killing his wife and son over the previous 2 days. That Sunday though, a pay-per-view with a huge match scheduled for Benoit was supposed to take place, but he had already called in citing that his family had food poisoning and he could not make it, which was then seen as odd because Benoit never missed scheduled matches, but they assumed, hey, they must be really sick. But the next night, Monday Night Raw was scheduled to take place in Corpus Christi, Texas, and again, Benoit was scheduled to wrestle, except now, no one had heard from him in over 24 hours, which was seen as extremely odd. Now, WWE officials were beginning to worry, so sometime that afternoon, they would call the Fayetteville, Georgia Police Department to request a welfare check on the Benoit family. At 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time, the police department would contact WWE and let them know they had discovered the 3 bodies and it was now ruled a major crime scene, although other sources claimed that they were found around 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And now we get to the crazy part. On the Chris Benoit Wikipedia article, an update had already been made, one that read, quote, Benoit was replaced by Johnny Nitro for the ECW World Championship match at Vengeance, as Benoit was not there due to personal issues stemming from the death of his wife Nancy, end quote. That last part, about the death of his wife, had been added to the original statement at 4:01 a.m., meaning that it had been posted nearly 14 hours, or 10 depending on the source, before the Benoit family was discovered by the police. This Wikipedia entry, once it reached the mainstream media, became a huge part of the story. The anonymous editor, who probably started feeling the heat, would then go on to Wiki News, which is a part of Wikipedia, and explain that it was a huge coincidence and nothing more. However, detectives were now interested in this alleged coincidence, especially since it came out that the IP address of the editor was traced back to Stamford, Connecticut, the home of WWE headquarters. The anonymous editor was eventually traced back to a 19-year-old college student at the University of Connecticut named Matthew Greenberg. Detectives seized his computer and called his post an unbelievable hindrance to their investigation, but did later state he was uninvolved and they did not press charges. Greenberg, for his part, would explain that he had seen the wrestling rumors online that night, and that was what had led him to posting the update to Wiki, but he admitted he made a mistake. However, this has led to the mystery. Did Matthew Greenberg have a premonition of this news and posted it a half a day ahead of when the bodies were discovered? I'll let you decide. If you have followed this channel for a while, then I know you are familiar with cryptids, and especially Sasquatch. And although you may not be familiar with the term Para-Apes, most of you will probably have at least have heard the theory behind it. Para-Apes look at the Sasquatch/Bigfoot not as a flesh and blood type cryptid, but instead links it to the supernatural, which ultimately explains how there have been so many sightings over the years, yet not one body has ever turned up. One of the earliest researchers that really pushed this theory was investigator Donald Worley. Worley would pitch the idea the Sasquatch is a controlled creation of an alien intelligence. His reasoning is this: their population is seen basically all over the globe. In North America, they are called Sasquatch or Bigfoot, the Yowie in Australia, Almas in Central Asia, Mapangari in the Amazon, and Yeti in the Himalayas. And despite hundreds of thousands of sightings since the 1800s, not one being has ever been delivered to a laboratory, which indicates that this is not a flesh and blood type creature. Instead, he contends that these beings may be better thought of as in-betweeners because of their ability to appear and vanish at will. He has cited certain events which back up his claims, such as one I'm pretty sure we covered in a previous video, when 14 tourists saw a Sasquatch or swamp ape in Florida which walked a 40-half-foot circle around the bus and then disappeared over an embankment. But this is not the only story that he cites. He further mentions the numerous instances when different hunters, or just people who had a gun within reach, fired off shots and hit these beings. The fact that so many Sasquatch have been hit by gunshot with no effect is important because it points out that they may be here in a transitory state on the earthly plane. At the time of his research, which I cannot find a date on, but I'm pretty sure it's the early 2000s, Donald Worley had counted at least 26 such instances of a person shooting a para-ape, to which that being then kinda swatted at like he was trying to hit a fly, or, in some cases, let out a scream and ran. One woman in Uniontown, Pennsylvania, fired at a Sasquatch just 6 feet away with a 16-gauge shotgun, as she claimed the creature vanished with a flash of light. Then, we come to the last point Worley makes for his claim, which is the sightings of UFOs that always appear hours, days, or even weeks before the cryptid is spotted. For example, in one case, in Rochdale, Indiana, at least 36 people reported seeing a huge red-eyed beast over a period of 7 weeks. It all started when a luminous light came down and silently blew up over a cornfield nearby. The being that came after this craft was said to be able to run over mud without leaving a track, and it was apparently transparent. Another time, 4 glowing oil tank-sized UFOs were spotted over a distant tree line in which they projected light beams down, along with presumably these creatures, because it wasn't long after that reports of giant black forms with glowing red eyes were seen in the area. One farmer and his brother even ran a barbed wire fence around his house and then got on the roof and waited for them. It was here, over the next week, they would fire off into the woods at these creatures, and after 7 days and a ton of shells, they had nothing to show for it. The farmer, Ray Davis, would even claim that 2 of them got close to the barn and he tried to talk to them, but they did not respond, obviously. So he unleashed a volley of 12-gauge Mossberg shells into the beings, and he knew that he had hit them. The creatures screamed and retreated, and again the next morning, no bodies were found. Supposedly, members of law enforcement and the media came out and found nothing either, and left believing the whole thing was a hoax. But it apparently shook up the farmer enough that he and his wife moved. Worley has further elaborated that in New Jersey, at least 60 persons reported seeing an ape-type creature along with ruby-red UFOs and triangular craft. In Saugus, California, on the Santa Clarita, ranchers reported seeing UFOs and several para-apes that wore glowing blue belts. There are also, according to Worley, abductee cases in which these para-apes are seen inside the UFO, which must be a shock to be abducted and then see Bigfoot on top of it. However, even in the world of cryptids and Bigfoot, Worley's theory is usually not taken seriously, and some even think it does more to hurt the believability of cryptids such as Sasquatch, but I'll let you judge on that. $7.7 billion. That is the estimated gross box office earnings worldwide for the Harry Potter movies since 2001, an astronomical number. Even the book series itself, written by J.K. Rowling, is the best-selling book series in history, having sold more than 600 million copies worldwide. And I can't find the exact dollar amount that ends up being, but Rowling got at least 15% of that, which that, plus the movies, plus all the other Harry Potter royalty fees that she gets, well, she has made over $1 billion easily. But what if I were to tell you, this writer, who gifted the world with a series that will live on for centuries, what if I told you she didn't exist? Because according to Norwegian film director Nina Grunfield, that is the case. You see, Nina would share this conspiracy theory way back in 2005, where she would question if Rowling could have been the sole creative force behind the book and movie empire. But where does Grunfield actually get this? Well, she actually cites Rowling's origin point as a writer. If you don't happen to know, like I didn't, Rowling had long been viewed as sort of a model for single moms and moms in general, presented as something that they all could be. Because according to J.K. Rowling, before the success of Harry Potter, she was a poor single mother. She was getting the equivalent of $103 per week from Social Security while living in a mouse-ridden flat. She stated she was poor as possible in modern Britain without being homeless. After experiencing a failed marriage, the loss of her mother, being jobless, and perpetually broke, she became depressed and contemplated suicide. She eventually recovered and began writing in cafes. Sometimes, it's even claimed, she was writing these stories on napkins, while doing secretary work for $22.50 a week, because if she earned any more, she would lose her government benefits. Then, of course, she would complete the first book, and it was rejected by 12 publishers before finally breaking through, and the rest is history. But Greenfield cites that this story is fantastic and gives hope not only to single mothers around the world, but all mothers with unrealized dreams and, most importantly, strong purchasing power. Furthermore, she points out, can a person be so productive and commercially successful in the media industry where nothing is left to coincidence? Going on this, she would ask if it was possible for a person to write 6 thick books that are translated into 500 languages and would sell more than 250 million copies in less than 10 years. Is it probable that the stories then get filmed and commercially exploited to the degree they did, without a well thought out strategy or highly professional people behind them? Greenfield obviously thought not, and took it a step further and stated that Rowling did not exist at all. She instead floated the idea that the books were produced by hack writers like the ones that produced the Nancy Drew mystery series for young readers, and was then sold under the name Carolyn Keene, a woman who did not exist. And just like then, Rowling now is the product of Bloomsbury Publishing and Warner Brothers, and the real story behind Rowling is a closely guarded secret, and that secret will come out once the market for Harry Potter is saturated, or until the actress playing J.K. Rowling gets tired of the role, or the real authors behind the J.K. Rowling pseudonym come out and demand recognition. However, Rowling's defenders point out that it took her 3 years to finish book 4, which if a team was working on this, would not be the case. Secondly, is that Rowling's weaknesses as a writer are consistent between book to book, and that's not a mistake that a group of writers would make. It may be hard to believe, but for the longest time, there was the thought that the long-tailed monkeys of South American jungles did something unique, dare I say extraordinary, that separated them from the monkeys of Africa and Asia, and that is, bands of resourceful monkeys would cross crocodile-infested rivers by forming themselves into a living bridge. Generations of children's school books would show how one monkey would clutch a branch as the anchor man, while another one would curl their tails around the monkey behind them to form the next link in the chain, and when long enough, they would swing to and fro until their momentum carried them out across the river. The monkey on the end would then grab a branch on the opposite bank, securing the chain, while the old and young monkeys hurried across. If this was true, it would show an example of collective intelligence and social organization that we never thought possible. But it's not true. Or is it? That's kind of where this mystery lies. So let's go back and find the origin of this story. We know that Alexander von Humboldt, a German naturalist and explorer, wrote in 1853 that he believed the story of Monkeychains had been invented by Europeans, probably to be used as an instructive tale in which the priest could admonish the natives who they deemed lazy. This was further corroborated by brothers Philip Van Ness Myers and Henry Morris Myers, who did both extensive expeditions in South America in 1867, and both cited there was no truth to the tale, pun intended. Finally, we have a professor of natural history, E.W. Gudger, who stated the myth evolved from poor observations of the behavior of individual monkeys who were well known to dangle from branches by their tails and swing through gaps using vines. Furthermore, he doubted there would be enough room in the dense jungle to pull off such a maneuver anyways. So if that's the case, how did the myth start, and why did it have so much credence? One account that carried some respect was that of Antonio de Ulloa, a Spanish naval officer and governor who in 1735 joined an expedition in the Panama region and wrote, "The different species of monkeys hanging from branches in other places, 6, 8, or more of them, linked together in order to pass a river," and even noted that he knew people would doubt such a claim, but he witnessed it with his own eyes. However, there are earlier accounts. Welsh explorer Lionel Wafer would write that the monkeys would pass from top to top of high trees whose branches are a little too far away from their leaping. Sometimes they will hang down by one another's tails in a chain and swinging in a manner the lowermost catches of another tree and draws the rest of them up. But now, we go to the earliest known account, which is a Spanish missionary and naturalist, Padre Jose de Acosta, who, in 1589, wrote that he seen monkeys leap from one tree to the next, and when they come to a leap that is too far away, they tie themselves by the tails to one another and make a chain. They launch themselves forward, and the first is propelled the furthest and grabs hold and hangs on while the rest go across. This seems to be the origin point, and there's no sign that he was intentionally creating a fable. I mean, he was a naturalist and priest. However, the last known account came in 1897 from Charles Holder, a well-respected naturalist, who was camping in the Amazon, awoke to see a furry column swing towards the far bank and pivoting from a branch of a tree on the opposite side. He stared for a few minutes until he realized what it was, a monkey chain connected from one river bank to another, while the females, young and old, crossed. When Holder laughed, the monkeys scattered. So if this ever happened again after 1897, it's not been documented. However, skeptics still believe these stories are just misidentifications and that the only animals ever observed forming a chain are ants. Tartary, or Tartaria, is a historical name for Central Asia and Siberia, and it's the confusion surrounding Tartary as a place name that has spawned some pretty crazy fringe theories in the past couple of decades, which includes this place called the Tartarian Empire that is allegedly a lost civilization with advanced technology and culture. The theory that this was a suppressed lost civilization originated in Russia, with aspects appearing in Anatoly Fomenko's book, New Chronology. And if you're not familiar with those books, you're missing out, because it's here Fomenko claims that Jesus lived in the 12th century, and that the Trojan War and the Crusades were the same thing, and that the Mongols were actually Russians, and that the lands west of the 13 colonies were a far eastern part of Siberian American Empire prior to its disintegration in 1775. So as you can see, this guy has some great theories. But the one we are discussing is that of Tartaria, and originally it was pushed to be linked to Russia. But since about 2016, the conspiracy theory gained momentum on the internet, and it's kind of been separated from its Russian origin and has taken on a new life of its own. The theory is tied to the alternative view of architectural history, and boy is it a doozy. According to the theory, demolished buildings such as the Singer Building, the original New York Penn Station, or the temporary grounds of the 1915 World's Fair were actually buildings of a vast empire based in Tartary that has been suppressed from history, as well as lots of other luxurious American buildings constructed in the late 19th century to this Tartarian Empire, which even includes the White House. And how can we forget, they also have ties to ancient Egypt, and they built the Great Pyramid. Now you may be wondering, how did an empire so advanced that it created free wireless energy, and one that supposedly had even achieved world peace, how could this empire have fallen and remain hidden? Well, that's where the Mudflood comes in. Apparently, this Mudflood wiped out much of the world via depopulation and old buildings sometime in the 1800s, which allowed the nations we know of today to pop up. Some of this is even further supported by the many buildings across the world that have architectural elements like doors, windows, and archways submerged many feet below ground. Most of this is due to the pictures of old buildings that have a basement half window or some random building that was in the middle of construction. They also claim that in early photographs from the turn of the 20th century, you see deserted city streets in many capital cities across the world, but once people start popping up in these photographs, you notice the contrast between people in horse and cart going across muddy streets, but in the backdrop, you see highly ornate stone megastructures which tower above these inhabitants. I guess this is supposed to imply that these people wandered into these beautifully built cities left over from the Tartarians. Finally, the last proof of evidence is basically any photo you find from the 1800s that shows someone digging. Well, that's supposed to be proof of the people digging themselves out of the Mudflood. This theory has been described as the QAnon of architecture, and I think it's best we just leave it there. This story comes from the website yourghoststories.com and is told by a middle-aged adult from Limerick City, Ireland. In this story, he would state the whole thing begins shortly after his grandmother, whom he dearly loved, died. 3 days later, the poster, Darklight99, would state that he was lying in bed when a ghostly figure started hovering in the corner of the room. It had tentacles, and for a minute looked like the Virgin Mary's cloak floating. But as he looked closer, he noticed its odd mouth. It was black and round, and it looked like an octopus, except it was transparent like a jellyfish. And then, crazily, his grandmother came out of the octopus's mouth, still in the posture she was inside her coffin with her clothes on, and then she laid down beside him. She tried to talk, but only murmured, and her eyes would not open. His girlfriend at the time was pregnant and in the other room. The poster would tell his grandmother he loved her and to go on, she would be alright, and he would not worry, but he did cry. She hovered up back into the air, and the octopus led the way through a wall to where his girlfriend slept. A couple of months later, his baby girl was born, and she looked just like his grandmother. She made the same facial expressions and everything, reminding him of her every day. He considered it a blessing, and noted his research found that the ancient Celts believed the octopus carried the soul into the afterlife. So that's a lot to take in, but we're basically left with two simple theories. The main one is, the original poster was so overwhelmed by stress and grief that he imagined the whole event, or hallucinated, or it was a dream. This has been known to happen to people who are experiencing extreme grief. The second theory is, well, it was his grandmother, and this was a paranormal event. Skyquakes are a phenomenon where a loud booming sound comes from the sky. It may cause noticeable vibration in a building or across a particular area. It's described as being like distant but inordinately loud thunder, while no clouds are in the sky large enough to generate lightning. Those who have heard cannons state the sound is nearly identical. They have been heard all over the world, and here on the east coast of the US to as far away as Alaska and southern Canada. There's actually several theories for this one. First is that of a coronal mass ejection, which often generates shock waves similar to that of a sonic boom. There's also the thought that meteors entering the atmosphere can cause the sonic booms, or military aircraft, although that one doesn't explain the sounds heard before supersonic flight. Then there is the thought that it's gas escaping from vents in the Earth's surface, or shallow earthquakes, where there is very little vibration, but sound is still heard. Then you also have underwater caves collapsing, volcanic eruptions, weather events, or avalanches. December 29th, 2001, 6 p.m., Denver, Colorado. An unnamed woman would witness a bright yellow cylinder craft hovering above I-70 just east of Denver. The fear she first felt switched to euphoria, and then after that, she didn't remember, other than waking up in her bed the next morning. Now that's a weird mystery in itself, but the real mystery is what followed over the next 2.5 years, because 2 months after this UFO encounter, moles on her body began to fade away and disappear, and after 5 months, the hair on her arms and legs began to change color to light blonde, which was strange since she had medium brown hair. The 31-year-old first assumed it was premature graying, but she began to notice the individual hairs change color from the root upwards, and within the 5 days, the hair had completely changed from brown to red to blonde. Her hair also changed from a medium coarseness to a feather soft fine. Then months after that, the spider veins in her legs began to fade and completely vanished. This was combined with almost nightly dreams of entities who talked to her and claimed to be an intelligent species from somewhere else. She woke up a few times to catch herself uttering in some language that she did not know. And finally, she reported having feelings of hot and cold between different parts of her body, pulsating feelings at the bottom of her feet and up her legs and the palms of her hands. Sometimes pulsating so intense that it was painful. Sometimes it even felt like it was right below her eyes or between her eyes in front of her brain. This was just one account sent into the phantomsandmonsters.com website. And although this is just one account that sounds crazy, there's actually many more stories that are very similar to this woman's. Actually, bodily changes from a UFO encounter seem to be pretty common, with many witnesses claiming to have been cured of illness, eye, and hair color changes, along with some who have even reported alien implants left under their skin. And there's actually been research on this topic for at least a couple of decades. As early as 2003, researchers at Harvard were able to show people who experienced an alien abduction suffer from physical effects associated with PTSD, although this research showed that the so-called abductions were really nothing more than sleep paralysis. But if the person that experienced that truly believed it to be an abduction, PTSD could occur, with the reactions being as strong or stronger than people who cannot shake memories of combat or abuse or other punishing events. The Harvard head of psychiatry from 1977 to 2004 took it a step further and would note that some abductees even found cuts, ulcers, or triangular lesions after an abduction, while a more recent study in 2021 actually showed that people who had seen a UFO or had claimed to have been abducted experienced issues very similar to that of Havana syndrome, which of course was first reported in 2016 by U.S. Embassy staff employees in Cuba, which included headaches, fatigue, dizziness, hearing loss, and nausea. The r/paranormal subreddit is a community where believers come together to talk about their encounters with ghosts, UFOs, demons, and the like. Sometimes it's just theories, or sometimes it's even skeptics who come in to disprove the supernatural. But it's mainly the stories of encounters that brings everyone here. And it's one of these encounters that brings us to our next mystery. The story starts with the Redditor, Lovely Bloom 1988, who does not cite a year, but I am going to assume, going by her name, that this story takes place in the early 90s. Bloom, as I will now call her, would tell of an encounter when she was 6 or 7 years old, living on a ranch in the countryside of Laredo, Texas. The area that she lived in was for low-income families, mostly houses that were surrounded by the forest. Her parents would rent a cheap house with no indoor plumbing or central air. She would go on to tell of another low-income family that lived next door. Since they did not have much to eat, these kids would often come over and eat with her family in exchange for helping clean up the house some. And it was an evening after one of these dinners that Bloom, as well as one of those neighbors, the youngest girl, would take a nap together on their bed before Bloom's mother woke them and told the little girl it was time to go home because it was getting late. Apparently, this neighbor girl's siblings had left her there since she was asleep. Bloom's brother was going to walk the little girl home, but Bloom, who was roughly the same age as the neighbor girl, wanted to walk her home instead, as the two were friends. Her mom allowed her to, and the two started walking towards the neighbor's home. And here is where things get a little bit wonky. Bloom would report that out of nowhere, the girl comes running behind her crying and is pulling her down by the shoulders. She would ask the girl what was wrong, and the neighbor girl would point up to some abandoned train cars. And Bloom, well, she seen something unbelievable. There were 3 skeletons atop of the train. One of them was laying on its side with clothes on. The other 2 were walking back and forth behind that one. They would even stop and wave to them. The girls obviously panicked and ran back to Bloom's home and told her mother what they seen. Her mom and brothers would go out to see what exactly it was that these 2 little girls had witnessed. And surprisingly, the skeletons were still there, and they were still waving. The family would pick up rocks and throw at them, and it seemed like the rocks went through them, like it never even fazed them. Although Bloom did concede that maybe they just missed, they eventually gave up and walked home and never seen them again. In total, 5 people seen these skeletons. The problem with mysteries like this that come from Reddit or other forums is it's just one person's account, and there's no other documentation of it, so it's hard to draw theories. However, Bloom does rule out some theories. She states that she knows people think it was a hallucination, but how could all of them have hallucinated the same thing? She also brought up the theory that they were Halloween props, but she brings up the counterpoint that the technology for Halloween props in the early 90s was not that advanced yet, leaving us with the theory that maybe it was a real paranormal event. What if you could take something that would allow you to enter another dimension? This was the question and our mystery that the late ethnobotanist Terence McKenna would ask or should I say claim, back in 1965 after smoking DMT in Berkeley. Because according to McKenna, after consuming the required amount of the psychedelic, he would pass into some kind of hyperdimensional space where these machine elves are said to inhabit. He would claim you would go through a membrane of sorts and then see these self-transforming machine elves singing in a hyperdimensional language. They would then surround the person and say, "Welcome, we're so glad to see you." They then transform themselves and the objects surrounding them into a fluorescent playpen of heels and flashing lights. And while it's easy to just blow this off as a drug-fueled delusion, the thing that makes it stand out is Terrence isn't the only person who has encountered these beings. Between the years 1990 and 1995, University of New Mexico Associate Professor in Psychiatry, Dr. Rick Strassman, would take a deeper dive into the mystery. He would give DMT to 60 volunteers in a clinical setting and record his findings in the book DMT, the Spirit Molecule. He hadn't really believed McKenna's account prior to this study, but he soon found out that the people who participated in the research frequently reported contact with these machine elves, at least 50% of them, although some reported seeing insectoids like mantises and bees, as well as spiders, cacti, stick figures, reptilian humanoids, and clowns. Some of the volunteers were welcomed with open arms and a loving embrace, while others reported that these beings performed experiments on them. But the most interesting part about this study, none of the volunteers got to speak to each other about their experiences, so the results were not influenced by one another, yet ended up being very similar. Another study was conducted in 2020 by researcher Jennifer Like, and her analysis showed similar results, but there was one varying difference. The majority of people, 29%, reported to have seen poorly defined or unclear entities, followed by humanoid beings such as regular people, shadow people, hooded figures, goblins, cartoons, etc., then divine beings such as angels, demons, or Jesus, and then aliens, followed by machine elves, which was the fifth most reported being. So the mystery remains, do human beings dream up similar hallucinations when taking DMT, or is this drug somehow allowing people to actually visit a place where these beings exist? According to a study by the Journal of Psychopharmacology, of the 2,561 adults who had encounters with entities while on DMT, 81% of them reported their encounters were real, while only 9% of them believed they had dreamed it up. And as a personal side note, I have an online gaming friend who has actually experienced this twice. I spoke to him, and he gave me permission to speak about it. First, the experience affected him enough that he actually went and got a tattoo of the being he saw in this dimension. You can see it pictured here. Secondly, he wanted me to relay that he fully believes it is a real dimension and not an illusion created by the brain. Have you ever heard the story about those hikers who perished in Russia under mysterious circumstances? No, I'm not talking about Dyatlov. I'm talking about Kamar Daban, a mystery that, unlike Dyatlov, happened fairly recently, taking place in 1993. Our story begins in the Buryatia region of southern Siberia, which is the home to the Kamar Daban mountain range. It's an often traveled to destination for tourists and especially hikers. It's here that the 41-year-old Lyudmila Korovina, a skilled survivalist and hiking instructor, often referred to as a master by her students, would make plans to walk the Kamar Daban mountain range in the summer of 1993, along with 6 of her pupils. Korovina was knowledgeable about the region, and the location was actually a pretty safe place to hike. The student that was closest to Korovina was a 23-year-old named Alexander Krisin, who she viewed like a son since she had known him for most of his life. The other students, and I'll probably mess these names up, were Timur Babanov, 15, Victoria Zelasova, 16, Valentina Utochenko, 17, Tatiana Filipenko, 24, and Dinesh Foshkin, 19. The 7 arrived at the mountain range in the village of Marino on August 2nd. The forecast showed clear sunny skies. Now while this was going on, there were 2 other hiking groups in the area. One of these was led by Korovina's daughter, and Korovina and her daughter's group were supposed to meet on August 5th, just 3 days later. The first 2 days of the hike went great, and they were making excellent time, but when they started their descent, the forecast showed to be inaccurate because a heavy rain would begin. The hikers' pace slowed down, caused by the extra weight of the now soaked supplies, and it's here that Korovina would make the decision to set up camp in an exposed area instead of the nearby tree cover because the group of hikers were just too exhausted. They failed to set a fire, but were still in excellent spirits. The next morning, they were able to build a fire and had breakfast. They then left to meet up with the other group, led by her daughter, Natalia. They actually, in spite of this little setback, were making excellent time. However, as Natalia and her party arrived later that day, her mother's group was not there. After waiting for some time, they continued on. Natalia was not worried and actually assumed that the poor weather had delayed them. But it would be 5 days later, on August 10th, the expedition would take a dark turn. When a group of kayakers on the river at the foot of Kamar Daban Mountains would observe something in the tree line while they were paddling downriver, that of a lone girl standing and staring at them. Some variations of this story cite that she was coated in dried blood. The kayakers approached her, and she broke down into tears. She told them she was Valentina Udochenko, the 17-year-old who had been hiking with 6 other people. The kayakers, not knowing exactly what to do, would take Valentina back to the local police department and filed a report there, and were really just getting started, because Valentina, well, it would take her many days before she would tell the officers what happened, and even then, it was confusing and dreadful. According to her, after eating breakfast, they descended the mountain, but shortly into it, a catastrophe occurred. From the back, Alexander, the 23-year-old, began to scream, and when she turned back to look, he was frothing at the mouth, bleeding from his eyes and ears. He collapsed to the ground, shaking before becoming motionless. Korovina, who was like a mother figure to him, sprinted over and told the others to continue on. Meanwhile, she kept trying to wake Alexander, and now things would get worse, because the group had not got far when they turned around to see their teacher was also gushing blood from her eyes and nose and foaming at the mouth. She shook violently before falling on top of Alexander, and it must have been a natural reflex, because the rest of the group, outside of Valentina, rushed over. Tatiana, the 24-year-old, would make it first, and she would begin clutching her throat as if she had trouble breathing, before making her way to a nearby rock, where she bashed her head into it until she went limp. Dennis, meanwhile, would stop and crouch behind a rock, as Tamur and Victoria would turn and flee. Valentina, the one the kayakers had found, had frozen up and had not moved any. Tamur and Victoria did not make it too far. They began ripping off their clothes, spitting up blood, and tearing at their throats, before passing out and dying. The only 2 that remained were Dennis and Valentina, and they sprinted from the scene. However, it didn't take long until Dennis collapsed violently. Now, Valentina, in a panic, continued to flee, with the only thing on her back being a tent and her clothing. She tried to get as far away as possible, and eventually stopped and put up her tent that night. When she awoke the next morning, she realized she was in a dilemma. The only way she could survive and make it back to civilization was to go back and collect the resources she had dropped during the panic. Seeing as she had no choice, she went back, retracing her steps. When she arrived, she discovered none of her friends had moved from the night before, but she did not have time to grieve. She quickly gathered the supplies from their bodies and followed a set of power lines down the mountain for 4 days in hopes of finding a town. She eventually found a river, which she followed, and later that day ran into the kayakers. It took 2 weeks, the 24th, for a search to be carried out, although part of this was due to Valentina not telling the story right away. And 2 days after the helicopters were brought in, the bodies were found. Autopsies would be carried out, and strangely, didn't match up with Valentina's version of events. According to the medical examiner, each hiker on that mountain died from hypothermia, except for the teacher, who had a heart attack. They also had bruised lungs and a protein shortage brought on by starvation. It was ruled an accident and the case was closed, which leaves all kinds of questions and brings us to theories, which there are many of. The first, and the one most people point to, is they stumbled onto a Russian military experiment and were all killed as a result. The police and medical examiner then covered it up, and considering they had taken a different route than usual through this area, it's possible they ran into someone out working on a top secret military project. However, there's a couple of flaws. First is there are a ton of tour groups that come through this area every summer. Why in the world would you pick it to do your top secret research? Secondly, the place where the hikers died was an open space, both viewable from the air and higher elevation. Again, would be stupid for a top secret project here, and that doesn't even speak to the larger point, which is allowing Valentina to live. Next we go to the nerve gas theory, particularly the deadly Novichok, which the autopsy findings, like lung bruising, match up perfectly with exposure to nerve gas. It could have even put them into a coma or rendered them unconscious, and then they did die from hypothermia. And speaking of Novichok, it was created the same year, 1993. But again, a couple of issues. Where did the gas come from? And again, why was Valentina spared? Another plausible theory is that the group indeed passed away from hypothermia, which matches up with the paradoxical undressing, so that makes sense. But maybe the account was so traumatic for Valentina that she remembered details wrong, or had delusions, or PTSD. Remember, it took her days before she would even speak to the police about what had happened. Going to the next theory, Korovina was known as a forager, and she would teach her students to craft, but this theory has proposed that a student picked up the wrong kind of mushroom for everyone to eat, that being psilocybin mushroom, aka magic mushrooms. The effects started to set in as they walked down after breakfast, making them hallucinate, and one of the most common hallucinations is to see other people crying blood. Overdoses lead to psychosis, convulsions, cardiac arrest, or a coma, which again could have led to hypothermia, and Valentina survived because she had fewer mushrooms or had a genetic predisposition that left her less impacted. Another theory was that the group had been practicing extreme survival techniques during their hike, like taking minimal equipment and trying to survive by foraging. In fact, the investigators were only able to find one meal that the group had eaten the entire time. It's thought that Valentina survived by constantly eating roseroot, which is rich in vitamins, while the others died of malnutrition. There's also other minor theories, like that of altitude sickness, or that nerve gas was being tested in the mountains and the rain disturbed it and caused it to fall down onto the group. Have you ever gotten that strange feeling that someone is staring at you, and when you turn around to look, you end up seeing that someone indeed is staring at you? Guess what? You're not the only one. This is a widely experienced phenomenon that most people have been through at least once in their life. In surveys across Europe and North America, between 70 to 97% of people have had this experience. It is most commonly reported to happen with strangers in public places, such as streets and bars, and maybe not surprisingly, 81% of women versus 74% of men have reported this feeling. But maybe in somewhat of a surprise, 88% of women said they could stare at others and make them turn around, where only 71% of men reported they could do the same. The number one reported reason for staring is overwhelmingly simple curiosity, followed by a desire to attract the other person's attention. Less frequently was sexual attraction or anger. What's really strange with this mystery is what was found with police officers, private investigators, and soldiers, because detectives, during training, are specifically told that when following people, do not stare at their backs any more than necessary, because otherwise, that person could turn around and catch them, blowing their cover. This is also learned by paparazzis, as well as police/military snipers, who again are trained not to stare any more than they have to. But this does not apply to humans alone. It seems animals are able to detect stares as well. Sleeping dogs or cats can be awoken by owners who stare at them. while hunters and wildlife photographers have reported being convinced that animals can detect their gaze, while conversely, have reported they felt they were being stared at by animals. So if this phenomenon really exists, is it due to some evolutionary cause, maybe stemming from the context of predator-prey relationship? Surprisingly, there was very little research done on this until the 1980s. Before then, there were only 5 reports on it, and 2 of these were never published, and that may be due to the fact that the early research on this subject stated the whole thing was just an illusion. The first report was by Edward Titchener, a professor of psychology at Cornell University, in which he claimed in 1898 that the rational explanation that people tend to turn around anyways, and if by chance they see someone looking at them, they remember it. If no one looks, they forget it, and vice versa. Someone might attract attention of someone behind them by turning around. He then carried out experiments with his students and wrapped the whole experiment up, saying his theory was right, and that was it. Since he was highly respected, there was very little research after this, and no one really wanted to disagree with him. Actually, his theory is still cited by skeptics to this day. John Coover would be the next, a psychologist who carried out experiments at Stanford. He would have people work in pairs. One was the subject, and the other was the looker. The subject sat with his back to the looker, who in randomized series of trials either looked or did not look. The subject would then have to guess whether he was being stared at. Coover found no significant ability to detect stares, and cited the subjects could only detect it 50% of the time, meaning that it was pure chance. By 1939, though, there would be a more open mind to this research, and that might have to do with Coover and Titchener being deceased at this point, because Johannes Portman, a Dutch professor of metaphysics, would conduct similar experiments that would show the subject was right more often than wrong about someone staring at him. It would be another 39 years before further tests were carried out. One was done with a one-way mirror, and again, where the person staring was invisible to the subject, and again, it was shown that the subject was able to tell when the person was staring a significant majority of the time. Finally, in the 1980s, a study in Australia set the subject in a room with a camera, and again, the subject was able to detect when a person was brought into a different room to watch the closed-circuit television of the subject. These people detected it 74% of the time. Since the 80s, thousands of tests have been carried out. There's small variances in how the experiments are done, but all work under the same principle, that of a person trying to detect another person staring at them. After the tens of thousands of people tested since 1998, the results are consistent, always hovering around 55% who can guess it right, more than the 50% expected by chance, although skeptics claim that 5% may be due to the fact that the person is trying to catch someone staring at them versus the people who are just not focused on it. And there's very little real-life research done where the participants are not informed, but there was at least one when English author and Harvard scholar Alfred Sheldrake would conduct an experiment in the early 2000s where he brought in a group of people who thought they were coming into a studio as an audience member for a quiz game show. They had their backs to an office window made of darkened glass, and the lights in the office were switched off, so the people were not able to see in. But inside this room were 6 lookers who had random times where they would pick one person from the room and stare at them for 1 minute. In 39 of these stares, 27 times the subject would turn around to look at the dark room, or roughly about 70% of the time. However, skeptics are still, well, skeptical. The late University of Kentucky professor of psychology, Robert Baker, conducted his own test. He would go sit in a library and kinda hid out, and then stared at students for about 9 minutes. He would then walk over and ask them to fill out a response sheet. 35 out of the 40 said they had no idea he was staring at them, while 2 of them felt they were being observed and felt something was wrong. 3 others were noticeably shook up. They at points had stood up and would look around, shift their position several times, and were distracted. However, and this goes back to the sheep-goat argument in part 1, Baker dismissed these 3 people who claimed they felt like they were being stared at because, well, it went against his theory. He would state they were not affected by his staring, but because they felt something was wrong, which doesn't make sense. He also discarded the other two, who stated they felt they were being observed because he claimed they were suspect, as one of them believed they had extrasensory perception. And although, once again, this is a skeptic dismissing the claim because it goes against his theory, the more unsettling part would be to catch this guy staring at me behind a plant in the university library. I would be mildly concerned. There has been other skeptical research done on this phenomenon, but by and large, they have generally failed. However, it's still not explained why this occurs, and that is the mystery. May 1st, 1995. Brian Hance, a freshman at the University of Arizona, was thumbing through the Daily Wildcat, the college newspaper, when he seen a full-page advertisement on page 16 that kinda made him stop and do a double take. It was jumbled with maps, math, portraits, words and phrases that didn't really make a lot of sense. The ad referred to a group called the Orphanage, and the words Mayday appeared in big bold letters at the top, while towards the bottom, a small illustration of a smirking man with 2 dots for eyes and ears drawn like potatoes seemed to be a signature of sorts. Brian thought the whole thing was odd, but wrote it off as the work of a fraternity and went on. The following year, again on May 1st, he would come across a similar ad. This time, it had maps, math equations, and a quote from the book Moby Dick, in which Starbuck, the first mate, says, "I will have no man in my boat who is not afraid of a whale." The ad also contained the same crude drawings of the same man as the year before. Again, Brian blew it off, but it was the following year that Brian, now a junior, would join the newspaper staff as one of its first webmasters, and this time, when the ad popped up in 1997, he had the tools to look deeper into it. He would begin to go through the newspaper archives, and was able to find that this ad went back to at least 1981. Coming on May 1st over several of the following years, someone had paid thousands of dollars to place it in this university newspaper. But who and why? That is our mystery, and not just ours, but several people, as this has been looked into by podcasts, videos, message boards, and TikTok. It has even drawn in some online detectives for over quarter a century. Brian himself would eventually create the website MaydayMystery.org, which included every scan from Mayday since 1981, along with other clues from the mystery that actually went even further back. It would actually be Brian's senior year that he would get an interesting email about his work, and it was signed by the Orphanage, the same name that caught his attention those 3 years before. All it said was, "The day you see the door, you will be welcomed inside," which is pretty cryptic. Brian himself would stay in the area after graduating and continued to try and crack the mystery. He would even get phone calls from people claiming to be from the orphanage, letting him know of a forthcoming ad. Around this same time, a woman named Kate Vesley, who grew up in Tucson and had actually went to the University of Arizona just a few years after Brian, also became hooked on the mystery, spending numerous hours studying it. She would eventually contact Brian and then started a Facebook group in hopes of bringing people together to try and finally crack the puzzle. It would be here, along with other platforms such as Reddit, she would finally come up with a theory. She believed that since the 1970s, a group of University of Arizona alumni had formed some sort of intellectual fraternity, using the newspapers to communicate with each other about subjects that were important to them, and that the ads started as a game before it perhaps became a tradition. Now, who these people were, that was another question, but she did have a good idea of who at least one was. That was a man named Robert Hungerford, an attorney who worked for the county criminal justice system. He had been a student at the University of Arizona in the late 60s, and more importantly, was known to be fluent in 8 languages, including Latin, Hebrew, Russian, and Greek, which is important considering the ads had used more than a dozen different languages. He had also long been rumored to be the go-between for the group who for decades called the newspaper to place an ad. He himself had eventually even hinted at times that he was the lawyer hired for the secret clients. Kate would actually go to his office to talk to him about the Mayday mystery in 2013, but when she got there, She found a business card on the door that said he had retired. She decided to leave a note that said, "I'm a longtime follower of the Mayday mystery. If you are up for a visit, let me know." She included her email and left. The next morning, she had a message in her inbox. The two would continue to correspond occasionally, but he would never meet in person, nor did he ever really divulge much. He has since went on to message some in the Facebook group and sorta encourages the fans of the mystery without actually saying too much. He says that it can be cracked using the info from the website Brian created. Online sleuths have tried digging into his past, but really haven't found much, while Hungerford himself has given a few interviews where again, he doesn't really say much, although in one interview, he agreed to answer at least 2 questions since his clients had authorized that. The interviewer asked who is behind it and what will happen if it's solved. As for who was behind it, Hungerford would say mysteriously, "Total social/theological transformation, incipit, August 30th, 1969. As for what will happen if it's solved, well, his reply was just as vague. He would say, "A dramatic transformation beyond any sea change. You would need to experience it yourself in order to report the gestalt." He would reveal the mystery began in 1969 when he was a college senior at Arizona, but that the clues didn't always come on May 1st, and they didn't start appearing in the newspaper until 1981, stating you would have had to been on the inside to recognize the clues prior to that. The mystery goes on to this day, and it has still not been cracked, but there are a few theories. Some think the orphanage is linked to a group of ex-members of activist groups, such as the Weathermen, which formed in 1969 as opposition to the Vietnam War. Others think it is an alternative reality game, which is possible since some clues hint at a reward located in a safe deposit box in a bank in Tuscan, while others think it is the work of a secret society or someone with a mental illness. Some, of course, suspect Hungerford is behind the whole thing, and that there's no secret group, and that he does it for the sole purpose to flaunt his own intelligence. Some have even accused Brian Hance as being behind it, in spite of the fact that when the first ad appeared, he was in elementary school. There's even another theory that Hance and Hungerford are in on it together. Anyone who has dealt with the stock market may have noticed the regular forecast models or investment approaches produce good results over a certain period of time, sometimes just by chance. For example, coin tossing. But what works for one decade might not necessarily work for another. The market is constantly changing, but what happens when some people take a more esoteric approach and win? That's what author Max Gunther set out to find in his 1971 book, Wall Street and Witchcraft. Gunther, known for his bestseller investment book called The Zurich Axioms, was an admitted skeptic. He had actually come up with the idea for the book when discussing ways to disprove profits. He noted that if someone makes a list of 100 predictions, some will inevitably come true. But maybe when it comes to making predictions that affect your finances, one may be more hesitant. And when he heard about people winning in the stock market by using more unconventional means, he decided to put that theory to test. However, he would be surprised to find out that some people, in fact, approach the stock market irrationally and win. The first example he gave was of a man in the mid-1950s who turned up at a brokerage firm with $3,000, or about $34,000 in today's money. He had recently been widowed, and his children had both grown up and moved out. Now he lived alone. He took a shot at the market, something he always wanted to do. He believed he had been gifted with a type of ESP and claimed he always knew what the market was going to do. The brokerage firm listened to the old man and was like, yeah, whatever, and took his orders. But they would be shocked that almost all of his picks turned out to be winners. And when he gained more experience, he got even better, even making money when the market was falling. Purchases like Inland Steel and Kenny National would go up to double and sometimes triple what he paid for them. He was nearly perfect, and about a decade later, by the late 60s, he had made $800,000, or about $7 million in today's money, nearly doubling his wealth every year since he first started. Gunther would eventually meet this man, who went by the name T.O. Tully, and would explain his bizarre method. Every day, he would walk down Wall Street and feel what he called an aura. He would go on to explain that this aura was really a mass telepathy. He claimed that whatever was on people's minds that day determined what would be bought tomorrow. The market was nothing more than a psychological engine that he tapped into, or so he claimed, with the numbers of tomorrow being the results of what people had thought of the day or week before. And while that did not work all the time, he admitted, it worked enough for him to have a lot of success. As he ended the interview, Tully, before leaving, would say tomorrow we'll have one of the biggest price jumps, at least 5 points, maybe 10. The next day, the Dow went up 11 points. If we go further back, to the 19th century, we come across Cornelius Vanderbilt, the same man whom the university in Tennessee would be named after. He had started working on his father's ferry as a boy, before borrowing the equivalent of about $2,000, starting his own ferrying business, earning the nickname the Commodore in the process. He would eventually grow this business, as well as starting others, eventually building his wealth in railroads, shipping, and the market. And just how did Vanderbilt do so well? By consulting ghosts. He kept several mediums around, someone that can allegedly converse with spirits. These mediums would contact the ghosts of dead businessmen who were able to see the future, and would then relay to Vanderbilt through the medium what moves to make. These moves, which were usually deemed surprising by many investors, actually worked. You may say they performed excellently. Another example was that of Evangeline Adams, an American astrologer based in New York. She arrived in 1899 and quickly became Wall Street's most famous stargazer. She counseled some of the biggest market players in history. Two of these were Jacob Stout and Seymour Cromwell, who both in their time became president of the stock exchange and died exceedingly rich. Another was J.P. Morgan, who became super dependent upon her readings. These are just a few examples from this book and mystery. There are many more, but obviously I cannot go through them all. Some of the people he called the feelers, that feel or see price developments in advance. Others make use of astrology, the progression of the stars, consult useful spirits, use tarot cards, dreams, numbers, a crystal ball. Others would translate the already existing answers from the subconscious, for example, the Akashic Chronicles, into the walking consciousness. Finally, Gunther would ask all respondents he interviewed in the book for a forecast in the stock market, both for the near future, in which the interview took place, in order to check the results, and for the 1970s, at the time when the book was written, which he also published. The respective results have a high hit rate in correlation with each other. However, skeptics still claim that the stock market cannot be predicted in any of these ways, and insist that the people tend to embellish the successes while ignoring the misses. You may have at one time heard the quote, "War has changed," spoken by Solid Snake in the video game Metal Gear Solid 4. And while he was making a point on something totally different, one part of war that has definitely not changed is mankind's desire to set someone on fire at a distance. And while Vietnam is forever linked with napalm, thermal weapons go back a ways. Actually, they go back to ancient history when they were being used as early as the 9th century BC, as the Assyrians used catapults to launch incendiary arrows and pots containing combustible substances onto the enemies, while Thucydides noted in the siege of Delium in 424 BC, a long tube on wheels was used which blew flames forward using a large bellows. This would be followed by Roman author Julius Africanus, who wrote in the 3rd century AD that a formula for automatic fire had been created. This could then be lit by adequate heat and intense sunlight and used in grenades or night attacks. But maybe the most famous incendiary weapon was that of the Greek fire, which may be famous because of the impression it made on the European Crusaders, as well as the fact that its formula has been lost to time. It was first created in 672 and is credited to a Byzantine architect and chemist named Callinicus. It was said he had devised the sea fire which ignited Arab ships and burned them with all hands on deck, ensuring a Roman victory. The accuracy and exact chronology of this account is questionable though, because there are reports of other fire-carrying ships equipped with nozzles a few years before Callinicus even arrived, so it's possible he just improved on an already established weapon. But one thing is for certain, that weapon came at the right time. The Byzantine Empire was weakened by its long wars with Persia and had been able to effectively resist, and the Greek fire would be used to great effect against the Muslim fleets. It's because of its appearance during the struggle with the Arabs that it kinda become this divine weapon, with Constantine VII telling his heir to never reveal the secret of the weapon because it had been revealed by an angel to the first Christian emperor, the original Constantine. However, the Arabs would capture one of these ships with the Greek fire weapon, but they were never able to reverse engineer it. By the 12th century, instances of using Greek fire are no longer mentioned. It could be that the Byzantines just lost access to the areas where the primary ingredients were found, or they could have just lost the secret. But what exactly was it made of? That's the mystery. It's important to note here that it was a complete weapon system made up of many key components, all of which needed to operate together to be effective. One of these was the specialized dromon ships that carried it to battle. It prepared the substance by heating and pressurizing it, then siphon projecting it onto the enemies. The operators and technicians were also aware of the secrets of only one component. That way, no enemy could gain its knowledge entirely. We do know that it burned on water and could only be extinguished with only a few substances, such as sand, strong vinegar, or old urine, presumably creating a chemical reaction. The substance was liquid and not a projectile, and it was a liquid fire that was usually ejected by siphon, although earthenware pots or grenades were also used. It also was accompanied by thunder and smoke. Several theories have been suggested regarding the composition of Greek fire, including the use of substances like quicklime, saltpeter, petroleum, or other flammable materials. Because of the thunder and smoke description, saltpeter has long been thought as the key ingredient, along with the fact that it was projected at a distance by siphon, which led to the theory that it was an explosive discharge, hence an early form of gunpowder. However, that's largely been dismissed since saltpeter was not used until the 13th century, and besides, that mixture would have acted much differently from the siphon-projected substance described, since it was inextinguishable by water, and in some accounts, water was said to intensify the flames. Some suggested the destructive power came from the explosive reaction between water and quicklime. Quicklime was used by the Byzantines, but the problem is, it has to come into contact with water, and there's too many accounts of it being shot up onto the dry wooden ship decks. Although some of these ship decks would have been wet, it still doesn't explain why the grenades worked without water. Most scholars now believe the primary ingredient was crude or refined petroleum, sorta like napalm. The Byzantines had access to crude oil, which was called naphtha by the Persians, and was called Median oil by the Greeks, which leads to the alternate name for Greek fire as Median fire, which seems to corroborate that naphtha, or crude oil, was the key ingredient. Resins were probably then added as a thickener to increase the duration and intensity of the flame, possibly pine tar or animal fat. It was most likely then used by a weapon that consisted of three components: a bronze pump, which pressurized the oil, a brazier to heat the oil, and the nozzle, which was covered in bronze and mounted on a swivel. The brazier, burning fuel, would produce an intense heat which created the smoke, then heated the oil in an airtight tank above it. The substance was pressurized by the heat and the usage of a force pump. After it reached the proper pressure, a valve connecting the tank with the swivel was opened and mixture was discharged. The heat was so intense that heat shields made of iron were necessary. Of course, this is still just speculation, and no one knows quite sure how it worked. (1910), a man known as Tomokachi Fukurai, a Japanese psychology professor, would encounter a little-known phenomenon that he would later term thoughtography, which is the alleged ability to burn one's mental images onto photographs. Fukurai had actually encountered this ability purely on accident when he was working with a self-proclaimed clairvoyant. He would, upon discovering this ability, begin experimenting to try and prove that thoughtography was a real thing. Unfortunately, he was heavily criticized by the scientific community, and the university he was employed by began to feel the pressure and asked him to stop his research, and then asked him to resign, and Japan stopped all pursuit of this phenomenon. Europe and American institutions, however, did dabble in the research some in the years after, but it was almost always exposed as a fraud. That is, until the 1950s, when our mystery would begin with a man named Ted Serios. See, in the previous decades when this research took place, many skeptics were able to point out just how easily it was to manipulate photographs during the time they were developed in the darkroom. This allowed the people in the experiments to pretty much print photos in whatever way they wanted, kinda like an old version of Photoshop, thereby jeopardizing the legitimacy of the so-called thoughtography experiments. But as the 1950s rolled around, the game had changed. No longer was a darkroom needed. Now a new system called Polaroid allowed for the almost instantaneous development of photographs, which brings in our mystery man, Ted Serios. Ted was a 30-something-year-old elevator operator who worked for a hotel in Chicago and had taken an interest in hypnosis and began performing his own experiments. It was in this research that Ted found that he could produce images onto photographs just by focusing on them in his mind. Ted, of course, was stunned with this development and began to show his friends, and then to various other people he knew, which included some researchers in Chicago, and it wasn't long before he started to get interest on a national level. Soon, a Denver psychiatrist and psychical researcher, Joel Eisenbud, would contact Ted, and after meeting with him, he wanted to research more into Ted's ability, so he would conduct and supervise thousands of tests with around 100 different observers, usually other scientists, and in these tests, he would come up with around 1,000 Polaroid photographs, and 400 of them contained images Ted allegedly pictured in his head. The photographs were somewhat blurry, but were recognizable, and most of the time, they were of buildings. One of the more interesting cases came when Ted, who was in a different room 30 feet away, was able to focus on the French Chateau Maintenon. Ted wasn't particularly interested in this at all, and instead focused on the arrival of the spacecraft Mariner 4 in the vicinity of Mars. When the photo came out, instead of the French Chateau, a bottle-shaped object that looked like the spacecraft Mariner 4 came out. Finally, the most interesting and mysterious part is the development of hundreds of photos the doctor called blackies and whiteys. In these pictures, the blackies were obviously pictures that were dark, and the whiteys were images with bright light. The tricky part was, the dark images were taken in rooms of light, while the images of bright light were taken in the dark. There was never an explanation for this. Finally, the last picture developed in the research came about when Ted produced an image of curtains. Eisenbud would take this to mean that the curtain had fell on the 3-year project, and it was time to end the experiment. By this point, Ted had lost the ability to produce mental images on Polaroids anyways, although he could still at times produce blackies and whiteys. But the question remains, how exactly was Ted able to do all this? Did he really have a gift? Or was it like the skeptics suggested, he was somehow manipulating the film? Well, right off the bat, they pointed to this instrument that Ted liked to call a gizmo. It was really a rolled paper tube about an inch in diameter. It usually was created during the experimental session from the black paper that came from the Polaroid film. Ted would hold it in front of the camera lens with his thumb and forefinger. As he claimed, it helped him focus on the image. From there, he would direct the camera to his forehead and triggered the exposure with a signal. Skeptics, however, claimed that he was using this gizmo to conceal a transparent image which was then projected onto the film. They also noted his intense physical reactions during the process, such as concentration, shaking, and bloodshot eyes were all part of the act, although the bloodshot eyes might actually be because Ted was drunk at a lot of these experiments. Many people that read the skeptic's claims then wrote Ted off as nothing more than another phony, But curiously, the skeptics that made these allegations turned down Eisenbud's challenge to prove their claims. Very few would actually try to debunk Ted, and the ones that did try to could not do it. Regardless, they kept burying the whole thing as nothing more than a magic trick by Ted. But that overlooks the key part in all of this. Ted, in these experiments, was producing around 70 images per session, so even if he had been concealing images in his so-called gizmo, how was he doing it 70 plus times per session, while being watched by numerous scientific observers? Not to mention, the gizmo was examined before, during, and after the experiments, and not once did they ever find any images or devices hidden in the gizmo. Secondly, the observers would often withhold the gizmo from Ted right until the photo was taken, and then they took it back from him and inspected it, and held it again right until the photo was taken. Again, pretty much ruling out any trickery. And this doesn't even take into account several times the tests were taken in complete darkness. But maybe the most important part in all this was Ted was able to create more than 36 images when he was separated from the camera at a good distance, sometimes around 70 feet away. This happened at least 12 times and was observed by 14 different witnesses, many who triggered the Polaroid themselves. They also moved Ted to 9 different rooms, and he was still able to pull it off. And finally, it should go without saying, but if Ted was hiding a transparent image in the gizmo, he would have to hold it less than an inch from the lens to capture it. Otherwise, the Polaroid would only see the gizmo itself. Skeptics still did not buy it though, even after the experimenters started making Ted strip down and put on clothes brought in from the outside, in an attempt to separate him from anything he might be concealing in his clothes, and he was still able to do it. Eisenbud obviously believed in spite of the skeptics. He also believed the distortion of the pictures produced by Ted came via the basic dynamics of PSI, the unknown factor of extrasensory perception. One key example of this actually came from a photo Ted produced of Eisenbud's ranch. Using a fresh pack of film, Ted at first produced some blackies and barely formed images, until he finally produced a recognizable photo of Eisenbud's property, seen here. What was interesting was the photo Ted produced was not of how Eisenbud's ranch looked at the time. Instead, it looked like the house and ranch once had looked long ago, before Ted ever seen it. For example, there's no shutters on the windows, which years ago, the house did not have shutters, but had been added later on by Eisenbud. Then, there was the fact that Ted's image showed no door on the lower left. Instead, it was solid white, which in the real image, if both parts of the Dutch doors had been closed, it would have been solid white, although the dark borders would have been visible. In the decades since, no one has been able to reproduce these images nor debunk them, even though many skeptics have tried. There's even been a few famous ones come forward and agree to do the same exams and create similar photos, thus debunking Ted and Eisenbud. Yet, when it came right down to the moment to expose them, the skeptics always backed out, citing various reasons as to why doing so. However, 2 of these skeptics, Charlie Reynolds and David Eisendrath, claim they were able to observe Ted work, and after spending the weekend watching him, caught him slipping something into the tube, and when they caught him out on it, Ted said it helped him concentrate. While a professor, W.A.H. Rushton, claimed he was able to replicate the trick by holding a little reflecting prism that contained a microfilm up against the camera lens. Another magician, Percy Diaconis, claimed he caught Ted sneaking a small marble with a photograph on it into the little tube attached to the front of the camera he used. But his most famous opponent was stage magician The Amazing Randy, who claimed he was able to reproduce it holding a tiny magnifying lens at one end of the so-called gizmo, and then a 35mm slide of a photo. When lined up properly, the image was projected on the piece of transparency onto the film of the Polaroid. It was so tiny you could hide it in the palm of your hand, even while the larger so-called gizmo was still visible. However, the Amazing Randy refused to participate in these tests that would have shown he really could debunk Ted, even going as far to agree and then back out several times at the last minute, adding doubts to his claims. Although, he did state that backstage at some TV show, he debunked Ted to his face. But This brings up another issue. 4 different skeptics gave 4 different takes on how Ted was doing it, meaning they themselves were just making wild guesses. August 7th, 1973, Fontana, California. A woman named Darlene Ross was spending time doing one of her favorite hobbies, that of chatting on a CB radio. It was around 6:30 that evening when she would hear a voice that shocked her. It was that of a young boy who cried out, "Help, please help me." Darlene, taken aback, would soon begin trying to settle the boy down. She would ask for more information, like his name and what exactly was wrong. The boy said that his father was dead. Darlene, who was trying to do everything she could to find the boy and get him help, would note at one point she heard him plea, "Come on, David, help me," and then afterwards spent the rest of the day crying. Darlene would tell this boy to make sure and stay on the radio so she could try and find him. It was then that this boy finally identified himself as Larry, and the story of Lost Boy Larry would begin. After giving his name, he would tell Darlene that his location was New Mexico, and then the signal began to fade away, and Darlene could no longer reach Larry. But thankfully, Darlene had actually lived in Albuquerque at one point and was familiar with the area. She immediately called state authorities and turned over the information Larry had given her. She then contacted a local Albuquerque newspaper to get the story out, and the next morning, the news was released and became a big story in the area. And it wasn't long after that other people reported their accounts of talking to Larry. Some were as far away as Long Beach, California, and it's here that I must clarify, these CB radios at the time barely had the strength to cast the signal out past the state line, so the fact that Larry could be heard in Long Beach while transmitting from New Mexico, well, it was odd, but it was apparently due to the weather that week, which fortunately for Larry created perfect conditions to allow the signal to skip much further away. The kid's frightful pleas and crying were heard all over, as far as east as Mississippi and as far as north as Canada. New Mexico authorities started preparing a search and rescue operation, while other CB operators began listening and conversing with Larry. One of these, Alinda King, was able to get more information from Larry, and she would become the main point of contact. According to Larry, his father had died after flipping his pickup truck, and now Larry was stuck inside the vehicle next to his dead father with no food and water. He also revealed he was only 6 years old and did not know how to properly use the CB radio. Of course, this left many people in the area concerned for Larry, and later that day, the search officially began and involved the New Mexico State Police, the New Mexico Wing Civil Air Patrol, and the Albuquerque Citizens Radio Association, or ARCA for short. The latter group believed Larry was in the southern region of New Mexico after several locals in contact with him gave their accounts. So the Civil Air Patrol in response flew several aircraft over the southern part of the state, as well as southeastern Arizona. These planes were equipped with radio direction finders. The state police and ARCA started preparing to hike the foothills of Sandia Mountains, southeast of Albuquerque. The state police also stayed in contact with Larry, but it didn't seem to help, as they could not coax out the information needed to find him. In fact, Darlene Ross, the woman who first made contact with him, would tell the press that Larry apparently was not familiar with the area they were at, nor any of the surrounding towns. And it's about this time that police started to give consideration to the fact that this whole thing might be a hoax. However, they were not ready to throw the towel in just yet. Radio operators believed that Larry's signal was coming from Tijeras Canyon, part of the broader Albuquerque area, so the ground searchers got together there to start another search. Meanwhile, helicopters and an airplane were brought in to help. The airplane specifically had its pilot stay in contact with Larry from the cockpit's radio. Again, none of this helped, though an abandoned truck was found in the mountains. When checked, no one was inside. As the daylight hours were almost gone, Larry told searchers it was now raining where he was, and curiously, the 4th of July Canyon in the Manzano Mountains was actually experiencing rain at the time, so searchers went to the area. They would also tell Larry to yell into his microphone if he happened to see the lights from an aircraft above, and Larry did just that, as the aircraft flew over the small community of Chalili, and when searchers made it to that area, again, nothing was found. As the sun ceased for the day, the leaders of the Air Patrol stated they could not rule out the possibility of it all being a hoax, but he was still convinced from the kids crying that it had to be real, which would be sad if true, because the next day it got really hot in Albuquerque, up into the 90s. But the search carried on, and this is when things began to take a bad turn, because now a ton of people got on their CB and began calling out for Larry, which made it difficult for Larry to communicate with Linda King, the main point of contact. Even worse was other children using walkie-talkies began to impersonate Larry, adding much confusion. Of course, this brought out a number of other people as well, such as a psychic calling in offering advice, while a church in Kansas said they received a message about where Larry was, and another woman from Maryland called in to say she had gotten lost in a park in that area previously and that they should check there. These tips all failed, obviously. But adding some validity to Larry's story was two separate families from out east, both called in to say they had sons named Larry traveling west whom they had lost contact with. However, in both cases, the families were able to get back into contact. By the third day, the search was now a disaster. The search groups were now getting conflicting reports of where Larry might be, and on top of this, Larry's broadcast was marked with a weakening signal strength, which indicated the CB radio of the truck was running out of battery life. To make matters worse, a CB operator in Phoenix stated a boy named David told him he was injured but outside the overturned truck, and that his father was not dead, only injured. And if you remember at the beginning of this wild saga, Larry was talking to a David, so now searchers wondered if David might be Larry's brother or a friend. However, searchers now began to doubt any of the so-called Larry transmissions that came from other states, considering so many of them were heard versus the lower amount heard in New Mexico. Not only that, Larry, although reportedly only 6 years old, should have known basic information to get rescued, yet it was almost like he was evasive at points. And finally, the battery should have never lasted to Thursday in the first place. By this point, authorities were getting annoyed. No one was coordinating anything, and it began to look more and more like a hoax than anything. By Saturday, aircraft equipped with radio finders would sweep the area again, but radio traffic was so heavy now that it didn't do any good, and the following day, the fake Larrys were all traced down and ruled out, including the so-called David, who was a young boy just playing around. By this point, if Larry was ever real, he was most likely dead from dehydration, and the search was called off that night. 4 directional finders were left to operate over the following weeks, but nothing came of it. In total, over 200 people spent 5 days conducting one of the largest search and rescue operations in that region of the country. It was the most expensive in New Mexico history, costing around the equivalent of $500,000 in today's money. So we're left with the mystery. Was it real or a hoax? Strangely, authorities in Colorado, a state that borders New Mexico, was pretty quick to call the whole thing a hoax. They had helped search the border and were pretty vocal early on that they believed Larry was in no danger at all. It was also pointed out later on that the area where the signal was allegedly coming from was searched extensively and found no credible evidence. And maybe one clue that is often overlooked, if the truck was turned over like Larry claimed, the antenna for the CB would have most likely been broken, although that's not a guarantee. However, there are still some who believe that Larry was indeed in a life and death situation looking for help, and there is one really good indicator that this might be true. Larry spent hours, practically all day after first making contact, just sobbing. He cried and cried most of the day, which leads to the question, if this was not a real emergency, how could a child, especially one that young, be far enough away from his parents all day long crying and using the CB radio, all the while the parents never once checked on him, unless the parent was in on it, but even that seems like a stretch. Is it really conceivable you could get a 6-year-old to cry all day long for strangers over the radio and then play along the next 3 days? It doesn't seem likely. The age is also contested. Many of the people that heard Larry were convinced he was not 6 and was probably closer to 4, which might explain why he wasn't able to give more details about where he was at. And it's also just possible He lied about his age because his parents had told him previously you had to be older to play on the CB radio, or something like that. If it was real, then the tragic conclusion is that they died in the desert and haven't been located yet, although some speculate that they were found and Larry never told anyone about using the radio, and that whoever rescued them had not heard the story about Lost Boy Larry and never connected the two, although that seems very unlikely. But let me know in the comment section below, was Larry real or a hoax? May 26th, 2012, Miami, Florida. A 31-year-old mostly nude man named Rudy Eugene would approach a 65-year-old man, Ronald Popo, around 1:55 p.m. Popo, who was homeless, was laying underneath a People Mover viaduct when Rudy, for some reason, just began to assault him. He then stripped off his pants, but maybe most perplexingly, he began to bite his face. That would be the story that would become an international headline as Rudy continued to try and devour this man's face. The attack went on for close to 20 minutes until an officer arrived on the scene and was noticeably disturbed, would order Rudy to stop, and Rudy only turned to face this officer and growled and continued to devour his victim. The officer would then shoot Rudy once, and there was no effect. He would fire another 4 times, killing Rudy and stopping the attack. Ronald Popo survived, but lost about 75% of his face above the beard. He would get a major reconstruction surgery, but remain permanently disfigured and blind. Soon, the sensationalized headlines told the story of the Florida zombie, and of course, many people questioned why it happened in the first place, which led to the obvious speculation. What kind of drugs was this man on? Well, about that, although the media spoke about the street drug bath salts being involved, this was actually never confirmed, and was mainly just speculated by police. In fact, the only thing the toxicology report found was cannabis, although a number of undigested pills were found in Rudy's stomach. Many authorities claimed that the negative test results were not 100% conclusive, and a few toxicologists stated that Rudy's behavior was very consistent with bath salts. Others, of course, claimed that Rudy just had a severe mental illness, and going by his past, that was probably accurate, as well as the fact that he was a drug addict. But the mystery is not about Rudy or this incident per se, because just 4 years later, in August 2016, 19-year-old Florida State student Austin Haroof would do the same thing, this time stabbing to death a Michelle and John Stevens. When neighbor Jeff Fisher heard their screams, he rushed over to see Austin eating the flesh off of John's face. Austin would then stab him too, but Jeff escaped and called the authorities. This time, the perp was taken alive, although not easily. It took a stun gun, 4 deputies, and a K9 just to get him off the victim, and even then, Austin kept growling and making animal noises. The sheriff later stated they would have shot him if it wasn't for the fear of hitting the victim, as they didn't know John was deceased at that point. And it's here we go back to the cause. Law enforcement immediately speculated that it was caused by bath salts. However, a toxicology report revealed that he in fact was not on bath salts. It was soon that Austin's father would go on Dr. Phil and stated that drugs had nothing to do with it, and he later revealed that schizophrenia ran in his family and he believed Austin was affected. And the data does show that around Austin's age is when symptoms of schizophrenia first start appearing. During the trial, Austin was found insane and sentenced to a mental facility, although the sister of victim Michelle Stevens during the victim impact stated the numerous calls and text messages that were part of court record revealed that Austin was not only sane, but he abused drugs and alcohol, leading to the attacks. But let's get to the heart of this mystery. Some speculate that the bath salts excuse is just that, an excuse, but so is mental illness. They instead claim that these zombie incidents, which both took place in the 2010s and in Florida, are an example of possession, that somehow, someone else was able to come into control of both of these men, and at these moments ordered them to attack random people and consume their flesh. These two men then, acting nothing more as zombies, followed the orders in a blank state. In the first case, Rudy was killed by an officer before he could snap out of it, while Austin was not out of it until days later. Of course, it is just a wild theory, on this crazy iceberg, and there's nothing really to support this claim, and it could just as well be mental illness. Have you ever been standing in your kitchen making dinner, and then out of the corner of your eye, you notice in the doorway someone peeping at you, and when you do a double take, it is no longer there? Or what about when you exit the shower and start getting ready for your day, only to see someone peeping from your closet? You scream, and then look again, and he's gone. Well, guess what? You are experiencing a phenomenon that is very widely reported, because according to paranormal researchers, spirits, or maybe in this case, better referred to as entities, are known to do this strange behavior, where they hide in doorways, spying on the occupants of the home, and on the rare occasion they are spotted, they completely disappear into the ether. In fact, you can find numerous posts online from people documenting their accounts, and you can actually even find pictures. This entry in the iceberg even links to a Twitter account of someone named Humanoid Lord discussing 3 different cases showing this entity, as you can see pictured here. But that's not all. Just searching "ghost peeking from corner of door" will bring up a ton of videos of a similar nature on TikTok, so we know it's well documented. But what are they? Peekers, as they are known in the paranormal world, are a certain type of entity that is often seen with black eyes, no faces, or sometimes exaggerated features, while other times it's reported to be something that's just blurry or out of focus, yet always reported to be human-like in appearance. Although they are not spotted often after the first encounter, there have been instances where they ramp up their peeping on certain home dwellers, but it never escalates to the point of harm, although people who have seen them always report an unsettling or eerie feeling which accompanies them. In some instances, people have tried speaking to them with no reply. Others have even taken steps toward them, only for the entity to vanish. They are also sometimes known to be linked to a specific object, like a lamp, which they are sometimes seen hiding behind. And in moving these said objects, you can affect the entity's behavior. But if that doesn't scare your entity off, there are other ways of doing so, such as using salt, iron, or incense for protection, while some suggest merely acknowledging the entity and telling it to leave you alone, which, when done in confidence, can deter the spirit and stop him from peeping on you. Peekers, according to the theory, are residual energy from past events in the home, possibly someone who lived there before, repeating actions they did while alive, or it's even possible they feed on emotional energy like fear, hence is the reason they spook you. There's also a more scientific ghost take that is offered, that of interdimensional overlap, which is the belief that these entities are actually in a parallel dimension and for reasons beyond human comprehension bleed over into our own timeline, sorta like a glitch in the Matrix. Of course, that's the paranormal theory. As you can imagine, there are more skeptical theories. First is pattern recognition. As you may know, the brain is hardwired to find patterns, which can lead to us seeing what we think are human figures, especially when we look into the shadows or dim light. It's just the brain's way to make sense of unclear visual data. Another theory revolves around peripheral vision, which the majority of these sightings come from. Peripheral vision is more sensitive to motion and light changes, which means shadows can look more like defined shapes out of the corner of your eye. There's also a more interesting but plausible theory that ties into man's prehistoric past, when human beings had to be much more aware of their surroundings due to predators. That survival instinct is still in our psyche today, and the brain that might have at one point been weary of saber-toothed tigers is now just making you scared of your own shadow. Emotion is also brought up a lot in these theories, as it's believed someone who's going through a lot of stress or anxiety are more susceptible of seeing things, possibly from the brain being overwhelmed by the said stress of a situation. In fact, in a lot of these cases, the witness mentions going through stressful situations or suffering an emotional turmoil leading up to the event. Tiredness and sleep deprivation, which are often caused by stress, can also cause muscle spasms around the eye, causing one to see things that might not be there. While maybe the scariest theory is you are suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning, So make sure to change those batteries in your CO2 detector. Chances are someone watching this has seen one of these entities, so let me know about it in the comment section below. Andy Kaufman, the comedian known for his eccentric performances and role as Latka Gravis on the sitcom Taxi, or what I know him best for, getting smacked by Jerry Lawler on David Letterman, died at the young age of 35 in 1984 from lung cancer. Or did he? Well, not according to this conspiracy, which was started by his own brother, Michael Kaufman, who, at an award show named in Andy's honor, started quite the speculation when he suggested that Andy had faked his own death, citing a letter he received in 1999 confirming his brother was alive. According to Al Paranello, a lifelong friend of Andy Kaufman, Michael received instructions outlined in an essay and would then meet a stranger at a specific restaurant on Christmas Eve, 1999. The stranger handed Michael a typed letter, allegedly from Andy, explaining that he wanted to escape the persona of Andy Kaufman. The letter revealed that Andy had fallen in love, had a daughter, and was living a different life. This would be followed by a woman described as 24 years old and using the surname McCoy, who corroborated parts of this story during the event, stating that she was Andy's daughter. She claimed that Andy chose to leave showbiz to become a stay-at-home dad and live a normal life, which totally contradicts the official record of his death in 1984. Her age is also somewhat of a problem with this claim, considering she was born 5 years after Andy's death, or after he faked his death, which begs the question, why would he walk away to be a stay-at-home dad and live a normal life 5 years before you even have a child? Of course, this theory was met with all kinds of skepticism from the general public, and later on it was reported that the woman that was allegedly Andy's daughter was actually a woman named Alexandra Tatotsky, who is a New York actress with a father who is a doctor, which led to the theory that the whole thing was a hoax by his brother Michael. But the reason this had any credibility to begin with is because of Andy Kaufman's unconventional performances, pranks, and hoaxes. He was unique, and there's not been many comedians like him since. As mentioned, his long-running feud with Jerry Lawler blended the lines of what was reality and fantasy, just like the supposed lounge singer Tony Clifton, who led unsuspecting audiences through his awkward foul-mouthed singing performances, only to be revealed as a character created and played by Kaufman himself. Skits like these, as well as Kaufman's reputation, led to uncertainty surrounding his death, and the claims of him faking it didn't sound as crazy as one might think. Add into the fact that other people in Andy's circle allegedly received letters too. Well, it began to gain momentum, and at the 40th anniversary of SNL, fans began to hope that Kaufman may really show up. Bob Zamuda, another close friend and collaborator with Kaufman, contributes to the theory, presenting an argument in his book, The Truth, Finally, by explaining that Kaufman's motives for playing dead included potential family issues and a speculated desire to re-emerge after a prolonged absence. And for what it's worth, Kaufman had toyed around with the idea of faking his death and coming back 30 years later. So when Tony Clifton, the fake lounge singer, still showed up in comedy clubs across the country after Andy allegedly died, well, you could see why people would believe the conspiracy. The book further explained Kaufman's meticulous preparation for the supposed death hoax, suggesting that he found a body double with a similar physical appearance who was genuinely dying of cancer. Kaufman himself would then undergo physical changes, including weight loss and shaving his head to match the dying man's appearance. However, since the LA coroner's office re-released the death certificate, it's unlikely this conspiracy is true. Plus, I can totally see Kaufman on his deathbed thinking, I'll write a letter and pay a guy to deliver it to my brother years after I die, and everyone will think I faked my own death. It'll be genius. But what do you think? Known as the Mary Celeste of the Pacific, the MV Joyita was a merchant vessel operating in the South Pacific in 1955. On the morning of October 3rd at 5 a.m., Captain Thomas Miller, a British sailor, living in Samoa, would get up to start the departure. Miller used the ship as a trading and fishing charter boat, and what would be already a foreboding sign, the departure had been pushed back until that early morning, as the day before, Miller would discover a port engine clutch failure. After not being able to fix the engine, Miller decided to go on and take the Joyita with one engine. She was carrying 16 crew members and 9 passengers. One of these, a surgeon, on his way to do an amputation. The cargo on board consisted of medical supplies, timber, empty oil drums, and various food. The voyage was expected to take between 41 and 48 hours, and was scheduled to make landfall on October 5th. However, by October 6th, a message from Vakafo Port sent out word that the ship was overdue. A search and rescue mission would be launched immediately, and they combed the ocean from October 6th to October 12th. 6 full days and nearly 100,000 square miles of ocean later, the crew would call off the search, as they had not came across one sign of the ship or anyone on board. As distressing as it was to not have been able to find one clue about the ship's disappearance, things were only made more confusing by the fact that there had been no distress signal sent out. Captain Miller was experienced, and it was baffling that he had not made a call. Investigators would, however, get some answers 5 weeks later, when Captain Gerald Douglas of the merchant ship Tuvalu would sight Joyita more than 600 miles west of her route, drifting north of Vanilla Lavu. The ship was partially submerged. The men saw no sight of passengers or crew. Once reported, a recovery party would go investigate. They found barnacle growth above the waterline, indicating that Joyita had been partially submerged for some time. There was some damage to the vessel as well. The bridge had been smashed away. The deckhouse had light damage and broken windows. The starboard engine was found to be covered by mattresses, while the port engine's clutch was still partially disassembled, showing that the vessel was still being pushed along by one engine. An auxiliary pump had been rigged to the engine room, mounted on a plank of wood between the two engines. However, it had not been connected. Checking the radio, investigators would see that it was tuned to the International Distress Channel, indicating that someone had at least tried to call out, but upon further inspection, it was discovered that there was a break in the cable, and that it had been painted over at some point, obscuring the break. This limited the range of the radio to 2 miles. Inspectors also took note that the navigation lights were on, and that all the electric clocks had stopped at 10:25 p.m., indicating whatever had happened must have occurred at night. Strangely, the ship's logbook, sextant, mechanical chronometer, and other navigational equipment were all missing, as well as the firearms. To further add to the mystery, the doctor's bag was found on deck, containing a stethoscope, a scalpel, and blood-stained bandages. There was still fuel in the tanks of the vessel too. The amount used was around 243 miles before it was abandoned, just within 50 miles of their destination. Finally, it was noted that the dinghy and the 3 life rafts were all missing, and of special note, the Joyita did not carry enough life jackets for all the members of the vessel. The investigators would take Joyita back to the harbor to investigate further, and they found that although the lower decks had been flooded, her hull was still in great condition, and it was found that a fractured cooling pipe of the engine's coolant system had failed due to corrosion, allowing water in. By the time the crew would have discovered the water, it would have been too late to locate the leak. But what makes this case really strange and unique is the abandonment of a ship that was not going to sink. The cork-lined hull made it almost impossible. Captain Miller would have known this too, and it's almost inconceivable that he would have ordered the abandonment of it. An inquiry would, however, put most of the blame on Captain Miller, as the ship was in such bad need of repairs. Things like going out with one engine, numerous other minor faults, not having a working radio, not properly equipping the lifeboats. Miller would be branded as a reckless captain. With that being said, it's still a mystery as to what happened to them. Why did they leave the safety of the Joyita when it was not in any danger of sinking? Well, there are a few theories. As mentioned before, Captain Miller was well aware of the vessel's ability to be almost unsinkable, leading many to believe that he had either died or become incapacitated in some measure. Evidence of this could be found in the bloody bandages. Without him to calm the crew and passengers, they could have panicked and fled to the lifeboats, either taking an unconscious Miller with them or leaving him behind if he had died. But this doesn't explain the missing cargo and equipment. As further proof of this claim, a friend of Miller, Captain S.B. Brown, would state that Miller would have never left the Joyita because he knew of the cork-lined hull. Brown would also go on to state, though, that there was tension between Miller and first mate Chuck Simpson. In fact, the men hated each other. Captain Brown speculated that the two could have came to blows, and then either both of them falling overboard or becoming severely injured. The remaining people would have panicked and fled the flooded vessel. Another theory was, since this was post-World War II, anti-Japanese sentiment was spread throughout the Pacific, so it's not too strange that they would end up being accused. Numerous papers from around the world would claim that the Japanese had kidnapped the occupants of the Joyita. The Fiji Times would even claim a source told them that the Joyita had passed through a fleet of Japanese shipping boats during its trip and observed something that it shouldn't have seen, leaving the Japanese with no choice but to take them. However, little proof of this came up, but not to be outdone, the Soviets would also be among the rumored kidnappers, capturing them via a submarine. Hey, it was the Cold War. One of the more weaker theories was the insurance fraud angle. Miller had amassed a large series of debts with his unsuccessful fishing trips, and it was speculated he intentionally tried to sink Joyita with its passengers and crew. This would have been way more difficult to pull off. Not to mention, Miller was also running government charters between Samoa and Tokelau, which would have paid off his debts pretty quickly. The final theory is mutiny. It states that the flooding, caused by the broken coolant pipe and failure of the pumps, would set off a flurry of events. The mattresses found covered on the starboard engine were used either in an attempt to stop a leak or to protect the electrical switchboard from the sprays of water. At the same time, the Joyita was entering increasingly hostile weather. Miller, knowing that the Joyita was basically unsinkable, would press on. He did have debts that needed paid, and in his mind, there was no danger. However, Simpson and the rest of the crew would demand he turn back, and although it's not known for sure, this theory states that Miller was either tied down, injured, or killed. Simpson would try to turn back, but the engine failed, stranding them in the ocean. Simpson would then order everyone to abandon ship, taking the equipment, logbook, and supplies, and possibly Miller himself. But Simpson was first mate, and it seems unlikely that he would choose to abandon the ship either. But there was also the possibility that Simpson saw a nearby reef or island and tried to make it there, only to be blown off course and lost at sea. July 25th, 1952. Carlo Rossi was fishing at the Serchio River in San Pietro of Vico, a small village in Italy, when at 3 a.m. that morning, he suddenly saw a strange gleam which spread out over the water. Curious, he moved forward and seen a black object in the shape of a disc looking sorta like a hockey puck that hovered at a very low altitude above the water for about 10 minutes. The craft hardly made a sound, with noise that Carlo later compared to the rustling of silk. It was about 7 feet thick, flat rim, and about 65 to 80 feet in diameter. On the rim of the disc were oval openings. In the center was a turret which was transparent and like a room. Inside was a bluish flame that came from some mechanisms. In the lower part was 5 propellers, with 3 on top. One of these was as large as the craft itself. Coming out of the bottom was a pipe which went towards the river, and it appeared as it was trying to suck water up into the craft. A porthole opened and showed a human face with a kind of diver's helmet, who began to look around. This man would extend his arm and point towards Carlo, who, scared, fled and then hit the ground. At that moment, a green ray shot in his direction, and he felt an electrical shock. Looking up, he seen the object flying away at a very high speed. The story would get crazier though, when, 6 days later, a mysterious man who spoke Italian with a strong Scandinavian accent approached him, inquiring about flying machines over the river. Now this is important, because although this was an absolutely crazy encounter, Carlo had apparently not told anybody about it. So imagine his surprise to now be confronted by this stranger, who was dressed in dark blue and had a very angular face and penetrating glance. He stood there, asking him if he had seen a plane or something else. This individual would later on bring up comparisons to the Men in Black phenomenon. Carlo would later state that he felt threatened, so he told the man he hadn't seen anything. But it gets stranger. The man offered him a weird cigarette that had a golden mark on the side. When Carlo inhaled it, it made him dizzy and nauseous. The man then took the cigarette from him, crushed it, and threw it in the river before disappearing behind some trees. Carlo felt the man had came to silence him, and was so scared he actually went to the city prosecutor and swore out a statement. However, Jimmy Guiu, a skeptical UFOologist, dismissed the whole story as a hoax, citing all the uncertainty around the story, pointing out the technical implausibilities, such as the description of propellers on a flying saucer. There's also the issue with the main source, that is, a local newspaper, which was known for pranks, but most crucially, the absence of concrete evidence. Another major issue with the encounter story is, there's just so many variations of it, and with so many versions, it's hard to take as legit. For example, some sources cite the incident as happening in July, while others cite April. Some sources state that the cigarette made Carlo dizzy, while other sources state that it totally incapacitated him. While some accounts state that the man threw the cigarette down and stomped it out, other sources state he simply threw it in the water. But maybe the biggest red flag of all, Carlo told nobody about the UFO until the Men in Black showed up, which seems kinda unlikely. This is one of the most controversial encounters in the UFO community, and most view the whole thing as a hoax. Angelology is a branch of theological study that delves into the realm of spiritual beings of, you guessed it, angels, particularly focusing on the good angels created by God. Although seen as a pseudoscientific theory, it is regarded by many as a true science, grounded in divine revelation and supported by the acknowledgement of the existence of angels. Theologians, such as St. Thomas Aquinas, approach the study by integrating philosophical and theological observations to develop a coherent understanding of angelic nature and their role in the universe. Early Christian scholars shaped angelology by emphasizing them as servants to Christ, distancing them from pagan deities. This period also saw the development of some of their key characteristics, including their existence, nature, call to grace, and involvement in the divine plan of creation and redemption. It is the 13th century that scholars, particularly St. Thomas Aquinas, made significant strides in philosophical treatment of angels, defining them as pure spirits. While the basic truths about angels are accepted on faith, the Church's teaching emphasizes that the role of angels in man's salvation is secondary to Christ. One of the misconceptions addressed is the belief that angels are human beings who have died. Angelology clarifies that angels and humans are distinct orders of beings created by God, refuting the notion that humans transform into angels post-mortem. The gender of angels is another aspect discussed in angelology. The Bible does not discuss the gender of angels, but with the names like Michael and Gabriel, it's heavily implied they are male. The concept of guardian angels is also looked at, acknowledging the Bible's confirmation of angels serving to protect, guide, and minister to believers, but leaves open the question of whether each individual has a specific angel or not. But basically, angelology offers a divine perspective on angels, portraying them as personal beings created to worship and obey God. And a key verse in all this is Hebrews 1:14, which basically sums up angelology with the following: all the angels are spirits who serve God and are sent to help those who will receive salvation. I'm not sure why this mystery is on here. I think it's the question of, is this a real science or not? Edith Olivier was a prominent English writer who was known for acting as a hostess for a circle of well-known writers, artists, and composers in her native Wiltshire in southwest England during the late 19th and the early 20th centuries. She engaged in both novel and non-fiction writing and was known as an intellectual. Moreover, she was a woman of strong faith, described as a committed Christian, but it's her supernatural or cryptid experience we're going to discuss here. In her autobiography, she had a chapter called Things Past Explaining, which discussed these bizarre things that had happened to her in her life, such as one night awaking to the sound of a thud coming from the floor. When she turned on the light, there was a tennis racket laying there, and she did not own a tennis racket, nor were her windows or doors opened. It had just mysteriously appeared. But our mystery here is that of the Bishop Birds, which is a legend another English scholar from the same time period, Annie Moberly, would also document. Annie would claim that following the death of her father, who was the Bishop of Salisbury in 1885, she witnessed two dazzling white birds with large wingspans flying over the cathedral shortly after his passing. Annie, at some point, would tell this story to Edith, who, in her own autobiography, describes a similar occurrence on the 16th of August, 1911. She would claim that while on an outing with the Wilton Choir Boys to Wardour Castle, she observed two large white birds with brilliant white wings, their undersides reflecting like water. These birds were seen flying over the Herdcott meadows, yet they did not flap their wings. The significance of this observation became apparent upon Edith's return to Wilton, where she learned that Bishop Wordsworth had suddenly and unexpectedly passed away. The parallel between the two stories, obviously, is pretty weird. This one I can't find a lot on, so there's not a lot of theories. At first, I wondered if Edith just had a gift for the paranormal, considering all the strange happenings in her life, but with Annie seeing the same creature, it makes the whole thing kinda weird. Is it possible that every time the Bishop of Salisbury dies, these strange two birds make an appearance? Or is it just a legend? Beelzebub, often identified as the Prince of Demons, carries a rich history noted in various religious traditions. Originating as an idol among the Canaanites, the name itself, Lord of the Flies, reflects the exaggerations of Baal-Zebul, the chief god of the Canaanites. This exaggeration carries significant symbolism, which then makes Beelzebub either a monstrous being or a gigantic ugly fly. The biblical narrative, especially in the New Testament, associates Beelzebub with demonic powers, and he is mentioned in various accounts of exorcisms performed by Jesus. However, this conspiracy theory revolves around a story from the Testament of Solomon, a text ascribed to King Solomon, though he didn't really write it, and it's also not considered canon by the Jewish or Christian faith. In this book, Solomon, who is controlling Beelzebub with help with his magical ring, commands him to explain the manifestation of demons. Beelzebub would give his lengthy reply, but we want to concentrate on one key part. That is, he would tell Solomon that he lived in the evening star, which is how people at the time referred to the planet Venus. Okay, now that we got the background out of the way, we can dive into the mystery, because it relates to stories of contactees who have met with extraterrestrials, either by abduction or whatever way. In a lot of these cases, these alien beings reported telling the abductee that they were from the planet Venus, which opens the conspiracy theory that I'm sure you see unfolding. Was Beelzebub, aka Satan to most Christians, just a Venusian extraterrestrial? Furthermore, what about the people who have had encounters with demons? Could these have been extraterrestrials from Venus as well? This is a subject that's long been debated, with many pointing to Chapter 1 of Ezekiel, which is said by some to be an account of a UFO. There's also the Book of Revelation, which many suggest outlines UFO encounters as part of this larger spiritual deception. But it's important to note, Venus, which is one of the brightest objects in the sky, has been since prehistoric times a major part of human culture, being written about as far back as the earliest records. It has always been a staple of culture, religion, and myth, so it wouldn't be unusual for a connection to be made between Beelzebub and that bright planet in the sky. But you already know by now, I don't touch much on faith, so I'll let you decide in the comments. Was Lucifer really just a space-traveling alien from Venus? Chances are, you have probably had an email account at least at one point in your life. So, you no doubt know what spam is. It accounts for about 90% of all email traffic, in spite of the fact that we all hate it. But what if there was a clever way you could make use of spam mail? That brings up a concept known as spamancy, which is a light-hearted take on an unconventional divination technique that involves finding meaning and predictions via spam emails. Divination is a way of finding information through magical means, and you have probably heard of it in some of the more famous ways, such as astrology, dowsing, and even Ouija boards. But this one, spamancy, is closest to bibliomancy, which is opening the Bible to a random passage and trying to make predictions off of it. Spam often contains advertisements, scams, and sometimes viruses. Spamancy, then, is the process of extracting meaningful insights from these seemingly irrelevant messages. Individuals may engage in spamancy either spontaneously by stumbling upon meaningful content in spam emails, or actively by seeking out spam for divination purposes through some random process. For example, a spam email with the subject, "Your soulmate," could resonate with a major life decision someone had recently made. Despite the obvious deceptive intent of the spam, the person receiving the email could believe differently, thinking it is a sign, which leads to the theory that the receiver's intuition found meaning in it. And that's the basic principle in divination, allowing the subconscious or spiritual entity to find some mundane clue. Of course, many point out that divination is not real, and that a random spam email that resonates with you is nothing more than coincidence. However, defenders of divination suggest that finding meaning in coincidences can be a legitimate form of divination, offering insights into the future, and that this doesn't stop at spam mail, and that all advertising could be viewed this way, since advertising in itself is just a form of spam. However, please don't open spam emails. We have mentioned the 410 times on occasion during this series, which is a magazine that discusses odd phenomenon, and one issue in 2004 would relay a really weird story. A man named Mel Phillips would recall a story from June 1995 when he was doing something as simple as going to work. As he arrived to the building, he would use his security badge to get in, go to the second floor, turn right to enter the large work area like he always did every day. But today, it was very different. The large area was now nothing more than a small room that had windows where a wall should have been. There were also several long couches and a fixed bench against the wall where the windows were, a place where cubicles had once stood. The 250 by 50 foot room was now a small 25 square foot office. Mel would leave and go down and up the stairs 4 times to see if the new room would revert back to what it was, but it did not. So not knowing what else to do, he went back to the entrance and pondered if he was losing his mind or not. About that time, a co-worker showed up, so he followed this person up, and they both made it to the second floor and took the right turn together and walked into the room, and now it had reverted back to its old self. Mel was totally confused, but he kept quiet for obvious reasons, but always wondered about the weird event. The story is kinda spooky and would probably scare anyone who experienced it, especially since his co-worker took the same route and he did not notice anything out of the ordinary. It would call into question one's own sanity. The experience described by Mel is a type of phenomena often called glitch in the matrix, which is an event that happens in the universe that shouldn't based on previous established rules, or is often described as a parallel reality or alternate timeline. The sudden and drastic change in the appearance of the workplace, or any familiar and well-known place, to a completely different layout seems impossible, but others have reported similar stories. But it's worth noting that such accounts lack evidence, and it's solely based on what the individual states, making it hard to definitively say that a glitch in the matrix can really occur. But this is one I'm really curious to read the comments about. Has anyone here ever experienced a glitch in the Matrix? Let me know down below. The Paranormal board on 4chan is another place we have mentioned in this series when we previously discussed the Cult of the Nobody mystery, but this one takes a look at a different thread that spawned there. It revolves around an intriguing incident that occurred at a party attended by Russia's politicians and wealthy individuals in 2019. According to the post, the lights unexpectedly went out, and during the blackout, many attendees were reported to have glowing eyes. A video was included with the original post, and that video was uploaded by YouTube channel Nuke's Top 5. In this video, when the lights go out, you can see a few individuals with the glowing eyes, although it was reported by a few different sources that most of the people at the party had glowing eyes. One of these sources was a famous band that had been hired to perform at this event, and they would confirm the stories, citing the drummer was so scared he dropped his sticks. He would further state the band was so shook up they stopped playing and quickly left the event. There was of course all kinds of theories postulated by people in Russia themselves, such as the Russian elite being made up of aliens or reptilians, while a more mundane yet bizarre theory speculated was that many of these partygoers had underwent biological experiments with stem cells to stay young, which caused the glowing eyes. Stem cells are known for their regenerative properties, and there is speculation that the wealthy and powerful individuals might be involved in procedures using stem cells derived from dubious sources. Another explanation proposed by some of the X-board users was that these individuals with glowing eyes might be wearing reflective contacts. The idea was quickly shot down when it was confirmed that the room was pitch black, although glow-in-the-dark contact lenses were also suggested. Others brought up military-grade infrared vision, an optional upgrade that allows individuals to see in low light conditions, which also sounds like a dumb theory. The board also discussed the possibility of an occult connection, suggesting that the glowing eyes could be a mark or identifier for worshippers of some kind of demon. This would be followed up on by some historical accounts of glowing eyes being associated with cannibalism during the Leningrad blockade. Finally, one more paranormal theory is that they are vampires. However, to this day, no one can really say for sure. According to Redditor Zombie Gandalfi, at some point in the 80s, his uncle and some friends were on a road trip when they decided to stop at the Grand Canyon and take some photos. They spent 15 minutes taking pictures and claimed that to their knowledge they were the only ones there. And of course, back then it took weeks to get photos developed, but when his uncle finally got them back, he noticed something bizarre. The ghostly looking image of what looks like a tall, pale, bald man in a dark cloak, just standing in the bushes behind the Redditor's uncle, who is dangerously close to the canyon. The Redditor would state the following: in the picture, not far behind my uncle, was a man dressed in all black with pale skin standing there in the brush, just staring at the camera with a knowing smirk on his face. My uncle and his friends claimed that they did not know this man, that they were the only ones in the spot, and the Grand Canyon was vacant of tourists at this time of year, which is definitely a perplexing story. So how did these guys hang around 15 minutes and not notice him, especially when taking the photo? Strangely enough, there's a few theories about this one. One was it was a hoax. The photo hadn't been doctored, but the Redditor or his uncle are just pulling our leg. Secondly, was a man stopped to take a leak and unfortunately got caught in the frame. Thirdly, which is similar to the last, just some other man was at the canyon and had came over to see what the commotion was and got captured in the photo, although it's weird they didn't see him. The last two theories are kinda dark. One is the man was there to commit suicide. He was off to the side thinking about it when his uncle showed up. But most dark of all, this psycho was going to push the Redditor's uncle off into the canyon, but only stopped when he saw his friends. There are other instances of crimes like this, where a stranger just pushes someone off of something, most famously onto the subway track, but I couldn't find a case of it happening at the Grand Canyon. And finally, the last theory, it's really the Grim Reaper. The paranormal.about.com website is an old site from the early 2000s that posted articles and news about paranormal topics, and most importantly, a chat room and forum where users could go to discuss paranormal events they had witnessed. And that's where we get this really bizarre ghost encounter. The story is started by a user named Nikki, who would open by stating the fact that her house had always been haunted. Simple things like pictures falling off of the wall, white and gray blurs appearing in the home, unexplainable noises, and footsteps. But nothing could have prepared her for this day, because on that evening, Nikki and her best friend would come in from school, grab some crackers and cheese to snack on, and sat down at the counter and started talking about something that happened at class that day. They were on the main floor of the home, and all of a sudden, a sound came from the basement. They could hear someone, or something, singing in a loud opera-type voice. The two friends looked at each other, and Nikki would ask her friend if she heard that. She nodded yes, and the two girls, frightened, jumped up and ran outside. Unfortunately, it was in the dead of winter, and snow was on the ground, but they were too scared to remain inside. As they ran out and slammed the glass door behind them, they would get down the stairs leading from down to the porch, and Nikki would hear what she described as a cabinet closing. So they glanced back around. Behind the glass door was a black, blurry figure. The girls became even more scared, to the point of shaking. After a few moments, the figure disappeared. The girls then started to get really cold, and they stepped back inside and sat by the door until her mom got home. They would tell her what happened, and her mom blew it off as them imagining things, and stated that the singing probably came from a radio or a TV downstairs. They would then go downstairs to check, but nothing was on. Nikki would also explain that it didn't sound like it even came from a radio, but instead like it came from the actual basement, and that it was unearthly and beautiful. She would finish by stating that sometimes coming up the basement stairs at night, she would see the same shadowy figure, but when turning the light on, nothing was there. If this event really happened, and both girls heard it, then it sounds like they really did witness a paranormal event. However, as strange as this story is, there are similar accounts. Like this post from the Ghost subreddit, a woman walking down the street would hear an opera singer coming from what sounded like the alley, and she would record it, as you can see here.
It's kind of creepy.
The user, Chia2707, would explain that it was a small town and there was no residential buildings in the area, and that the alley was between the courthouse, a takeout place, and a couple of shops, locations you wouldn't expect to hear opera. However, the people in the thread speculated that it could be a person living above the shop practicing opera, or listening to it. So in our original story, it could be these two girls just heard opera being played somewhere else in the neighborhood, and it somehow echoed down into her basement. Scary music is nothing new, although it may change over time, going as far back as the 70s when Black Sabbath was singing about Satan, or when Alice Cooper was singing about necrophilia. Others even point to 1922 when the first horror soundtrack was created for the movie Nosferatu. But these songs were played in jest, or to set the mood for a movie. But what if someone pushed the boundaries and created a song with the sound of a murder taking place? That's what this next mystery/internet legend looks at. The rap.mp3 legend, or better known as Memphis Rap Sigils, are allegedly murder ritual tracks, where individuals allegedly sacrificed or murdered someone, recorded the act, and then used the audio in their music. However, from what I can find, the whole thing seems to be a legend that emerged from the 4chan export again. The thread took a life of its own, and eventually came up with the story that 8 tapes from Memphis rappers in the 90s captured the soul energy of murdered people in some kind of Luciferian ritual. The soul's energy is then made into a symbol to bring about the practitioner's desired outcome, and this energy is only charged when you listen to it on original cassettes. And I want to point out here, these tapes are very real, but the whole story around them seems to be nothing more than a legend. However, some still contend the tapes do contain the audio of a real murder. The River Witham is a river lying almost entirely in the county of Lincolnshire in the east of England, and this waterway holds a very key distinction that I would imagine not many other waterways can. That is, two very old, very notable swords have been recovered from there, one being the River Witham Viking sword, also known as the Lincoln sword, which was created sometime between the 8th and 11th centuries, and then the other, and the focus of our mystery, the River Witham Knight sword, which was found in 1825 and is dated to around 1250 to 1330 AD, and was most likely of German origin. It was about 37 to 38 inches in length, with the blade being about 32 inches of that. Its design suggests that it was owned by someone wealthy or a knight, but what makes this sword mysterious is the inlaid inscription that reads NDXOXCHWDRGHDXORVI, which has never been deciphered. Theories suggest that it could be a religious invocation, given the context and the use of gold wire for inlaying. Archaeologist Mark Van Hasselt would also take a look at the sword. He had researched several other similar swords and noted inscribing swords was a prevailing trend in Europe around the turn of the 13th century, with religious invocations being a possible motive for such inscriptions. He would do linguistic analysis and proposed the language used in the inscriptions was Latin, considering the international prominence of Latin during the 13th century in Europe. This choice makes the most sense. He then speculates the NDXOX on the sword potentially stand for Nostrum Dominus, our Lord, or Nomine Domini, name of the Lord, followed by XOX. Other experts have also chimed in and have suggested the letters XORVI could be connected to Laudus Regi, a Catholic hymn known for the opening words, Christ conquers, Christ reigns, Christ commands. In this theory, the XORVI is an abbreviated representation of this hymn. The interpretation aligns with the historical practice of kings and royalty using abbreviated versions of such phrases to assert their connection to the church and solidify their authority. Therefore, the completed message on the River Witham sword is proposed to be a multifaceted declaration in the name of the Lord, of the Father and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, Count of Holland, Willem, by the grace of God, King of Germany, by the will of God, Christ reigns, Christ conquers, Christ commands, which was made for the coronation of Willem II of Germany, proclaiming his new title and divine legitimacy of his office, which explains the German origin, although it doesn't explain why it was found in a river. Other theories range from magical incantations to something as mundane as the signature of the sword's creator, or the possibility of the inscription being a sales sample or a demonstration of a blacksmith's craftsmanship. Kathy Hobbs had a troubled childhood, marked by her parents' divorce and the death of a close friend while still a young teen, and it's because of this, Kathy had an unhealthy obsession. She long harbored a fear of dying young. Specifically, she believed she would not live to see her 16th birthday, a fear that intensified as that day approached. Kathy would eventually move to Vegas to live with her mother for a fresh start, in what was hoped would give her a new outlook on life, and it seemed to work, as she found a renewed enthusiasm for life. However, this newfound joy was short-lived, as she began to have the same apprehension about growing older and the danger surrounding it. But the morning of her birthday, she would wake up and excitedly proclaim, I made it, Mom. I made it. I'm 16. I did it. I'm alive. She was finally relieved to defy this sick feeling she had been carrying around for all these years. Now, the fear of impending doom was gone, but it was not to last. Sometime after this birthday, Kathy would go out one night on her routine walk to a nearby store to pick up a book. The next morning, Kathy's mother, Vivian, would go to check on her like she did every morning, but when she opened the bedroom door, Kathy was not there, and it did not take long for Vivian to call the police, who began a search. They would go to the store that Kathy was said to have went to, and they found one crucial clue, a store receipt that confirmed that Kathy had made it to the store, where she purchased a book at 11:17 p.m. It didn't take detectives long to start to speculate she had been abducted. The search carried on for 9 more days with no sign of Kathy, but sadly, that would change when a hiker stumbled upon remains in a desert near Lake Mead. It was Kathy. Detectives would begin to look at the scene, which revealed tire prints indicating a vehicle had been present before turning around and leaving. Additionally, 2 rocks stained with Kathy's blood were also found. The coroner's report concluded that Kathy died from repeated blows to the head, emphasizing the brutality done to her. Despite reaching the age of 16, as she so hoped, her life was still ended early, aligning with her predictions that she wouldn't live to be an adult. But that's not all to this sad story, because afterwards, her mother would find letters she had left for each member of the family that provided insights into her thoughts and emotions. These letters, composed a month before her 16th birthday, indicated a contemplation of her mortality. The letter to her mother expressed love and a desire for her family not to dwell on her death. 3 months later, a mysterious call to the Las Vegas police added more questions. The caller claimed to have witnessed her abduction, providing a chilling account of the incident. The details included the location, the appearance of the girl, and even the name, Robbie, who was supposed to be the abductor. However, the caller did not leave a name or contact information, so police were not sure how credible it was. In fact, the caller included a license plate number of the said abductor, which, upon investigation, was found that it didn't even exist. The lead detective assumed that Kathy was abducted between the store and her apartment, driven to the lake, and killed that evening, yet no leads materialized. Later on, the case would eventually be closed when they were able to link Kathy's death to serial killer Michael Lee Lockhart, who was eventually executed for his other crimes. But that's not the real mystery here. It's this: did Kathy have a premonition of her death? Well, there's only 2 theories on this sad mystery. One was, Kathy really did have ESP, as she had some kind of gift, like precognition, that allowed her to see future events, which is why she knew she would die so young. It's even possible she inherited it from her mother, who reported that when she woke up the night Kathy disappeared, feeling like she had been hit on the head, and then feeling a sense like it was over. Could she have felt what Kathy was experiencing at that same exact time, being hit on the head and then passing away? It's a scary and sad theory to think about. The second theory is no less sad, but that is, there was no ESP involved. Instead, Kathy's sense of impending doom was due to depression or anxiety brought on by her parents' divorce and the death of a close friend. The Agamemnon Counterpart video is an internet meme video that has gotten attention for its mysterious and eerie nature, with claims of its creation dating back to 2001, although it did not appear on the internet until 2006. This video comes with a warning, setting the stage for a strange experience, claiming that it was found in the year 2571 amidst the ruins of a blue planet. The content itself features a bizarre, low-quality cartoon accompanied by unsettling screams in the background, making it confusing. Various theories and stories have circulated about the origins and meaning of the Agamemnon Counterpart video. One early theory suggested this dark story, involving it with a supposed discovery in a Japanese forest and a connection to an assault case. However, this theory was debunked when the video resurfaced in 2013, and the uploader clarified that the backstory was fabricated. According to the research and information from the uploader, the video's creator was identified as a man named Jason Kovac. It was revealed that the video was part of Kovac's submission for Destination Imagination 2001, an art competition known for encouraging unique and unconventional creations. The video's peculiar combination of mismatched audio and visuals can be attributed to its origins in an artistic endeavor rather than a sinister plot. The audio in the video, particularly the screams, was traced back to the French film A Cry from Within, while other music elements were sourced from the American film The Human Tornado. Despite unraveling the origins and components of the video, the title, Agamemnon Counterpart, remains mysterious, and attempts to contact Jason Kovac for clarification have been unsuccessful. One theory proposed a connection between the video's title and the asteroid Agamemnon, a large Trojan asteroid orbiting the Sun. The opening note mentioning a video cassette found in the ruins of a blue planet has led to speculation about a possible asteroid collision, although there's no real proof backing this theory either. The true meaning behind the title and its connection to the depicted visuals and sounds remain unknown. Ever since man landed on the moon, we have dreamed of exploring the galaxy, and while satellites and rovers still do this today, man's attempt will be a long time from now, or will it? The main problem of space travel now is the slow travel times and having to rely on rocket engines. But what if someone invented a better way to travel? That's where the M drive comes in, also known as the Q drive. This concept claims to defy the fundamental principles of propulsion by relying on reflecting microwaves inside a closed chamber instead of expelling exhaust. It proposes a method of space travel that appears to violate the conservation of momentum, a well-established concept in physics. All conventional methods of propulsion involve the expulsion of something to generate forward motion, whether it be the ground, air, or exhaust gases. The M drive, however, seemingly defies this principle by utilizing microwaves to move itself without any apparent means of pushing against something. Explanations for how the M drive could function challenge the boundaries of known physics. Some suggest it might interact with the quantum vacuum energy of spacetime, despite the fact that this energy doesn't allow for propulsion. Others propose that our understanding of momentum is flawed, or that the M drive will bring in a new physics paradigm. However, these concepts stretch the limits of current scientific understanding. Conservation of momentum, a cornerstone principle in physics, states that the total momentum in a closed system remains constant. The M drive claims to violate this principle, and if true, it would challenge a fundamental symmetry of nature. German mathematician Emmy Noether would work in the early 1900s to establish a connection between the symmetry of space and the conservation of momentum. Breaking this symmetry, as suggested by the M drive experiments, would represent a departure from centuries of established physics. However, despite claims of successful experiments demonstrating a net force from the M drive, replication attempts have yielded inconsistent and inconclusive results. Many experiments have measured forces so tiny that they are within the margin of statistical uncertainty. Numerous replication attempts either failed to measure any force or identified confounding variables that could explain the observed effects. Nearly 2 decades after the M drive's introduction, the scientific community remains skeptical due to the lack of conclusive evidence and a plausible theoretical framework. Hey guys, want to take a break here for a little programmer's note. About 2/3 of the way through making this video, I got a cold. I thought at first about just taking a few days off until I fully recovered, but I didn't want to push the video even further back, so I chose to power through it and will take a few days off after the video is released. I try to make sure the audio was still good, but in certain parts, my voice is a little hoarse. Some cryptid stories we come across on this iceberg are truly unexplainable. And that's what we have in this next account, from YourGhostStories.com. The story is submitted by a user named Shells, who would recall an experience that happened to her in Melbourne, Australia. She was driving to work around 8 a.m. on a summer morning, and on her way, she stopped at a local supermarket to grab something for lunch, so she took a different route than normal. She left the shops and then cut through some back streets and was approaching a small Anglican church. As she got closer, she noticed a very tall black thing emerge from the church entrance and quickly dart across the grass on the church grounds, heading towards the road. Her instinct was to slow down, as she expected it to run in front of her car, but as it made its long strides across the grass and reached the end of the church grounds, it would vanish into thin air. She described this cryptid as very tall and thin, with a small head, jet black, and no features. She did not see any arms either. The best way she could describe it was, that thing with straight scissor-like legs. She would keep looking for this being in the rearview mirror, but it was completely gone. The whole event left her so nervous and uneasy that a minute later, she would have to pull over to the side of the road and vomit. What this creature was is hard to say, but the fact it happened near a church could mean it may have been something more paranormal than cryptid, possibly a ghost or supernatural entity, possibly even an alien. Napoleon is known widely as one of the greatest generals in history. Actually, many say he was the best. I guess it depends on how you judge Alexander's shortened career. But what did Napoleon have that other generals didn't? A mind for strategy? More men and resources? Charisma? No, it was actually a little red man. A spirit that is said to have become a confidant of his. The story first begins in 1798, when Petit Homme Rouge, the little red man, would meet Napoleon in Egypt and would stay with him as an advisor during his rise to greatness, eventually leaving him after Napoleon ignored his advice to not invade Russia. The red man prophesied that upon Napoleon's return to France, the country would find itself surrounded by a coalition of England, Russia, and Turkey. But this weird being, or spirit, did not actually first show up to Napoleon. He was actually said to have first appeared to Queen Catherine de' Medici in 1542, and popped up occasionally when the French royalty was in trouble. According to legend, the ghost is said to be that of a butcher named Jean Le Corcheur, or Jean the Skinner, who was strangled on the order of Catherine de' Medici, who swore he would return and foretold the unhappiness of all inhabitants of the Tuileries Palace. Despite all these other connections, the Little Red Man is known mainly for his connections to Napoleon. As mentioned, in the earliest documents of the account, it is recorded the whole thing started in Egypt, when the appearance of a little red man, known as the Good Genie, appears to Napoleon and advised him on his campaign. But the account doesn't end there. By 1818, a novelist and translator, Auguste de Frankenprat, would publish that the man was not a devil or spirit, but instead just a man clothed in a red mantle who demanded to see Napoleon at the time when he was visiting the pyramids. At first, he was told by the attendant that Napoleon was too busy to see him, but when this man said, "I, Red Man, must speak with him," it was at this point Napoleon would allow him to be seen, where they then heard the two talking loudly, and the Red Man left, screaming, "You have rejected my advice. You will not see me again till you have bitterly repented your error." By the 1860s, Napoleon's memoirs would begin to be put together by using notes left over from Napoleon himself, as well as one of his camp aides. It's here that the references to the Little Red Man would change again. These references were often connected to Napoleon's belief in a lucky star that guided him. His so-called Star of Destiny was a fiery red one and was viewed by Napoleon as lucky. A notable incident involved Napoleon's trusted general, who, reportedly, witnessed Napoleon in a state of intense contemplation, staring at a celestial vision described as the Red Star of Destiny. Napoleon, seemingly engrossed by the apparition, shared with this general that the star had never abandoned him and often manifested in the form of the Little Red Man. However, there's not actually anything in his notes about his destiny or belief in magical stars, so it's unsure how much of this was added by the author of his memoirs. Again, the story would change by 1889 in a scholarly article by Paul Sébille, a French folklorist who said it was not a man or spirit, but a small red monster that haunted Catherine de' Medici from 1542 onwards. In Catherine's case, her reign was tumultuous, known mostly for the St. Bartholomew Day Massacre, a period over 2 months where 5,000 to 25,000 French Protestants were slaughtered by Catholics. The Little Red Man was also seen the night Henry IV was assassinated, as well as appearing before the child Louis XIV in the middle of the French Civil Wars, and appearing before Louis XVI on the morning that he fled to Vergennes. But most famously, he was seen by Marie Antoinette shortly before the monarchy's demise. But did this spirit, or man, or devil, or imp actually have anything to do with Napoleon's success? That's the mystery. One thing Napoleon's enemies and friends all agreed on was he was a genius on the battlefield. He was so good that it went beyond the normal level of talented genius, almost to a paranormal level, and it all disappeared at once, out of nowhere. Did this little advisor give him some sort of gift that explained all the success? Or was it just a way to explain Napoleon's genius, especially to his enemies who often compared him to the Antichrist? The notion of an Antichrist being guided by a small devil sure makes a lot of sense. In the spring of 2005, Halliburton Forest and Wildlife Reserve would conduct a dive on McDonald Lake as part of a unique submarine project. The staff would come across an unusual stone structure, perched on top of a rock ledge at depths of 40 feet below the present lake level. They at first thought it might be what is called a glacial erratic, which simply refers to rocks that were carried by glaciers thousands of years ago and dumped wherever they happened to melt, sometimes leaving 2 to 3 rocks piled on each other, making it look like a structure. But after several geologists and archaeologists saw images of the object, they were stunned. They seen a 1,000-pound, elongated and south-pointing rock sitting on baseball-sized stones that set at each end, which in turn were resting on a massive several thousand-pound slab on top of a ledge. They knew this didn't happen naturally. They would point to the straight edges and lack of roundness that would typically be carried by glaciers. They had to discard that theory, which left human-made. But how? An underwater archaeologist would go down to further investigate, taking a camera with him. When he came back up, he concluded that it was absolutely man-made. But who and why did they erect it? What was the purpose? Divers after this would try to find decorative images or any markings on the structure, but could not find any. Some geologists point to a huge drought that hit the area between 9,000 and 7,000 BC. It was so bad that even the Great Lakes were 150 feet lower, and lakes like McDonald Lake would have also been several feet lower. But that still leaves the question of, when there were so few humans in the area, why pick a remote lake like McDonald to build a stone cairn, especially one so large and elaborate? In the years 1969 and 1970, a small news article that pretty much went unnoticed in a few newspapers across the country would eventually be picked up by the Quest UFO Report, a small magazine that documented the strange and unknown. The story took place in Frastorf, Bavaria, Germany, and featured a farmer named Klaus. Now Klaus had inherited the farm from his father, and it had actually belonged to his family going all the way back to the late 18th century. It was known widely around the area as the Lucky Farm. He was so lucky that the agricultural surveys revealed that the farm produced 60% healthier animals than the neighbors' farms. However, that's not the craziest thing about this farm and mystery. Instead, that is tied to the well on the property that considerably affected the fertility of women. This would even be tested by a Dr. Rupert Dorer, who is the head of the district hospital in the area. He too confirmed that the water had some kind of positive effect on women's fertility. Take that with the fact that the animals were considerably healthier than others in the town. Well, it seems odd, but it may have something to do with a record that dates back from 1793. It seems that Klaus's great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, who farmed the property, was actually murdered by superstitious farmers. Apparently, they thought she was a witch, so they stoned her. After the murder, a magic spell was allegedly released on the farm, which has caused the land and water to be so fertile. Unfortunately, this is where this one ends. There's no other explanation or other records of it, so it's hard to make theories, but I guess it is possible a spell was cast on the land that made everything fertile, or it was just really good land. Is there anything worse than being in the woods, hiking alone, when all of a sudden you hear the beating of something against a tree, and then you hear a mysterious growl, only to turn around and catch a glimpse of a Sasquatch trailing you? Well, apparently there are some things worse. For example, if you have your dog with you, and that's because, for some strange reason, Sasquatches really hate canines, or at least according to many Bigfoot researchers, who cite an unusual number of reports where Bigfoot is said to attack, kill, and carry dogs off. Even the Australian version, the Yowie, has been seen carrying around dead kangaroos and dead wallabies. Why is not clear, and that is the mystery. According to some, it's possible Sasquatches have a general aversion or distrust of canines due to their predatory nature. Dogs, whether large or small, are considered natural competitors, potential predators, and prey in the wild. This perspective suggests that Sasquatches react defensively or aggressively towards dogs, especially if the canines pose a threat to their territory, food sources, or personal safety. There's also the thought that Sasquatches may dislike or even harm dogs could all be rooted in their instinct because they are perceived as threats. Dogs, with their keen sense of smell and ability to detect Sasquatch presence, may inadvertently reveal the creature's position. Bigfoot, known for their elusive behavior, might view this as a breach of their stealth and decide to eliminate the potential threat by intimidating, injuring, or, in extreme cases, killing the dogs. The theory also touches upon the potential role of fear-induced pheromones, or infrasound, in Sasquatch interactions with both humans and animals. The idea that Bigfoot emit fear-inducing signals consciously or subconsciously might explain why dogs, known for their sensitivity to such cues, react strongly in their presence. There's also a theory that wolves are the sole reason for Sasquatch's caution or avoidance of dogs. Wolves, known for their pack behavior and predatory instincts, pose a threat to Sasquatch, prompting a defensive response. Some even take it a step further and suggest that they have the fear of dogs because Bigfoot was around in prehistoric times and had run-ins with dire wolves, so Sasquatch may not distinguish between a dog, coyote, or wolf, potentially reacting based on similar smells, sounds, or behaviors, which fits other stories that cite Bigfoot is really cautious. However, there are accounts suggesting a more friendly relationship between Sasquatches and dogs. Instances where Sasquatches are observed alongside or tolerating the presence of dogs. Some stories even depict Sasquatches patting dogs on the head or running with them, which further adds confusion to the mystery, which leads to the final theory that the action between dog and Sasquatch may come solely down to the individual Sasquatch and what their past experiences are with canines. Have you ever seen a very realistic looking robot, or even a doll, and thought, man, that is so creepy? Well, there's a reason for that, and it's called Uncanny Valley. The name Uncanny Valley comes from the uncanny or strange feelings it provokes, while the valley part denotes the dip in affection a human has for the robot the more human it begins to look. However, as the robot begins to look less human, the more positive humans feel about it. There are several theories as to why this may be, ranging from mate selection to our fear of death, but we're going to look at the conspiracy part of this theory, the one that mainstream scientists reject, and that is, what if we are creeped out by these robots because at some point in our distant past, we had to run from some type of human-looking creature because we were their prey? What if the threat from these things was so dangerous that it imprinted onto our genetics, thus making us uneasy around human-looking robots today, or really anything that looks human but isn't? It's not unlike the same process that made humans fear snakes, really. So, if this theory is true, just what in the world was this human-looking creature that preyed on our ancestors? This is where the theory kind of dries up, although it's often suggested that it could be a skinwalker. But I'll just ask you, what do you think? Let me know in the comment section below. February 20th, 1936, Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. A 38-year-old man named Jeffrey Derisier was dying in a hospital, and the ward he was in was shared by another patient named Harvey Davenport. Jeffrey would ask Harvey to bring him a hand mirror. The mirror was just a piece of looking glass without a back. Jeffrey would take the mirror and look into it and realize he was breathing his last. He looked really sick and cried, "I'm dying," and tossed the glass onto the table where it lay near the edge. Harvey would go to call a nurse, and Jeffrey asked him to bring the mirror again. As Harvey went to grab it, Jeffrey would tell him, "You won't be able to pick it up from the table." Harvey paused at the weird statement. Then, Jeffrey died just as a nurse made it in. Within moments after he died, Harvey, hospital attendants, and a doctor all tried in vain to remove the mirror from the table, yet it would not budge. Harvey was so freaked out by this, he left the facility, believing that Jeffrey had cast a spell on the mirror before passing away. After a day of numerous people at the hospital coming in and trying to remove the mirror, it would finally be removed over 24 hours later, when a nurse from the operating room would use an ice pick to pry it up off the steel table. After getting it removed, a doctor checked the back of it and confirmed there had been no adhesive stuck to it. Neither had the dying man used saliva. There's only a few theories on this bizarre one. One of the earliest suggestions was that perspiration from Jeffrey's hand got onto the tiny sliver of mirror, causing a chemical reaction in the quicksilver of the mirror, causing it to adhere to the tabletop. Another theory was that the mirror and table surface were so perfectly smooth that all the air was expelled when it was laid down, which might have allowed the molecules of the tabletop to exert an attractive force on the molecules of the mirror surface strong enough to hold them together against ordinary prying. While the final theory is the dying man suggesting that Harvey could not lift the mirror actually convinced him that he couldn't, kinda like some hypnotic suggestion, which Harvey then transferred on to the hospital staff. (1920), the year the Spanish flu was beginning to wind down, yet still taking several victims along the way. One of these was a little girl named Rosalia Lombardo, who, just 1 week shy of her second birthday, would pass away after getting pneumonia caused by the Spanish flu. Her father took it hard, understandably, and he would need an embalmer. So he went to a Sicilian professor of preservation named Alfredo Salafia and asked him to preserve his child. And this guy did a great job, because Rosalia is so perfectly preserved that her internal organs are still intact a century later, and her tiny body is still viewable in its glass coffin in the Capuchin catacombs beneath Palermo, Sicily, where another 8,000 mummies lie. Alfredo had used an embalming technique that was revolutionary at the time, which he used a secret formula that included formalin, zinc salts, alcohol, salicylic acid, and glycerin, which led to Rosalia becoming one of the world's best preserved mummies. Her skin is still smooth and porcelain, and her golden hair is neatly tied back with a large silk bow, and most of all, her crystal blue irises are visible underneath her eyelashes. And it's those eyes that set up this next creepy mystery, because it seems thousands of people who visit every year swear that Rosalia's eyes slowly open, and there does seem to be some evidence of this, as time-lapse photos taken 2 hours apart seem to show her eyes indeed slowly open. However, in 2009, when this mystery first went viral, it was just as quickly debunked, sorta. It was claimed that her eyes opening was nothing more than an illusion caused by the light that filters through the side windows, which, depending on what time of the day it is, it changes. Supposedly, this was discovered when workers at the museum moved the case, which caused her to shift slightly, allowing the workers to see even more of her eyelids than before. Others cite, however, that the temperature changes inside the crypt are responsible for the eyelids contracting, but several others who have viewed the mummy dismiss this and claim that they have seen the eyes slowly opening at all times of the day. June 13th, 1994, San Antonio, Texas. 13-year-old Nicholas Barclay was playing basketball with some friends in town. When the boys all finished playing, Nicholas would phone his older brother and ask him to come give him a ride home, to which his brother replied, "No," and it's here we have to point out the Barclay family was very dysfunctional, as Nicholas, at 13, already had a juvenile criminal record stemming from theft and break-ins, although we will come back to this later, while his mother was hooked on heroin, so his brother, who was also on drugs, refusing to pick him up, was not a surprise. What was, though, was when Nicholas never arrived home, and just showing how bad the situation was, Nicholas wasn't even reported missing until 3 months later, which is really just the start of a really baffling mystery, because 3 years later, much to the surprise of Nicholas's family, they would be alerted that their son was found and safe, and was in Spain. Apparently, according to Nicholas, he had been kidnapped and he had just escaped a trafficking ring. He would be put on a flight and sent home to his family after 3 years. But Nicholas had changed, and I don't mean psychological changes one might suffer due to abuse. No, I mean physical changes, like his blue eyes, which stuck out years before, were now brown. Although Nicholas explained that the trafficking ring had altered his eye color. But maybe weirder was Nicholas had somehow gained a French accent, but the parents, who were just relieved the child was back, met Nicholas with open arms. But it's here things would get wacky, cause later that year, a private investigator was hired to work with a TV crew that had been filming the family. The investigator was pretty suspicious immediately after meeting Nicholas. He would take an old photo of Nicholas and compare it to the new Nicholas, and it was obvious the ears were not a match, and ears are pretty distinct. After much hounding of the FBI, they would finally take the young man's fingerprints and DNA, and he was identified as serial impersonator, 23-year-old Frederick Bourdon, also known as the Chameleon, a man that is claimed to have assumed at least 500 identities, with at least 3 of these being missing teenagers. After this case, though, he was charged with passport fraud and perjury and sentenced to 6 years, more than 3 times the normal sentence for cases of this nature. But how did he even get to this? Well, it's because Frederick had been posing as a youth in a Spanish home and had gotten busted. In the middle of the night, he convinced authorities that he was an American since he had learned English in his travels, and then called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children of the United States. Under the guise of Jonathan Durian, a fictional director of a Spanish shelter, Frederick relayed a fabricated account of a frightened, unidentified child resembling himself by describing physical attributes matching his own, such as a prominent chin, short stature, and a gap between his teeth. He manipulated the center into searching its database for a potential match. The center suggested Nicholas Barclay, missing since June 13, 1994, at the age of 13. Frederick, adopting a skeptical tone, probed for more information, leading to the dispatch of Barclay's missing person flyer. Upon receiving the flyer, Frederick faced a critical moment. The photograph of Nicholas Barclay revealed a fair-skinned boy with blue eyes and light brown hair, a stark contrast to Frederick's dark brown eyes and hair. The flyer also noted a distinctive cross tattooed between Barclay's right index finger and thumb, a feature Frederick did not possess. Recognizing the danger of being busted, Frederick hurriedly destroyed the flyer, bleached his hair, and had a makeshift tattoo resembling Barclay's, crafted by a friend using a needle and pen ink. But why would he do all of this? If you're thinking, this guy must be a pervert, well, it wasn't that. There was actually not one shred of evidence of that, nor did anybody come forward and make those claims. Actually, the whole thing come down to this. Frederick's home life growing up was not good either, and he done all these impersonations in an attempt to find a family that loved him, because he had never experienced that, as well as he may have learned some of these actions from his mother, who, on the rare occasions, did spend time with Frederick, would pretend to be deathly ill and ask him to go get help for her. But now that we've got that part of the story out of the way, what really happened to Nicholas, that is still unsolved, although there is a ton of conjecture. First of all was his brother's account, which was that Nicholas called asking to be given a ride home from the basketball court, which could never be verified. And speaking of, his brother Jason wasn't the best person himself. He had drug issues as well as issues with the law and was prone to violence. In fact, school officials at one point had expressed concern that Nicholas was being abused at home, either by Jason or his mother Beverly or both, which led to the theory that one or both are responsible for Nicholas's disappearance. And that would also explain why the two, in spite of knowing good and well that Frederick was not Nicholas, went along with it, because it only helped their case. And it's also noteworthy that after Frederick was busted, Jason committed suicide. Is it possible that police were close to arresting him over Nicholas's disappearance? His mother Beverly even took a polygraph, which indicated she was showing deception when asked if she knew where Nicholas was, although she later admitted she was on drugs when taking the test, which could have altered the results, whereas his brother Jason refused to cooperate with police at all. But just why would they do something to him? Well, it seems Child Protective Services had just been notified of the abuses going on, and they were about to investigate. It's thought that this was the motive. And remember the part I said I would come back to about Nicholas staying in trouble with the law due to theft and break-ins? Well, a lot of conjecture online states that he was stealing, but he was stealing things like food and clothing, stuff he couldn't get at home, whereas his brother Jason was the real troublemaker. Regardless, 3 decades later, we still have no idea what exactly happened to Nicholas. December 20th, 1975, Peter Gibbs embarked on a trip via ferry to the Isle of Mull in Scotland with his girlfriend, Felicity Granger, with the intention of exploring investment opportunities and buying a hotel. They were staying at the Glenforsa Hotel, strategically located on the edge of the Sound of Mull and equipped with its own airstrip, Glenforsa Airfield. The couple utilized a Cessna F-150H aircraft rented from the hotel manager, David Howitt, for their travels between the Inner Hebridean Islands, although he lied to David and told him he had left his license behind, when in reality, it had expired. A few days later, on the morning of Christmas Eve, Gibbs and Granger embarked on a flight to Broadford on the Isle of Skye to inspect properties. Upon the return to Mull, they enjoyed dinner at the Glenforsa Hotel, consuming whiskey and red wine. After dinner, Gibbs would decide to go out to make a test flight to show that it was possible to land the plane on this airstrip in the dark, which had no lights. And this was probably unadvisable since he had been drinking and the weather was awful, with heavy sleet coming down. Witnesses would later state they observed what appeared to be 2 people moving torches on the runway, indicating coordination between Gibbs and Granger. Additionally, guests noted Gibbs spending an unusually long time warming up the plane's engine, suggesting meticulous preparations or possibly hesitation. He was even seen turning the plane lights off and on and off again, which is even more puzzling. He would then take off into the air and disappear behind a line of trees. The flight was daring, to say the least, with the sleet that was now coming down heavily, along with the runway that had no lights. You might say it was insane. Witnesses in the hotel, anticipating the unusual night flight, gathered to watch the landing, showing just how rare night landings were at this airfield. Meanwhile, Granger stood at the end of the runway with the torches. After 10 minutes, when Gibbs had still not returned, David Howitt, the manager of the hotel and the man who rented the plane to Gibbs, began to worry, fearing that the small aircraft had been ditched, and he went to find it, even driving through heavy sleet to find any sign of Gibbs and the plane, but never did. A huge organized search was soon mounted, but no trace of Gibbs or the plane was found. But 4 months later, in April 1976, Gibbs would finally be found, and he was in a bizarre place. The now decomposed body of Gibbs was found by a local shepherd, Donald McKinnon. His body was lying partway up a remote hillside about 1 mile from the airfield, which was weird because the initial search had come through this area and had found nothing. He was lying across a fallen tree about 400 feet up, not far from the road. The body was lying north, in a direction that indicated that Gibbs was walking downhill. His body would be taken back for a post-mortem, yet his remains gave no clues to a cause of death, only minor injuries, like a small scratch on his leg, and nothing that indicated he fell from the airplane, as well as no evidence he died somewhere else and was left on the tree. Pathologists even stated everything showed that he had laid there for the entirety of the 4 months. There was also no salt or marine organisms in his clothing or boots. His death would be ruled as being caused by exposure. Even though Gibbs showed no signs of being in the water, the prevailing belief was that the aircraft could be resting on the seabed, and in September 1986, hopes of resolving this mystery were momentarily raised when clam fishing brothers claimed to have discovered a small red and white plane approximately 100 feet below the surface, about 3/5 of a mile off the coast of Oban. The aircraft bore the registration number GAVTN, matching Gibbs's missing Cessna. The brothers described a scene of significant wreckage, with the wings sheared off, a hole in the windscreen, a detached engine, and a missing wheel. The violent nature of the crash was further emphasized by the locked cockpit doors, suggesting a desperate exit through the damaged windscreen. Despite the detailed account provided by the brothers, attempts to locate and retrieve the plane proved futile. Salvage teams, informed of the discovery, were unable to find the wreckage, relying solely on blurry photos provided by the brothers that lacked a clear view of the registration number, meaning they could have made the whole thing up. This caused a renewed search effort for the plane on land, but again, nothing was found. But it would happen again in 2004, when nearly 30 years later, a ship for the UK was mapping waters off the coast of Oban and found a plane about 100 feet below the surface. Using a remote underwater camera, they took pictures of the wreckage and stated it was possibly Gibbs's Cessna. It was noted that one of the wings was missing. However, like the previous alleged discovery, they could never definitively prove this was the aircraft Gibbs was flying. But if it was, how did this plane end up off the coast while Gibbs's body was found miles away on land? There's a lot of theories on this one: foul play, mechanical failure, or Gibbs's own deliberate actions. An accident investigation would be launched though, and they speculated that Gibbs somehow crashed into the sea, made it out, swam to shore, and then succumbed to the elements, acknowledging that the bad weather conditions could have washed away the evidence that supported this. But for this to have happened, Gibbs would have had to swim to shore, scale a sheer cliff face, cross a road to the hotel, hike up the hill for a quarter of a mile before finally succumbing to the elements, which begs the question, why did he pass up the hotel and keep walking? It doesn't make sense. Another theory was that Gibbs became lost and jumped from the aircraft over what he thought might be a soft place to land and died on impact. Yet, the only sign of trauma was a scratch on his leg. There was also no sign of a parachute. And if he did bail out, why? And why did he not radio anyone to let them know? But if he did jump out and land in the area and died on impact, how come he wasn't found when they searched that area early on? Finally, we go back to the two alleged discoveries of the plane at the bottom of the sea. If neither of these are the aircraft, it leaves open another possibility, that Gibbs was never involved in the plane crash, and his body was dumped on the hill by an unknown third party. It could explain why he was insistent on going out in the dark. Maybe he planned to meet someone. It could also explain why some guests reported they saw more lights, and it would explain why his body was missed in the original search, while it also explains the missing aircraft, because whoever was responsible could have flown the aircraft away to be abandoned somewhere else. This one is really baffling, and nearly half a century later, nobody can explain what happened to Peter Gibbs. If you are like me, then chances are you have seen some interesting UFO footage in your time, and I think most of us would agree that 95% of UFO videos out there can be easily dismissed as nothing more than a hoax or misidentified object, while 5% of them are truly mysterious. However, sometimes a UFO video is just really special, and that's what we have here. The story begins in 2009, when a video would surface on YouTube called UFO Chase in Spain. The description reads, "Video of a UFO chased by fighter jets from the Spanish Air Force, recorded from a fishing boat in Galician waters." The video starts in the middle of the events as two fighter jets soar by this boat with a man pointing at them. After a few seconds, the men would turn to the right and point to this UFO not that high above the water, and apparently it sees the oncoming fighter jets heading straight towards it. The UFO then becomes an unidentified submerged object as it quickly drops below the jets and plunges down into the depths of the ocean, disappearing out of sight as the jets soar by. The fishermen, whose faces are blurred out, are freaked out by what they see. It's then that a helicopter hovers above the ship and on a mega speaker system in Spanish states, "Leave the area immediately and head to the port. There you will receive instructions. Leave the area and go to the port." Then, the helicopter flies off and the video ends. The video has been uploaded to a few different channels, and I was unable to find the original uploader, but I did find an article in the Wayback Machine that detailed one specific quote in the comment section. This user would claim that the military had been chasing a foreign object when it made a dive into the sea to escape, and that the military helicopter told the fishermen to leave the area. The comment further states that the fishermen thought it was their duty to report what had happened, so after blurring their faces, they would send the video along with the note explaining the situation to someone in the media who eventually uploaded it. Now, most of you all will think that it is nothing more than CGI, but what I find interesting is the sheer number of comments in the video section that wholeheartedly believe it. In fact, the archived article about the video calls it one of the best UFO sightings ever, and using a browser translator will let you scroll through hundreds of comments talking about how it's one of the few legit UFO videos out there. However, after doing my due diligence, I was able to find two videos that showed the actual behind the scenes on how this production company made the video, allegedly. And unless you believe this is a government cover-up, then this mystery is pretty well debunked. In fact, I found an article from 2023 that stated the whole thing was created for a Spanish advertising campaign in 2009 and was then forgotten about, and then started being shared on social media 14 years later and labeled as a real sighting. However, I was also able to find other reports that the whole thing was actually a tribute to the Orson Welles War of the Worlds radio broadcast. May 2017, a 33-year-old woman was walking across Putney Bridge in London, England when a bizarre incident would occur. A male jogger who was running past her would randomly shove the woman down into the street. The woman was just narrowly missed by a bus thanks to an alert driver who turned out of the way at the last second, and it was all captured on CCTV. What makes this case crazier is the woman did not even know the man. It was completely random. It wouldn't be until 3 months later, in August, that the CCTV footage would be released to the public and police started investigating. The suspect was identified as a white man in his 30s with brown eyes and short brown hair. The police would look at more than 50 suspects and end up arresting 3 different men, all who were released without charge. The jogger would actually return to the bridge 15 minutes later and cross in the other direction. It was then that the woman tried to confront him, and he did not acknowledge her. Police would eventually close the investigation as they exhausted every lead, but online sleuths still pursue the man, as it seems mind-boggling that no one knows who he was. A few theories have came up. Some speculate he was a businessman whose room was nearby, allowing him to quickly get changed and catch a flight back out before he could get caught. Some also suspected a diplomat who had immunity from prosecution, or even someone with mental illness. The more bizarre theories suggested an assassin possibly hired by a former love interest of the woman. July 9th, 1973, Crofton, Maryland. A construction crew would show up to a work site to begin work on a parking lot that would be used for some townhouses that were slated to be built. It's here that this crazy mystery would begin. because as the bulldozer made its way over the open ground, the earth beneath it would begin to collapse in. Workers would rush over to see what was happening and were bewildered when they seen numerous underground chambers and tunnels that seemed to go back to a center chamber. The tunnels themselves were only about 20 inches wide. That evening, the executive of the construction company told his son about the tunnels. He, in turn, would contact a friend who was a local art instructor to help him explore the area. These two men quickly realized the formation was extensive with large and long chambers with secondary tunnels split off that existed 25 feet below the Earth's surface. Other than some strange markings found on some of the walls, they were completely absent of any debris, and the two men would find no clues to how the caves had been built. The odd news would quickly spread throughout town, and a local farmer and amateur archaeologist, William Dokins, would soon hear and offered to help examine the tunnels. He soon realized how big of a discovery this was, and the men soon contacted authorities in Maryland and Washington, D.C., as well as some surrounding states, in hopes of getting the site recognized and maybe even investigated. However, since this was a construction project, the men only had a small amount of time to find a professional archaeologist. The Maryland Geological Survey would be one of the first to look, and they quickly determined that they were natural formations, like that of limestone caves. Other scientists contacted weren't really interested because the discovery didn't really match their forte, while one scientist said it was caused by underground water erosion, which was ironic since he didn't even go look at the site. Sadly, by the time the correct scientists had heard about the discovery and were super interested in studying it, the construction company had got tired of waiting and had already destroyed the tunnels. Luckily, before this could happen, the three men would contact their friends and family to help study it in detail. This led to maps being made, measurements taken, soil collected, and photographs and plaster cast of the odd markings found. However, time would go by and the story was pretty much forgotten until 30 years later in 2003, when the Enigma Project, which is a private-based group in Maryland that investigate claims of unexplained phenomena, was contacted by an independent researcher named Mr. Carl B., who would reopen the research into the Crofton tunnels. He would find that William Dokins, who was now deceased at this point, had allegedly written a full report on his investigation of the tunnels, but sadly, this report was never found. Carl would not give up so easily though. He spent several months visiting friends and family members of Williams's family, where he eventually found the document and sent the Enigma Project a copy. Even though William Dokins was an amateur archaeologist, his 30-page essay on the tunnels was certainly professional. It was completed with maps, photographs, drawings of the tunnels and chamber complex, numerous references, and overall, a very detailed document. He had provided plenty of evidence, such as the photographs of castings made of claw and tooth marks, and he suggested that it was probably made by a colony of beavers many decades ago, although he claimed beavers had been hunted to extinction in the area in the mid-1800s, only beginning to show back up into the area in the late 1970s. But that led to other questions. If beavers had not been in the area for over 100 years, how old was this tunnel network? Well, making the whole thing even more mysterious was that not one piece of wood was found throughout the complex, and William reasoned that since nothing remained and the whole thing had been sealed off and preserved, that the complex must be close to 300 years old. Although he was not a professional scientist, the ones who were would review the data and would soon echo this theory, claiming that the claw and incisor marks belonged to a beaver. However, while many agree with their findings, there were other more out there theories, such as it was made by a prehistoric human, or maybe even a rodent of unusual size. Bridges have long been a source of unexplained phenomena. Even people who do not believe in the paranormal have often reported the strangeness one feels when walking across bridges, particularly when doing so at night. In the past, we've looked at a bridge where, apparently, numerous dogs will go and commit suicide. There's also several legends of the so-called crybaby bridges, where at certain times you can hear the crying of a baby or screams of someone begging for help. That's kind of where this next mystery goes. The story begins with a letter to the editor of the Gazette in Colorado Springs, which was then printed into an article, one which must be pretty old because the year is hard to make out, although the month clearly states September. This anonymous writer would tell of a personal experience he had involved with unexplained phenomena. He would claim he had not told the story to many people out of fear of being judged, and he had chose to write the letter now under strict anonymity. The man had stated several years ago, at the age of 25, he and his girlfriend would take a walk along a quiet road near the outskirts of town, when they would walk over a bridge crossing a shallow stream. It was a cloudy night, but the moon was bright enough that it was not too dark. They would sit on the railing of the bridge facing the center, which allowed them to see entirely across the bridge to the other railing. As the two lovebirds sat there chatting, they would hear a sound coming down the road approaching the bridge. It didn't sound like a horse and carriage. Instead, it sounded like a good-sized dog walking along, or maybe a light horse. Then the two would hear the sound on the bridge getting closer to them, and then passing, stopping, turning around, and going back the way it came, leaving the bridge. It should be noted here that the writer would explain that although he was open to the belief of ghosts and the paranormal, his girlfriend was a hardcore skeptic. But it would be her that whispered to him, "What was that?" He would reply that he did not know, and ask her if she had seen anything, to which she confirmed, in spite of hearing something walk by, she seen nothing. The two would stare at each other in utter confusion. They knew they had heard something, either a pretty big dog or a smaller galloping horse. It was a sharp and distinct sound, like the drumming on wood with fingernails, yet the dust on the bridge remained undisturbed. The two, feeling uneasy, would cross the bridge and then go back and look down to the stream. He would report feeling severe anxiety, almost like a touch of evil. He would describe it as feeling of horror, sickness, and impending death. Since his date was with him, his foolish pride kept him standing there, while all he wanted to do was run away. He could not speak because his voice would give away the fear, and just before he couldn't take it anymore, his date would whisper, "Let's go." He would state that the two hurried home, when she would finally say, "You seem to be happy as me to get away from that bridge," and he would finally confess he couldn't stand there another minute without screaming. The next day, when speaking to his lady, he would ask her if she thought the influence which caused the feeling was just kinda general, or did it seem like it was coming from a particular direction. She would state that that was the weirdest part. It seemed like it came from a point on the left of the stream, and a little below the bridge. So he would go back to that stream and search the riverbank to see if there was any trace of a camp or any kind of a disturbance in the area to explain what they had witnessed, but he couldn't find one clue. This would end the letter and leave the editor with an enduring mystery. What did the two witness? What was this evil feeling they spoke of? What was the feeling of horror, sickness, and impending death about? And the sound of the medium-sized dog? And that sound of the fingernails drumming on the wood? Could it have been the sound of tiny devilish hooves instead? There was also the eerie undisturbed dust which left no footprints. The theories on this one come down to two basic lines of thought. First, the down-to-earth, skeptical point of view. The two experienced a phenomenon which we have discussed before, panic in the woods, in which a person far from civilization, such as hunters, campers, or hikers, start to sense imminent danger, causing them to want to flee the area. And although they weren't deep in the woods, the accounts suggest they were far enough away from town to be in a very remote area of the countryside. So is it possible the sensation these two both felt that overcame them could be panic in the woods? The other theory is it was a real paranormal encounter. Was it a ghost dog? Ghost horse? Or maybe nothing like that at all. Maybe it was some kind of evil spirit or demon that the two could not see but could hear. And with bridges having an aura of strangeness, it makes sense that it would happen here. Other smaller theories suggest a hoax or fabrication by the editor. Take a good look at this symbol. Do you recognize it? Do you know what it's used for? Congratulations. Neither does anyone else. It's known as the right angle with downward zigzag arrow, or Angzer, and is part of the Unicode text encoding. And Unicode, for those that don't know, like me, is designed to support the use of text written in all of the world's major writing systems. It's used in ordinary, literary, academic, and technical context. It uses many common characters, including numerals, punctuation, and other symbols, which are unified with the standard and are not treated as specific to any given writing system. It's actually what is used to encode thousands of emoji, yet this one character is a mystery because nobody remembers why it was created. It first appeared in a 1972 monotype typeset catalog where its inclusion was unexplained. From there, it made its way to the International Organization for Standardization's Standard Generalized Markup Language definition in 1988, likely sourced from the aforementioned monotype character set. It would eventually find its way into Unicode as part of the STIX project, or aka the Scientific and Technical Information Exchange back in 1997 by a woman named Barbara Beaton. The character was listed in a technical report for math and science with a short description stating right angle and downward zigzag arrow, yet there was no explanation of how it was used. Barbara would state that in spite of being involved in the STIX project, she also did not know what the character meant or what it was used for, but she was the one that came up with the name. The glyph's appearance varies across different fonts, but generally it consists of a downward zigzag arrow over a right angle, often with the arrow crossing the corner of the angle. There are a few theories on what this could have meant at one time, or I guess still means, but largely, no one has a real idea. Some people suggest it could have been an obscure electrical engineering symbol used in Germany decades ago. Others suggest that it could have meant short circuit, while some mathematicians suggest it could have had something to do with graph geometries. Maybe the most interesting part about it, though, is the symbol is very similar to that of a chaos magic sigil, which is a symbol or design created by a practitioner of chaos magic to represent a specific intention or desire. Could this old character symbol be tied to magic? Guthrie, Oklahoma is a small town in central Oklahoma, home to about 11,000 people, and although it is small, it could be hiding a huge secret, or at least, that's what this conspiracy alleges, because according to many stories circulating around this town, it seems the Wild West settlement that got built in 1887 sits above a complex system of tunnels that could hide many illegal activities, or at least did. According to the legend, it was these same tunnels that were used during Prohibition to transport barrels of whiskey all around town. The most talked about tunnel is the one that ran, or still runs, from the site of the state's first capital in Guthrie to the Blue Bell Saloon just down the street, the same saloon that housed a brothel. But even though these tunnels are alleged to sprawl throughout town, there's no record or document in the city that confirms they existed. Instead, you have to take the word of hundreds of people that claim to have seen them, or at least heard about them, from their ancestors. Most famously is the account from 1967, where a construction worker on a team that was demolishing a building stated he had uncovered a gambling room underground filled with cards, tables, and roulette wheels. In digging deeper for the mystery, I did come by a Facebook post that talked about the tunnels, and quite a few of the citizens there mentioned going into them, with stories of paperboys using the tunnel as a shortcut to reach the other side of town quicker, to people claiming their parents took them down there to tour the tunnels when they were younger. Many spoke about how their grandparents told them stories about the state legislators who used to go down to the gambling room, bars, and brothels that hid there, while others cite the entrance of the tunnel is supposedly cleverly hidden near the goalpost of the local high school football stadium. However, a few would also claim that these so-called tunnels are nothing more than storm drains and an overactive imagination. So were these tunnels built in the heart of the former capital to hide illegal gambling and drinking, or is this all a bizarre conspiracy about nothing? Born on December 13th, 1893, Stanislaw Szukowski of Warta, Poland, would immigrate to the United States in 1907 at the age of 13. His family would make it to Chicago, where his father was employed as a blacksmith, and Shukovsky, who was known as a prodigy in sculpture, enrolled at the Art Institute of Chicago. Just a year later, he would go back to Poland to enroll at the Academy of Fine Arts in 1910. Here, he would study under another sculptor for 3 years and return to Chicago. As he matured, he would join the art scene in Chicago, becoming a key part of the Chicago Renaissance. But it's a piece of work he does later in his career that would be at the center of this next bizarre conspiracy theory. In 1940, at the age of 47, Shukovsky began devoting his time to examining the mystery of prehistoric ancient history and mankind, as well as the formation of languages, faiths, customs, arts, and migration of peoples. He tried to unravel the origin of geographical names, gods, and symbols that have survived in various forms in various cultures. Through his research, he would claim to have discovered Polish origins for various ancient places and people in a language called Protong. According to Shukovsky, Protong could be seen in phenomenon ranging from the apparent Polish origins of Babylon to Jesus' Polish identity. The culmination of his work was put into a massive book called the Protong Pages, which included 14,000 illustrations. The volumes covered a bunch of issues, while his pen drawings of artifacts, which he considered witnesses, were done to confirm his theories. And if this is not crazy enough for you yet, better buckle in, because he further elaborated that his concept of world history, called Zermatism, suggested that all human culture derived from the Eastern Islanders, who after the Great Flood mentioned in the Bible, settled in Zermatt, Switzerland, hence the name, and that all the human languages could find traces to the original ancient mother tongue that coincidentally had Polish origins. And the craziest part, his theory was that humanity was locked in an external struggle with Yetisani, which stands for the Sons of Yeti. That's right, the offspring of Yeti and humans had enslaved humanity since the dawn of time. He even identified people like Lenin and Churchill, who he claimed were of the ape race. He would then claim that the figure of the Greek god Pan, who is half human and half goat, and whose likeness can be found on several ancient Greek vases, depict creatures that really existed. They were the products of Yeti, sexually assaulting women, which I never thought I'd say. He would use his talents as an artist to illustrate his theories, which despite their lack of evidence or common sense, gained a cult following. So what to make of this theory? Well, most seem to chalk it up to some form of mental illness. Personally, I can't put much into his theories, but sometimes you just have to step back and admire the man's work. Throughout history, there have been many scientific theories that have came and went that seem laughable now, such as the geocentric model, which suggested the sun, moon, stars, and planets all revolved around the Earth, or maybe even the flat Earth or hollow Earth theories, which still some believe today. But none can reach the crazy of our next fringe theory, that which was created by a man named Cyrus Teed, a man who started off as a doctor specializing in botanical remedies, which was popular in the late 19th century, in which he practiced. He would then become an alchemist and pseudo-scientific religious leader and self-proclaimed messiah. He would take the name Koresh and propose the new set of scientific and religious ideas he called Koreshanity, that believed in the existence of a concave hollow earth where the sky, humanity, and surface of the earth existed on the inside of a universe-encompassing sphere. It may be better to just try and show you a picture to get a better concept. It envisions a universe that is an inside-out version of what we know now. He instead believed the earth is on the outside and we are looking at the inside of the universe. So kinda like a bigger version of the hollow earth theory. In 1869, he received a spiritual illumination from the Divine Motherhood, who told him the nature of the universe. This confirmed Teed's suspicion that the earth was actually outside and everything else was within. This illumination would then tell him to carry on with the work of Jesus as a new Messiah, where he was to unify science and religion. It's worth noting here that this so-called illumination only came to him after he was badly electrocuted and passed out during an experiment. According to Teed, the universe occupies a hollow cell in solid rock about 8,000 miles in diameter. We live and walk on the spherical inner surface of this cell with our heads pointed towards its center. The entire universe that we see in the sky lies within this cell, cradled in the hands of God. At the center is the sun, an invisible electromagnetic battery in the form of a corkscrew rotating on a 24-hour cycle. We do not see the sun directly. Instead, its rays bend by refraction and focalize twice, and we see the second focalization. But it gets better. The sun is half dark and half light, and its rotation gives us the illusion of sunrises and sunsets, giving us night and day and season variations. The planets are disks floating between metallic layers of the Earth's crust, which is the same rock shell we walk on. This part of the Earth's shell is only 100 miles thick and has 17 layers, and the moon, planets, and stars we think we see in the sky are actually illusions within the hollow cell within this rock shell. Confused? Well, it gets better, because gravity here comes from the special rays that come out of the sun which keep us pulled to the Earth. Teed would eventually establish the Korsian Unity, a small communal society, aka cult, where he taught the importance of celibacy, and how that's related to this insane theory, I'm not sure. But it's here he would meet a man named Ulysses Morrow, a newspaper editor, writer, and among other things, inventor. He held similar views to Teed, and Teed asked him if he could provide scientific proof of the shape of the Earth. Morrow would do just that. On July 25, 1896, he would make his observations on the old Illinois drainage canal, in which he sighted a target 18 inches above the water's surface at 5 miles away, using a telescope elevated just 12 inches above the water. According to the accepted values of the Earth's curvature, the target should have been 9 feet below the line of vision. Morrow considered this undisputed proof that the world was not circular. He would do follow-up experiments, like a month later from the shore of Lake Michigan. He spotted yachts 12 miles away from the shore while he was on a pier 10 feet above the water. With a 50-power telescope, the hulls were clearly visible. He would pull off 7 other successful experiments, although these were all easily dismissed by critics as nothing more than atmospheric refraction, and both Morrow and Teed would concede that it was just an illusion of perspective, but they were not finished and would continue further experiments throughout the years. However, they could never prove these theories. In 1983, a book that collected many archaeological anomalies, as well as other Fortean phenomena in North America, would debut. This book, called The Rebirth of Pan by Jim Brandon, would also collect a series of odd cryptid encounters that have been documented over the years, and he would write about them in a chapter in the book. Of these was one particularly strange. The story details the weird autumn of 1973 in the Midwest, where all these sightings were occurring that could be best described as Sasquatch-like. One woman, on August 29th, in Monongahela, Pennsylvania, would report seeing a huge hairy arm with 3 claws hanging from the roof. She would then begin to gag on a strong sulfur odor that came from the animal. Later, hairs reeking of sulfur were on the roof as well. In McChesney Town, about an hour away, another creature would leave a handprint on the side of a home which showed 3 appendages in contrast to the typical 5 one might think of when it comes to Bigfoot. Meanwhile, in some of the mobile home parks in Derby, the cryptids were alleged to have been pounding aggressively on the sides of the metal-sheathed homes. There were also numerous reports of motorists who seen shaggy bipeds racing alongside their cars on lonely roads. But that leads into our mystery, which there's not a lot of details about. According to this collection of stories, the most bizarre encounter would be that of 2 boys riding motorcycles out on a country road who would see what they described as huge hairy legs lumbering in front of them, which had no upper body visible. The cyclists reported their sighting while also admitting their view may have been obstructed by their own headlights. The story was not elaborated on any further, and there's not much in the way of theories. Of course, the most likely scenario is they were partially blinded by their own headlights, which caused them to see something that wasn't there. Or maybe he was just a misidentified animal like a bear, or perhaps they seen what everyone else was reporting at that time, Sasquatch-like creatures, and maybe the light hit them in such a way that they could not see the upper body, or maybe they ran into a cryptid never seen before that was just two hairy legs. Volcanoes are something that man has had to learn how to live with, seeing around 50 to 70 eruptions per year, and while the vast majority of these rarely do any major damage to civilization, there has been the occasional one that really transformed Earth and all life on it. In fact, the volcanic winter of 536 was caused by at least 3 simultaneous eruptions of uncertain origins that caused cooler temperatures throughout Europe for several years. In March 536, documents would record the skies would even darken. It caused crop failures, which along with a plague, led to the death of millions. Some scholars have pointed out that this time in history was one of the worst to be alive, with 536 specifically being mentioned as the worst year ever. And we know about this because it was just so heavily documented, from Roman historians to the patriarchs of the church in Syria, with it also being recorded in Irish historical accounts. But that's not all. There's also physical evidence too, because scientists have been able to look at tree rings that show little growth in 536, while ice cores in Greenland and Antarctica also show evidence of sulfate deposits around the same time. But what happens when a huge volcanic eruption is documented with sources, but there's not a shred of physical evidence? That's what this mystery looks at, because a man named Rongo Rosita, who was a Javanese philosopher and poet in the 1800s during the Dutch colonial period of the East Indies, would pen several notable works. One of these was entitled Book of Kings. In the Book of Kings, he would spend decades researching and writing a huge history of Java, which was first published in 1869. The book is thousands of pages long, and it was said he wrote 3 pages of it per day for 30 years. The sources he gathered this information from is still kinda uncertain, but it's thought he most likely referenced these ancient Javanese manuscripts that had been written on palm leaves. 10,000 of these palm leaf texts still survive to this day. But it's the first edition that we first read of this account about this volcano. It spoke of the world greatly shaking and violent thundering, accompanied by a heavy rain and storms. The mountain Kapi, with a tremendous roar, would burst into pieces and sink into the earth, which caused the sea to rise, causing a many people to die, or aka a tsunami. The first accounting doesn't really give us the key details though. It's the updated second edition, just 16 years later, that gives us more information. This time, he would record in the year Ashoka 338, or AD 416, a thundering noise was heard from the mountain Batawara, which was answered by a similar noise coming from the mountain Kapi, lying westward of the modern Bantam. A great glaring fire, which reached the sky, came out of the last named mountain. The whole world was greatly shaken, and violent thundering accompanied by heavy rains and storms took place. So first off, it's unknown which mountain Kapi is referring to, since that name is no longer in use, although some think it could be referring to the volcano Krakatoa. Now it gets a little more interesting, because in this book, he also mentions a man named Jabaya, a monarch who oversaw the documenting of this volcanic eruption. According to the story, he was visited by a god who informed him of the eruption and encouraged him to make a record of it. This god told him that the event took place in AD 416. Now strangely, Jabaya was a real Javanese king of the 12th century, but was this story he told a real account that had been passed down? Or did he really think a god told him to document it? Well, that I can't answer. However, I can say, outside of everything I have told you, there's no other piece of real evidence that this eruption ever happened. So what gives? Well, of course, if we go back to the tree ring and ice core studies mentioned previously, we know there were 3 eruptions around 536 AD, and it's just possible that one of these is Krakatoa, which of course is off the coast of Java. And if we go back to the palm leaf writings, we also know in 535 AD, the writings stopped for 18 years without explanation, so it's easy to assume that Krakatoa did erupt. But the issue is this, that's in 535 AD. This story, allegedly took place in 416 AD. Also, the palm leaf histories do not stop after that year, suggesting there was no eruption. So is it possible that somehow the dates just got mixed up and that the king was referencing the eruption in 535 AD instead? Or is there an unknown eruption that occurred where no physical evidence has ever been found? Most scholars believe this account is pretty dubious, since the story is not drawing on any primary sources, and there's also no geological evidence to substantiate the claims. Some take it a step further and claim that there's actually no evidence that Krakatoa even erupted in 535 AD. In the 1950s, a family by the name of Cooper would purchase a home in Texas, and like many families, they were excited to settle in, so they wanted to take a picture to document the beginning of a new home and new life. So the first night they were there, the mother, grandmother, and 2 children would sit down and pose for a photograph at the dining room table. The father would then snap a picture and would eventually take it to get developed. But days later, when he went back to get it, he would open it and he was horrified, because when he opened the film pack, this is what he saw. The kids were said to have had nightmares for years. But how much of this story is true? Well, strangely, there's multiple theories and various accounts online. Some state that in spite of the claim that this was a legit photo, that it was indeed photoshopped later on as a hoax, or that possibly the family even faked it. Others claim that it was just double exposure. Another theory states that one of the guys developing the film noticed how the family was all off to the right of the photo, leaving a big empty space on the left-hand side, so he threw a negative from another photo onto the film as a prank. And the family, instead of realizing it was just a joke, took it as real evidence of the paranormal. But I also found another account that stated one of the 2 boys in the photo came forward in 2015 and stated that the original photo did not have that being in it, meaning the photo was photoshopped much later on, which might be why it didn't pop up online until November 2009. Finally, a few people speculate that it might have been a genuine paranormal occurrence. When we think about the universe and how it actually works, it's almost too much to wrap our brains around. In fact, it's probably easier for most of us to just never think about it. But it's easier for some to not believe the explanation we're told at all, and instead pitch a completely different theory altogether. That brings us to the fringe theory known as the electric universe. According to this surprisingly wide-held belief, electricity actually rules the universe. Its currents flow along plasma filaments that shape and power galaxies, while they also go into the stars, which lights them up like fluorescent bulbs. It also powers the births of other planets. And craters that we see in these planets, that's actually electrical arcs like lightning bolts striking it. And that's actually where the Grand Canyon came from. But what about black holes, dark matter, dark energy, and the Big Bang? Yeah, none of that happened. Most of this theory has been started by a Russian-American writer named Emanuel Velikovsky, who suggested that the gravity was related to the electrical structure of neutral matter, and that the stars were powered by galactic-scale electrical discharge currents. That would be the beginning of this very wacky theory that would keep growing, and eventually became something known as the Thunderbolts Project, which the internet has helped to spread, leading to a YouTube channel with 6 feature-length documentaries that get between 300,000 to 1 million views. But in spite of how big this following has got, there's one issue. There's not one shred of proof of any kind. In fact, most of their details are pretty ambiguous, and the theory is not even complete enough to make predictions with, so it's not even a theory, so it can't be tested. Others defend this though, suggesting that it provides a simpler explanation compared to the standard model of physics. The late 19th century may be one of the oddest times in human history. There were so many new ideas, and people were really interested in the paranormal things like talking to the dead, ghosts, and new spiritual ideas. In fact, if you were going to start a religion, I can't think of a better time, and that's exactly what happened in 1882 when a dentist named John Newbrow would write a book called O Ospi, A New Bible. And this book, well, John claimed it had been written by automatic writing, which is allegedly a psychic ability allowing a person to produce written words without consciously writing, like something took over his body and wrote it for him. Now, I can't get into all the details of this book because it's close to 900 pages, but the title page describes the book as A New Bible in the Words of Jehovah and His Angel Ambassadors, a sacred history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on the earth for the past 24,000 years, together with a synopsis of the cosmogony of the universe, the creation of planets, the creation of man, the unseen worlds, the labor and glory of gods and goddesses in the ethereal heavens, with the new commandments of Jehovah to man of the present day. Of course, Jehovah being the creator, who is both male and female. The basic teachings emphasize service to others, while its teachings about what happens after death are not much different than a lot of other faiths. It does differ in one way. No matter if you are a disbeliever or how immoral of a life you live, everyone eventually ends up in heaven, or at least one of the heavens, since there are multiples. And it's important to note here, Newbrow stated, after he released the book, that it was not a sacred text, but instead just a history of different religions going back 24,000 years. But it wouldn't matter, because a number of groups formed in response to the release of the book and soon became a religion called Faithists, although it was never widespread. But that's neither here or there, because the mystery is actually one of the fringe theory variety, and that is something called soul ships, which are often just a metaphor, but sometimes it's a literal vehicle that transports souls to the afterlife. There are also mentions in this book of those vehicles, as well as many descriptions of what we would call UFOs. In fact, it's thought that the first time the word starship was coined is in this book, which talks about interstellar travel a lot. There are multiple verses about ships of fire or ships of light descending to Earth. There's even accounts of some people who entered onto these spacecraft and left Earth. So basically the mystery is this: if this historical account is accurate, are these the precursors to the UFO phenomena that we see now? August 13th, 1997. Shock jock Howard Stern would get a phone call that left him and his audience a bit uneasy when a man named Clay would call in with a dark, interesting claim. According to him, Clay, which was undoubtedly a fake name, would tell Howard he was a serial killer, responsible for 12 murders of sex workers in New Orleans. Howard, who was definitely a very controversial person at the time, would actually go along and hit this man with question after question, pumping him to give up more information about himself. In hindsight, for a man like Stern, who a lot of the public had contempt for, this was seen as admirable, trying to coax out enough details from the man in hopes that someone could identify him. Because of this, we know that the man was white, had no tattoos, used a hammer for most of his murders, and he usually committed such acts on the side of the road. Now, after Howard talked to the man for a while, he would eventually get off the phone, but not before Howard tried to convince him to turn himself in, and that was pretty much it. Although, word did come out the next day that the FBI came by to talk to Howard, who then turned the tape of the recorded call over to them, and Howard would never mention it again. Now, if you know anything about Howard Stern's show, then you will know that the program received numerous calls over the years from people claiming to have done terrible things. In fact, it's alleged that Stern himself was behind a lot of these calls to boost ratings, so the serial killer call is often written off as nothing more than a prank by Stern. However, there's one little catch here, because there was a serial killer operating in New Orleans in this time period, that of the Storyville Slayer, although it's believed this man killed at least 24 different women instead of the 12 that the caller claimed. But the similarities didn't stop there. In the investigation into the Storyville slaying, police would eventually arrest two different suspects. One was an African-American, corrupt police officer named Victor Gant, who was arrested in a domestic dispute with a woman he had met during the time he had patrolled the red light districts, and her name was Sharon Robinson. But before Sharon could testify against him, and her friend, the only other witness, were both found dead. However, DNA testing was inconclusive and Gant was released. But that brings us to the next suspect, a white man named Russell Elwood, who first came onto detectives' radars in 1994 and was finally charged and convicted of the murder of at least one of these women, that of Cheryl Lewis. Now I had to fill you in on that, because not only did this caller identify himself as a white man that targeted black prostitutes or mixed-race ones, like the Storyville Slayer did, when Howard asked the caller if he had any close calls with the police, he would laugh and say no, that they actually arrested the wrong man, a black police officer, just like the Storyville Slayer, leading many to believe that this caller was actually Russell Elwood. But there's just one problem with that. This phone call happened on August 13th, and Elwood had been arrested 9 days earlier on August 4th for buying cocaine off of an undercover cop. So unless he called from jail to tell Howard all this in an interview that lasted over 15 minutes, it wasn't him. I also know phone calls are recorded in prison, but I'm not sure they are in the county jail where Elwood was. There's also the fact that Clay mentioned having a fiance and children and had minimal drug use, unlike Elwood. And Cheryl Lewis, who Elwood was ultimately convicted of murdering, well, she was a nurse, not a sex worker, so I think we can safely rule him out. But that has left the door open for the possibility that it was another serial killer. In fact, law enforcement believe that the Storyville slayings were committed by multiple killers, meaning this phone call could still be legit. For the people who believe it was the real killer, they point out the caller's knowledge of specific details and crimes in New Orleans that is at least a little suspicious. There's also the fact that law enforcement have never been able to conclusively say that the phone call was a hoax. His demeanor also came off like a genuine psychopath. However, for the doubters, it's often brought up that the whole weird saga is never mentioned again, although it's possible law enforcement just told Howard to not discuss it anymore. And secondly is the many awkward pauses by the man, which seems to indicate he was thinking up her replies on the spot, like he's making up the story as he goes. Although, it could be argued he's taking these long pauses to carefully avoid saying anything that could get him busted. But that brings up another interesting point. About halfway through the call, Howard and Robin seem to be leading him by giving him simple yes or no questions instead of asking him for descriptive answers. Finally is the fact that in the years that followed, law enforcement questioned the credibility of the call. So I ask you, hoax or real? Let me know in the comment section below. June 4th, 2019, The Astronomer's Telegram, which is a short notice publication service for publicizing new astronomical observations, would put out a very odd note. It was that of a star named ASSN-V, which strangely and suddenly decreased its brightness by a huge amount. Actually, 70% of its brightness was lost, and astronomers don't know why. As you may imagine, this almost instantly caught the attention of alien hunters, who believe it was some sort of alien megastructure, perhaps a Dyson sphere, which is a hypothetical structure whose purpose would be to harness the energy emitted by a star to use for an advanced civilization, which means this sphere would be like some kind of solid shell completely encompassing the star, or perhaps even a swarm of smaller structures orbiting around it, or even a network of orbiting solar collectors. Regardless, the alien hunters believe this is what caused the star to so rapidly dim. However, there are more boring theories, such as a cloud of dust just passed in front of the star, casting a shadow, or an enormous planet casting an eclipse, or possibly even a second dimmer star in its orbit. Did you have an imaginary friend growing up? Or maybe you have a child that has an imaginary friend. Well, as you probably know, this is completely normal. It's estimated that between 50 and 65% of young children have an imaginary friend. Sometimes it takes the form of a doll or stuffed animal, while other times it's completely imaginary. And psychologists say that this is actually a good thing. But what if that imaginary friend is not sending out good vibes? Well, that's what this next mystery takes a look at. It starts on a Reddit post in a thread where parents shared their scariest story their child told them about their imaginary friend. The parent, under the name Professor Dog, would tell the story of when their son was first learning to talk. He would begin telling them something about a person named Purple Mommy. This person, or being, was all purple with long hair and bright, all-white eyes. It's worth noting here, Professor Dog stated that the kid, at the time, did often mix up the colors purple and black, so it's possible he meant Purple Mommy was all black. Regardless, this individual would pick him up at night and turn off the lights, which the parents thought was weird because they would often find him outside of his crib in the morning, even though he was barely walking. Purple Mommy also apparently had no mouth and could take her own head off, but it gets stranger because he would tell them Purple Mommy needed a band-aid because she had blood everywhere, and then he finished with the one that might have made them the most nervous. Purple Mommy doesn't really like Daddy. He apparently told them this stuff for around a year. When they finally asked him where Purple Mommy was, he would always point to the same spot, a corner of the room behind his closet door. The parents would report that during this phase, the child would often wake up crying. On one night, when he was really struggling, they would ask him what was wrong, and he said Purple Mommy would not let him sleep. As far as theories go, there are a few. As far as the paranormal ones go, of course, it's often suggested it could be some kind of supernatural entity, like a demon or spirit, or maybe even a shadow person. But the most common theory, however, is sleep paralysis, which can cause you to hallucinate. Or maybe it was the kid's imagination. One of the weirdest feelings most of us share is that odd memory that doesn't really exist. You know, like Sinbad never played a genie in a movie, even though a lot of people remember him doing so. Of course, I'm talking about the Mandela effect, but that's not what this mystery is about. It's a little more specific. What if someone could control the Mandela effect for nefarious reasons? That's what the memory hole conspiracy takes a look at. The term memory hole was first popularized by George Orwell's dystopian novel, 1984, when the party's Ministry of Truth systematically recreated all potentially embarrassing historical documents, in effect reverting all of history to match the often changing state propaganda. These changes were complete and undetectable. The name comes from a small chute leading to a large incinerator used for censorship, and the conspiracy which had taken on this word is basically that things that make the powers that be embarrassed or insecure in their power are vanishing and then being retroactively erased from human memory. The problem with this conspiracy theory is there's no way to prove it. There are no examples, because if you can remember something happening, then it wasn't erased, meaning it hasn't been memory holed. However, the ones that do believe in this theory often point out to things like disinformation and the strive to control the narrative, which are very real issues. Others point to things like artificial intelligence, which can manipulate video and audio pretty well, which could lead to the ability to memory hole sensitive issues. We have discussed Bigfoot how many times on this channel now? It feels like at least 100, and that's because on any channel that discusses paranormal or cryptid activity, well, there's just no way to get around Sasquatch. They're the biggest known cryptid in the world, but even so, they're still doubted by the larger community as a whole, in spite of large human-like footprints being found in some of the most remote areas of the world, and in spite of thousands of sightings, it's usually written off as hoaxes, or maybe the most likely, just misidentification of other animals such as bears. While there's a few who probably hallucinate the whole thing, and you can't really blame the skeptics that doubt their existence. There's never been a body found. But what if there is a theory out there that explains why this is the case? A fringe theory, maybe. Well, it seems to some that Bigfoot is really just a hologram. That's right, a hologram. According to this theory, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Yeti, whatever you want to call them, is actually a three-dimensional hologram projected from space by an unknown intelligence. But who this intelligence is and why they are doing it is unknown. However, as obscure and crazy as this theory is, I've actually heard it before. The theory actually ties into the simulation theory. It basically states, if we are living in a simulated reality, then whoever is running the simulation may program in these paranormal sightings, such as UFOs and cryptids, to study how people react to them. And then, when this person who witnessed it goes out and tells other people what they spotted, the programmers could then watch how these people respond to the claim, and so on, and so on. It could also explain why there's never been a body found and why these things are only spotted by select people. Death. It's a subject most of us will spend all of our time trying to avoid thinking about, despite the fact that we are currently dying. But in the strictest terms, what is death? According to science, a person is dead once they go into cardiac arrest, which is when the electrical impulse that drives the heartbeat stops. As a result, the heart locks up and you are considered clinically dead. But what about the person experiencing it? Does everything stop for them immediately? Or is it something that slowly creeps in and then you start to slowly fade out? That's the question many near-death researchers have spent decades studying, and they found some pretty interesting things. One of these studies found that a surge of electricity enters the brain moments before brain death. The study involved teams in 25 hospitals monitoring dying patients' brain activity during resuscitation attempts, observing spikes in brain electrical activity after the heart stopped. Only 10% of the patients in the study were revived, and of these, 28 were interviewed about their experiences, with 11 reporting awareness during the CPR and 6 reporting near-death experiences, which has led some scientists to think that near-death experiences may be caused by reduced blood flow and abnormal electrical behavior inside the brain. So that stereotypical tunnel of white light might derive from a surge of neural activity. In the cases where patients reported awareness of what was going on during their death, they would report leaving their body and floating around the room, and also being aware of the medical team working on their body. They've been able to describe watching the doctors and nurses working and having full awareness of the conversations and other visual things going on that should have not been knowable to them. So how is this possible? Well, even after breathing and heartbeat stops, you remain conscious for about 2 to 20 seconds. That's how long the cerebral cortex is thought to last without oxygen, which is the thinking and decision-making part of the brain. So it is still able to decipher information gathered from the senses. When someone is revived during this crucial period, it explains these visions they have. However, much of this is still unknown, and some critics still argue that there is no direct link between brain waves and conscious activity during near-death experiences. July 27th and 28th, 1566, Basel, Switzerland. A series of events would occur that can only be described as unexplained phenomenon. According to a leaflet recorded by a man named Samuel Cocius, on the 27th, the sun, after it had shined warm all day long with clear bright skies, it would suddenly take a different shape and color that night. First, it lost its glow and was no bigger than a full moon. Then it began to weep tears of blood, and the sky behind it went dark. This was witnessed by many people in the city, as well as in the countryside. This would be followed on by the moon, which was almost full, and shined through the night with an almost blood red color. The next morning, around 6 a.m., the sun rose up again with the same appearance as the night before. It lit up all the houses, streets, and everything with a blood red and fiery color. This would be the first sighting. However, it was not over, because a week and a half later, on August 7th, the document would record that the town seen many large black spheres coming and going with a great speed and precision in front of the sun, and they chattered as if they had led a fight. Many of them were fiery red and soon crumbled and then extinguished. This, of course, is one of the weirdest events from history. So, what exactly happened? As you may have guessed, there are varying theories. Some believe that if a really bad forest fire had taken a hold somewhere in the region, it could have caused smoke to travel for miles, and it's possible that the residents seen smoke and ashes in the sky without seeing fire. The black masses could have just been the ashes, since they turned a fiery red and then soon extinguished. And considering the moon was red, this means the fire probably burned on for days. However, Basel was the only town to report this, meaning the events were a local one. Others cite that it could have been a meteor storm, which would explain the red glow the sun had. A problem with this, though, is the writing said the sky was black and red, and not white like a meteorite is when falling to Earth. Then, there's the volcano theory, which is similar to the forest fire theory, except it would have been volcanic ashes. But why didn't anyone else report it? And why was there a delay between the 28th and August 7th? Another theory is similar to that of the dancing plague of 1518 theory, which states that the people had all consumed something that made them all hallucinate, while others speculate that it could have been mass hysteria, and of course, finally, a UFO battle. What's really odd about this one is just 5 years prior, the people of Nuremberg, around 275 miles away, experienced a similar event, which was described as an aerial battle. When one thinks about paranormal encounters, we often visualize an unidentified aircraft drifting across the night sky before it darts off into the distance. Or we think about that of the eerie screams one may hear during an exorcism, or for some, you may have even felt that cold temperature change when a spirit enters the room. These are typically things spoken about among paranormal encounters. However, one thing that's not often discussed is smell, which is odd because you would think this would be brought up more often. But one strange thing about smell in the paranormal is a lot of unexplained phenomena is often accompanied by the smell of sulfur, which is like a rotten egg type smell or sometimes burnt electrical wiring. It occurs near volcanoes and hot springs, and ingesting too much of it can kill a person. But the smell has been recorded from everything involving demonic possessions, UFOs, to Sasquatch encounters. One famous encounter deals with a 23-year-old woman named Ivete Clemencia Felipe of São Vicente, Brazil, who was staying alone at her sister-in-law's home in 1978 when she suddenly would see a little blue light in the sky far away. It approached the home extremely quickly and grew in size and began to strobe a startling array of colors. She then began to hear a buzzing sound as it went around the home. In spite of shutting the doors and windows, it still lit up the inside of the home. Yvette would report being so scared she ran and hid under the bed until her sister-in-law and cousin arrived home, who would later confirm that when they arrived, they too saw this weird aircraft. But to keep part of this story that relates to our mystery, everyone in the encounter reported the smell of sulfur. Then, another famous encounter, which we looked at back on part 10 of the Mega series when we discussed the Big Muddy cryptid sightings, took place on June 1973 in Murfreesboro, Illinois. If you don't remember the details, one woman named Cheryl and her boyfriend Randy were on the back porch when they heard rustling in the bushes. Upon investigating it, they found a real tall, hairy creature. The hair was all matted, and the key word again was they reported a real bad sulfur smell. When asked about it later, they speculated that may have came from a layer of river slime covering the beast, while other witnesses that seen this creature during this time frame claimed it smelled rotten or sewage-like. Heck, even on an earlier subject in this video, the one about the disembodied hairy legs, in the story, it mentioned several Sasquatch-like sightings in the Midwest in the autumn of 1973. One of these was a woman seeing a huge hairy arm with 3 claws hanging from her roof. She claimed the smell of sulfur was so strong she began to gag. Another famous encounter was one from paranormal author Christopher K. Coleman, who lived next to a historical park where the Battle of Bentonville took place in the Civil War. Coleman would record that when he was cutting wood in March 1990, he would all of a sudden start to hear the sounds and smells of battle, like he had been transported back in time. The event scared him enough that he dropped his chainsaw and fell to the ground. Terrified by the sensation of bullets and artillery passing over, the weird experience stopped just abruptly as it began. He fled back to his home, leaving his chainsaw where it laid for weeks because he was too afraid to go get it. And again, the smell of sulfur, or what he claimed was the awkward smell of gunpowder, was present. Another instance is that of a Chilean man, Carriaga Gonzalez, who noticed a large monkey-like animal on the side of the road on June 24, 2000. When he stopped to investigate, he reported a strong smell of sulfur that was nauseating. The creature then let out a howl and Gonzalez fled. And there are many more of these types of stories, ranging from the Men in Black encounters to smaller cryptids like Chupacabra. So why does this certain odor pop up so frequently in paranormal events? Is it possible that they are all a singular phenomenon? Maybe UFOs, cryptids, and ghosts in themselves are not the mystery. Instead, there's some kind of force or energy that manifests these sightings, which then produces the smell. Others suggest that it's possible that a lot of these beings smell like sulfur because they live underground, such as Sasquatches, who some believe inhabit deep cave systems, or demons, which obviously live in hell. If you know anything about the history of the role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons, you'll know that in the 1980s, they received a lot of negative press for its so-called connections to Satanism, as many religious organizations claimed the game was linked to satanic ritual abuse and that the game was a tool for cults to recruit people. Of course, the whole phase would die down eventually, and it went on to become mainstream in the popular series Big Bang Theory, which first aired in 2007. So that must be why, in 2008, the religious right needed a new satanic enemy. That's when Virginia candidate for Lieutenant Governor E.W. Jackson stepped in to warn all Christians about the links between Satanism and yoga. That's right, like Jackson, many of us have driven by that yoga studio downtown and felt that aura of evil that permeates about as the soccer moms and senior citizens go in to do their stretches. We all know something else is going on. Let me give it to you in Jackson's words, from his 2008 book, The 10 Commandments to an Extraordinary Life. When one hears the word meditation, it conjures an image of Maharishi Yoga talking about finding a mantra and striving for nirvana. The purpose of such meditation is to empty oneself. Satan is happy to invade the empty vacuum of your soul and possess it. That is why people serve Satan without even knowing it or deciding it. But no one can be a child of God without making a decision to surrender to Him. Beware of systems of spirituality which tell you to empty yourself. You will end up filled with something you probably do not want. Now, if this was just Jackson saying this, you could maybe just say he's crazy, but there's actually many Christians who would claim the same thing. In 2015, a Father Roland Calhoun of Northern Ireland would make news when he stated yoga presented a spiritual health risk. He would explain that while people would go in with good intentions, they could set up on a path towards a bad spiritual domain and even run into Satan and fallen angels. He would follow up by saying Pope Francis did not seek spiritual answers in yoga classes, and it seems like this is more of a fear of Hinduism than anything else, because in 2011, the Vatican's own chief exorcist, Gabriella Morth, would state that all Eastern religions are based on the false belief of reincarnation, and that practicing yoga is satanic and leads to evil, just like reading Harry Potter, whereas Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, later to be Pope Benedict XVI, would cite that transcendental meditation could degenerate into a cult of the body which devalues prayer, while Pastor John Lindell of James River Church in Ozark, Missouri, a megachurch with almost 11,000 members, delivered a whole sermon warning against yoga, stating that it has demonic roots and should be avoided by Christians, comparing it to fortune-telling and Wicca. It should be noted though, in March 2023, John Lindell claimed his church used the power of faith to miraculously regrow one of its church members' toes who had it amputated in the past, and he never provided any proof. But E.W. Jackson isn't the only politician to jump into this conspiracy either. Christina Caramo, who ran for Michigan Secretary of State in 2022, would claim that yoga was a satanic ritual, stating, "So people are thinking they're doing exercises. No, you're doing a satanic ritual and don't even know it. Like it's not a cultural dance, it's a demonic ceremony. What's wrong with you?" But people don't understand that. It's because our worldview is so skewed. It's worth noting, Caramo also thought demonic possession could be transferred through sexual relations. But it's not only the leaders of the church and politicians getting in on the action. Yasmin Suri, a conservative Christian influencer and grifter with over 30,000 Facebook followers, would make waves in 2020 when she suggested the new yoga-themed Barbie, called Breathe With Me, was really a demonic attachment that could lead children to be possessed by demons and make them suicidal. She would further claim it was to indoctrinate children for Satan's glory and then destroy them. So, Are all these people onto something, or is this just a harmless exercise? Let me know in the comment section below. George Van Tassel was an interesting man born in 1910 in Ohio. Growing up and reaching the age of 20, he would move off to California, where he became a mechanic at a garage owned by his uncle, and in later years, he would move on to become an aircraft mechanic and flight inspector who worked for companies such as Lockheed. But in 1947, he would leave the booming aerospace industry to live a simple life in the desert with his family, and building a cafe, gas station, store, small airstrip, and guest ranch. And in 1953, he began hosting meditation groups, and it's this year that something would change for him, because according to Van Tassel, the occupant of a spaceship from the planet Venus, named Soganda, would land at his airstrip and wake him up, then invited him on board to his spaceship, where he then provided Van Tassel with a formula to build a machine capable of generating electrostatic energy to suspend gravity, extend human life, and facilitate time travel. And I know this sounds odd, but alien contactee stories in the 1950s were actually pretty popular, so it's not crazy in itself, because there were many other claims like this at the time. What makes Van Tassel's different is this so-called technique to rejuvenate the body. It took hold of Van Tassel, and just a year later, him and others began building what they called Integratron to perform rejuvenation. According to him, it was a structure for scientific research into time, anti-gravity, and extending human life, with the aim to recharge and rejuvenate people's cells. Oh, and it was also going to be capable of anti-gravity and time travel. The domed wood structure has a rotating metal apparatus on the outside he called electrostatic die rod. It was made of wood, concrete, glass, fiberglass, and without any metal screws or nails. The inner workings were a combination of high-voltage Tesla coil and a split-ring resonator that generated electromagnetic frequencies. Van Tassel speculated that electromagnetism affected biological cells and believed that every biological cell had a unique resonant electromagnetic frequency. According to Van Tassel, the generation of strong ultra-wideband electromagnetic frequencies by the Integratron resonates with the cell's frequency and recharges the cellular structure as if it were an electrical battery. The human cells rejuvenated while inside the structure. He did some of this with the money from an annual spacecraft convention he hosted for 25 years, with one receiving 10,000 attendees, which often included the famous contactees at the time. Unfortunately for Van Tassel, he would suddenly die just a few weeks before its official opening, without ever seeing his life's work come to fruition, which of course was largely seen as pseudoscience. But I ask you, was Van Tassel onto something? Along an ancient road known as Irwin Lane in Saltersford, Cheshire, England, stands a peculiar memorial stone with an inscription that read, "Here John Turner was cast away in a heavy snowstorm in the night in or about the year 1755. What makes this inscription so strange, though, is what's on the back, but I'll get to that in a second. First, we must ask, who was John Turner? According to an English author, Alan Garner, who wrote a novel based on the account, he tells us that John Turner was born in 1706 and grew up in Saltersford Hall, where his father was a farmer. John would grow up to be a peddler, mainly transporting salt, which he carried from Chester to Northwich to Derby, and then would return back with malt. On Christmas Eve in 1735, when he was 29 years old, he would make his way back from Northwich, and it began to snow. Luckily for him, these peddlers were used to being on the road in all weather and all hours. They knew the paths like the back of their hand, and in general, knew how to safely get back and forth. Since it was Christmas Eve, John wanted to make it home with his family, so against the advice of others, he pressed on into the blizzard. When he failed to reach at home the next morning, a search party was organized to set off and find him, which didn't take long because he was found less than a mile from home, frozen to death and covered by snow, while his horses survived. Now at first you might think, well, he froze to death, and that's an awful story, but he probably just got lost, and it's not really a mystery. But I'm getting to that. remember that inscription on the back that I told you about? Yeah, it references the most baffling part of this whole saga, because on the windswept white ground lay the pristine single print of a woman's shoe in the snow. Yeah, so a very strange one, and I can't find very much about it, although there seems to be at least one discrepancy. For one, the stone records his death as 1755, but the story says that John died in 1735. Of course, the stonemason could have just made a mistake, but it does show that the stone was made years after he died. However, one other odd thing I found with this one is, there's no records of John. In the 18th century, it was the churches that recorded births, and it wouldn't be that unusual for them to have simply missed John. The records were by no means thorough, and the records here are at best spotty. However, John's case is different, because he was a salt packman, and they all had to be licensed. And while the church may have slacked on keeping records, you can be sure that John would have gotten a license to transport the salt, and likewise, the government would have been sure to keep that record. Yet, in the Public Record Office, there is no record of a license being issued to any John Turner. So that in itself is a mystery. Did John really exist? If not, why is this random headstone on the side of this old road? If he did exist and suffered this horrible death, what was with this lone woman's shoe print next to his body? April 1988, Swiss explorer Gregor Spory would go to Egypt with the intention of learning about ancient Egyptian culture. During his trip, he spent time in the Great Pyramid trying to find evidence of biocosmic energy, but was unsuccessful. On the recommendation of a bartender, Spory embarked on an excursion near Sadat City, about 60 miles northwest of Cairo. While there, he met an elderly farmer named Naguib, who was descended from a family of grave robbers. This man would offer to show him an unusual object for a fee of $300, which Spory happily accepted. This man would then bring the object back, and I can only imagine Spory's surprise to see a mummified finger wrapped in old rags. But it wasn't just any ordinary finger. This finger was 15 inches long. Spory examined it closely and observed that it appeared old, organic, and humanoid, with leathery skin and a loose nail. It also had a musky smell, and it was split open on the bend of the finger and covered with dry mold. Naguib presented Spory with documents including a certificate of authenticity, Arabic and Latin letters, and an x-ray of the finger taken in the 1960s. Researchers who have looked into the pictures estimate that it belonged to a creature or being that was over 16 feet tall, although most of the scientists he had taken the photos to doubted its authenticity. This would be a huge deal if it could be proven real though, but Spory was disappointed to learn that although he was allowed to hold it and even take pictures, he was forbidden to study the finger any further. And why, you might ask? According to Spory, the finger belonged to a grave robber that acquired it illegally while searching through an undisclosed tomb in Egypt, so obviously he couldn't just hand it over. But in 2009, Spory went back to try and find these local guides that put him into contact with Naguib, but he could not find his old connections, nor could he find Naguib. And while it sounded like Spory just got swindled when it came to the finger, it's worth pointing out that Flavius Josephus, the Roman/Jewish historian and military leader, spoke of giants that had taken part in several European wars. Others think it could have been connected to ancient aliens. However, the most skeptical point of view is that Spory just got duped by a giant finger made of clay. The Devil's Footprints is a mystery we have covered prior on this channel, way back on part 13 of the Mega series, and I won't go in depth on it again, since you probably already know what mystery I am referring to. But basically, in February of 1855, in South Devon, England, residents would wake up after a night of heavy snowfall to find these bizarre footprints that seemingly went from 40 to 100 miles, and in some accounts, even traversed over roofs. They were often described as cloven hoof, like that of a deer, which led to a theory at the time, or maybe a silly superstition, that these hooves were from Satan, who had apparently ran up and down the countryside this snowy night for some reason. There were also more down-to-earth theories, like hopping mice, or badgers, or maybe even an experimental air balloon that broke away and was dragging its chain across the snow. But there was one theory we didn't discuss then, that is now the focus of this iceberg. That is, the theory that it was actually a kangaroo. This was actually one of the first theories proposed, as a letter sent into the Illustrated London News shortly after, from a Reverend G. M. Musgrave, would read, "In the course of a few days, a report was circulated that a couple of kangaroos escaped from a private zoo in Sidmouth." However, Musgrave was ridiculed for this, and many questioned how the kangaroos had escaped and how they ever crossed the Exe estuary. It was then that Reverend Musgrave would backpedal and admit he made the whole thing up, citing the people at his church were so worried about the devil leaving the tracks that many of them would not even leave their home after sunset, so it was his way to alleviate some of the worry. Other things going against this theory was the obstacles traversed by the devil's footprints, such as high walls and rooftops, which a kangaroo could not clear. There's also the issue of the footprints themselves. Kangaroo prints are significantly different than hoof-like marks that were documented, as well as a bouncing of a kangaroo would go much further than the span of the devil's footprints. As far as other proof for the kangaroo theory, I could not find any, other than the Reverend's claims. So unless he knew for a fact that it was a kangaroo and only backpedaled out of embarrassment, this one is pretty much a dead theory. September 6th, 2023, a producer/actor, Emerson Collins, would board a flight on American Airlines and would have one of the weirdest experiences you could possibly conceive of, as right before takeoff, a mysterious voice would come over the in-flight announce system and make noises of grunting, moaning, and groaning, and would continue to do so during the flight, as you can see here. After a few moments of this, the airline attendant would then come over the intercom stating that the crew was trying to run down the source of the sounds. And if you're thinking, hey, that's strange, but this guy's an actor and a producer, and he would have an easy enough time doctoring the footage to make it appear that this sound is actually coming from the intercom. Well, that would be a possibility, if not for the fact that several other people also reported this happening as well, because the following accounts are just a few from various online sources. One, a John NYC, would post that he believed someone had hacked into the PA and was making moaning and screaming sounds. Another man, Bradley P. Allen, would claim that he heard moans of someone in extreme pain, noting that it happened 3 to 4 times during the flight, and that the crew told them that it had happened before, but they had no idea why. Another person would tell about the flight he was on, where the sounds went on the entire flight and the crew's tireless task in trying to stop it, and that even when landing, the crew still could not find the problem. Another passenger would note that they heard periodic weird phrases and sounds, and even heard a huge "oh yeah" when the plane landed. They at first thought that the pilot accidentally left his mic on, and eventually, 2 of the people that had these experiences on different flights would even connect online and share audio to which they both confirmed was the same voice on each flight. But what did the actual airline say about this? Their official response was underwhelming, to say the least. Their excuse was that it was mechanical issues with the PA amplifier, which raises the volume in their PA system when the engines are running. They also stated that their PA systems are hardwired with no external access and no Wi-Fi component, thus making them incredibly difficult to hack. They stated they were reviewing additional reports, but would not comment on how many they had received, which begs the question, how can an amplifier malfunction to the point of broadcasting what sounds like a human voice without any external access on different flights and different aircraft? In spite of everyone stating that it sounded human, the airline insisted that it was an artificial noise. But it gets stranger, because a professional security analyst/hardware hacker, Andrew Tierney, would get access to Airbus 321 documents and began studying. He finally conceded that he could not find a path for the system to be hacked. He did note that you could speak on the interphone over the PA systems from weird places, like the belly of the plane where luggage is stored. However, it's still a wired connection. He would conclude by stating he was struggling to see how anyone pulled off a prank like this. But was it a prank? And were the airlines covering it up? Most likely not, because one report by an aviation watchdog would find an internal American Airlines message board which discussed the weirdness. One thread there was even found asking if someone could explain what was going on, because she was starting to think the flight was haunted. She recounted that the pilots had called the flight attendants to ask them if they were trying to get a hold of the pilots because someone was calling and breathing into the interphone. And of course, it was not any of these attendants. Soon, all the phones began to ring at the same time, and when they answered them, it was just a tone sound. Then, breathing noise came over the PA, and it was very loud. It continued throughout most of the flight before switching to a groaning, moaning, guttural throat sound, like that of a horror film. The passengers, as well as the crew, were starting to get a little bit nervous. So, what is actually going on here? One of the early theories was that of the PRAM, which stands for Pre-Recorded Announcement Machine. These are recorded announcements for the flight that state things like boarding, door closed, 10,000 feet, etc., etc. And that audio is less than 20 minutes and is queued up to play during the flight, and are paused when there is an in-flight announcement by the crew. However, these files are uploaded by the technical crew on the ground who get the files from somewhere, presumably by employees who work for the airline. Is it possible whoever recorded these intentionally put the sounds throughout the recording just to troll people? That doesn't seem likely, since some people reported hearing the sounds near the end of the flight, and the recordings are supposed to be less than 20 minutes. However, some believe the reason offered up by the airline, that it is in fact just artificial noise or audio feedback filtered through the announce systems. Others still disagree, citing the sounds seem too purposeful to be random, and could be a prank, or maybe even paranormal activity. In the time creating content for this channel, we have covered several cryptid topics, and cryptozoology as a whole is mired in controversy, as many skeptics and scholars cite that it's nothing more than a pseudoscience. However, cryptozoology by definition is the study of unknown, legendary, or extinct animals, and since new animals are discovered every year, it gives a little wiggle room for cryptid proponents, since some of these sightings could very well be animals that just haven't been documented yet. But our next mystery actually tackles the other part of that definition, the study of extinct, never documented animals, because one obscure cryptid theory states that some of these undocumented animals, particularly those from the megafauna field, which consist of large animals like that of elephants, giraffes, hippopotamuses, rhinoceroses, and buffalo/cattle, etc., actually had several species that went extinct early in the 20th century, when mass industrialization caused these animals to lose their habitat or die from pollution. The theory basically states that these large animals in the late 1800s and early 1900s were severely endangered and quickly disappearing, but were sighted and described several times only to go extinct shortly afterwards, before they could be officially cataloged. A prime example of this theory is called Minhoco, which is a cryptid that was reported to have lived in southern Brazil and maybe Uruguay, Nicaragua, and Bolivia. It was said to be a serpentine or worm-like creature with hard black scales and horns that lived underground, where its tunneling caused much destruction. According to the accounts of people who actually seen it, it was around 3 foot thick and 80 feet long, and the tunnels it left was 3 to 10 feet wide. It had a pig-like snout, thick bony armored scales, and movable horns on its head. It had no legs, and the old accounts cited that it resembled earthworms more than anything else, except it had a visible mouth, while the later sightings compared it more to a snake. It was also amphibious and preyed on livestock which it would pull down beneath the water. It also had a loud roar which could be heard from far away, but the description of the creature is not actually that important to us. It's the documented sightings. It was first reported in the 1840s, and was reported up until around 1900 when the sightings completely stopped. One of these earliest accounts came from Paraguay when a Albino Jose dos Santos, who was traveling through the area, heard stories from the locals that a Minoko had caught itself in a narrow cleft of rock and died. Later that year, the area would be hit with a period of rains, and as João J. Duos heard what he thought was rain, although the sky was clear and sunny. So the next morning, when he went out, he found a piece of land on the other side of a hill where a wide tunnel had been dug that showed a creature had went through the area and then entered into a stream. It would be 3 years later that Albino Jose dos Santos would go through to search this area and found the tunnel still there. He documented them as being made by two animals that were between 6 and 10 feet thick. Moving to the 1860s, we would have one of the most prominent figures in the Santa Catarina area of Brazil, a man named Emil Oderbrecht, an engineer/cartographer who immigrated from Germany, where he would be instrumental on opening roads and demarcating lots leading to the development of several cities. He was one of the first Europeans to pass through several regions of the area, and it's him that would report in the uplands of Santa Catarina that his progress was impeded on a swampy plain by a series of trenches that ran along a stream. The trenches were too wide to step across, leaving him to have to jump over them. There would be several other sightings between 1860 and 1899, but we don't need to explore every one of those, because our mystery is not if the Minoko was real. It was just an example of this obscure theory, which brings us back to, is it possible that several megafauna sightings documented in this time period were animals on the brink of extinction and were never scientifically cataloged, leading to the animal becoming known as a cryptid? Well, of course, the argument against this one is, there have been several extinct animals from long, long ago, like dinosaurs, where evidence was found of their existence, yet animals just over a century ago that have went extinct supposedly left no remains that have been found, which is hard to believe. Of course, the counter-argument to that is, it's estimated that we still haven't found 86% of the species that are currently living, so just imagine how many have been lost to time. May 2005, the seaside town of Lytham St. Anne's in Lancashire, England, would get their own strange cryptid mystery when an animal known as the Beast of Green Drive started being spotted by a number of residents. Lytham is one of the nicer places to live in this area, and Green Drive is a private road that runs close to the edge of town, where it crosses farms and dense woodlands before finishing at Green Drive Golf Club. This so-called cryptid was described as being about the size of a border collie, but had large ears, pale fur, and a strange enlarged mouth, and moved by making unusually large strides. One of the first accounts came from a woman named Sandra Sturrock, who, while out walking her dog, would come across the strange cryptid that she stated had large ears sticking straight up. It calmly watched her and her dog, which prompted her to put the leash back on. She then took a step forward to get a better look, and the creature turned around and dashed off into the dense forest. Her dog then went to the area where the creature had stood and sniffed around like crazy. This would be followed shortly later by a man named William Davidson, who, while outside, heard a snarl behind him, and he turned around to see the same creature. The story soon went viral all over the country and led to more and more witnesses coming forward with their own strange encounter stories. One woman would claim she had seen the dog too and said it looked similar to both dog and rabbit. More than 20 sightings in total were reported, leading to a frenzy. The police actually checked local zoos and farms and found out there had been no animals missing that could account for the sightings. So what exactly, if any theory, could explain this cryptid? Well, there are basically two. One is that the animal was actually a muntjac deer. The animal is native to Southeast Asia, but someone imported a herd years ago to the grounds of nearby Lytham Hall, and it is possible a small population of that herd escaped where it survived until modern day. There was also some that were imported to southern England in the early 1900s, which then apparently escaped at one point and became known as an invasive species. However, It's thought they wouldn't have been able to spread that far up north by this time. The second theory was that it was nothing more than a fox that had a bad case of mange. In fact, just 2 years after the original sightings, which lasted all of 1 month in 2005, the sightings would begin again in 2007, and this time, a fox with mange was found in a woman's home, where it was then captured by the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Unfortunately, the vet recommended, due to its condition and age, should be put to sleep. Although this fox was old enough to be around in 2005, if it had mange that severe back then, it would not have survived until 2007, most likely ruling out this theory. Hans Holzer is a name you may have never heard of, but if you're into the paranormal, you should definitely know. Holzer was a parapsychologist who wrote more than 120 books on the supernatural and occult. He was involved in numerous paranormal investigations throughout his career, which started in 1963 and spanned over 4 decades. In some aspects, you may call him the first modern-day ghost hunter, and it's his account in the 1966 book Yankee Ghost that brings us our next mystery. The story involves a 3-story brick house locked in the Greenwich Village of New York City, where some pretty well-known and influential people live. Now, Holzer had been invited to the house by the occupants of Frank Paris and Ted Lewis, and it was here that Holzer brought along a woman with him named Betty Ritter. Now, Betty was a medium who allegedly could communicate with ghosts, and because of this reason, he made sure to keep Betty out of the interviews with the house's occupants, because he did not want her to be influenced by their details. In addition, the 2 men in the home invited an older lady, Alice Hall, who had been witness to some of the strange events. According to their account, the home was purchased in 1956, and since they had moved in, a number of weird things had happened. For example, one night, when working late in the basement, which they had converted into a workshop, Frank would begin to smell the strong odor of violets, to which their dog also responded as if he smelled them as well, while Ted would claim he smelled nothing out of the ordinary. Another odd thing of the home was Frank reported to hear people walking up and down the stairs all night long, to which they would both go investigate and could never find a source for. Apparently, both men had also left on a town trip at one point, and the friend of the house who sat for them asked upon their return who the people were going up and down the stairs all night. The house sitter had actually even thought the noise may be coming from the house next door, which is later determined had not been. Then we bring in the older lady, Alice Hall, who explained during her visit just 2 months earlier that she had been sitting in the living room when she looked towards the entrance to see an unrecognized man standing there. He had dark hair and was wearing evening clothes with a weatherproof outer coat. It was around dusk at this time, and she would turn around to Frank and tell him he had a visitor, and when they both turned back to look, he had vanished. Frank wrote this off at first, until a week later when he would see the man. He would claim the man's face was obscured by the shadows of the hallway, as well as the outer coat, which hung down like a cape. He also noted he was wearing a hat at this time, but both of them cited his young appearance and sparkling eyes. Even stranger was apparently the dog had even walked up to this spirit. Holzer, now satisfied after hearing their accounts, brought the medium back into the house to get her impression on the home. She claimed she could sense that a crime had been committed in the home, which had been connected to a terrible argument between 2 people upstairs. She also felt the sense of a gambling den, opium smokers, and speaking in a language she could not understand, and felt that the home was connected with a man named Ming. But Betty was not finished. Once she reached the basement, she began to act possessed, mumbling the name Emil twice. She claimed that a woman had been decapitated in the home, and her bones were still there somewhere. She then went upstairs, where she claimed she saw documents with government seals, and felt that a woman named Mary Ellen had lived in the home before, and before that, a well-known government official named Wilkins or Wilkinson. And while not all of her claims were right, I have to note here, Betty was right about 2 of these things, as the 2 men had purchased the home from a woman named Mary Ellen Strunsky, who was a real estate broker, as well as being right about the person who had lived there before her, a well-known government official. who was the former mayor of New York, Jimmy Walker, whose last name obviously started with a W, like Wilkins or Wilkinson. And he was a very well-known politician, as his time in office was noted with a lot of corruption. After this, Holzer would wrap up his investigation, and it would actually be 9 years later that this story would get truly bizarre and interesting. On July 5th of 1975, a staff writer named Will Murray, who worked for a small press magazine, had the good fortune of interviewing author Walter Gibson at the New York Comic Art Convention. Gibson, known at the time as Maxwell Grant, had written over 280 pulp novels featuring the fictional detective The Shadow, a character that had debuted 9 years before Batman and was a big influence to the early comics. Now Gibson was 79 years old at this point, but still had a good memory, and it was in this interview that he would bring up the so-called haunted home in Greenwich Village that Hans Holzer had researched about almost a decade before. How they got on this topic, I do not know, but Gibson would state that he had lived in that apartment before the haunted investigation took place, and would bring up the claims of people seeing a man in evening clothes and an overcoat and hat moving in and out of the apartment, and stated that crazily that apartment was where he wrote his very last issue of The Shadow, and that what the occupants of the home were really seeing was the Shadow, or more specifically, his secret identity, Lamont Cranston. Yes, according to Gibson, what Frank Paris and Alice Hall had really seen in the home was called an after-image psychic projection, not some silly ghost. Bet you didn't see that one coming. So basically, Gibson was claiming that the ghost was just a figment of his imagination that must have remained in the home and was later seen by the residents. Gibson would go on to state he did not believe in ghosts at all, but did believe in psychic powers, and that's why he believed this was due to some sort of psychic projection. He claimed the way that Frank and Alice described the person was exactly the same features the Shadow had, shining eyes and all. This is where the tulpa portion of this mystery comes in, which, if you're not familiar with that concept, it's where a being can be created by the concentrated focus of an individual, and that Gibson's focus led to the Shadow tulpa, which now lived in that building. Of course, that leaves out the other parts of the claims, like the smell of violets, and people walking up and down the steps all night, and why there were only 2 sightings of this tulpa. Furthermore, Gibson was telling the story 9 years after the account of the house being haunted became well known, so he could just be making it up, right? And that's when we bring in John Keel, the well-known author of the Mothman Prophecies, which covered many strange events. In it, he would write about this haunted house, as well as Gibson's claim that it was the Shadow tulpa, and this book, well, it actually came out before the interview Gibson done with the magazine, meaning that this story had to be older than the interview, suggesting that maybe it was known in some circles for years. So a bit of a convoluted story, and I'm curious what you all think. Was it a ghost, or a tulpa created by Gibson, or maybe neither of those? February 18th, 2023, Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. Residents near the LA Matheson Secondary School would be in for a very strange sight. Around 1 p.m., footage would be shot of what appeared to be a dead bird just floating in the air. No strings, nothing, but yet it sat there in place. The video would move around to show there was nothing that the bird could be attached to, or perched on. The person behind the camera would then zoom in to see the bird sway lightly in the wind, but never flinched or moved. He then walked under it to see if anything was attached, paying special attention to the power lines, but again, did not see anything. It was, for lack of better description, a dead bird frozen in the air. By 4:30 p.m., one of the residents who had seen it earlier would return to find the bird was gone. So what is up with this strange video? Well, there are a few theories. For one, it suggested that because of the proximity of trees and telegraph wires, that there is something holding the bird up that the human eye cannot see, in all likelihood, fishing line. One bird expert would even state that the bird had likely gotten tangled in fishing line, where it then got tangled on something and left it suspended until it died. The power company would also chime in, stating there was nothing in the power lines that could have caused this anomaly. Of course, you get the more out there theories, like it was an elaborate hoax by an illusionist, or perhaps even a glitch in the Matrix. Nolan Reservoir in Edmonson County, Kentucky, was built by the United States Army Corps of Engineers in 1963 as part of the Flood Control Act. The lake varies from 3,000 to 6,000 acres depending on the time of the year, and it's this lake that plays home to our next mystery. In an article taken from the Courier-Journal in Louisville on March 28, 1979, we would find a story that had taken place on the lake just a few years before. According to the Army Corps of Engineer officials, patrols were out on the water when they came across an interesting find. They would spot a large log floating about on the lake. Curious, they got closer, and what they thought was a log was actually the bottom of a large dugout canoe. They would haul it back to land to get a closer look, and they described it as being 20 feet long and almost 3 feet wide at the center, and made completely from a solid piece of timber. Its edges were smooth and evenly rounded at the bottom. It was obvious whoever had built this had spent a great amount of time and effort in doing so. Regulations stated that property found floating in the lake had to be held by the Corps of Engineers for at least 120 days to allow time for the owners to come and claim it, and this would be done. However, nobody came by to collect, although one man would try to claim that his children had found it the year before and played with it in the lake, so he wanted to now claim ownership. This was denied, however. The canoe was then looked at by the University of Louisville archaeologist Phil de Blasi, who had only seen one other like it in his career, and that one was in Cleveland, where it had been dug out of a swamp in the area. He stated that the one found floating in Nolan Reservoir could date back to 400 or 500 AD. Another professor would come in, this time from the University of Tennessee, and he would study a sample of the wood, which looked very similar to one of two types of trees found only in Central and South America, which is definitely strange, as one would not think that the natives from Central or South America would have been traveling as far north as Kentucky. However, the Army Corps Area Resource Manager disputed that, as well as disputing the claim that it was built around 400 AD, and instead believed the craft was built from an American chestnut, a tree that was almost extinct by the 1930s. He theorized it was built by the early settlers, or Native Americans, and abandoned in one of the many caves in the area, which was then washed out after the Corps raised the water of the lake, which flooded the caves, causing the canoe to become dislodged and floated out. Archaeologists would then go on to state that carbon dating probably wouldn't work, but there would be a method of tree ring dating that could be tried to find the age of the craft. However, I was not able to find a follow-up to this story, so we're left to wonder, where does this canoe come from, and when was it built? September 30th, 1883, the Salt Lake Herald would pen a very bizarre tale that centered around three men, Messer Rosengay, Alan Vandal, and Edward Strong, who had been traveling between Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi inspecting pine lands. They, according to them, worked for a company that had been formed in Minnesota for the sole purpose of buying land in the South that contained a lot of trees, which the company would then build numerous sawmills to start the production of lumber to be sold in Mexico. These were men of modest means and had made several friends along their way through the countryside, but what happened to them next between St. Tammany and Washington parishes in Louisiana would make this one of the strangest stories we've ever covered. The men had went there because they had heard of some desirable land in between the two parishes, and the men had made accommodations to stay at a farmhouse they had found nearby, and after the first day of inspecting the area, they decided to go home around 4 p.m., but Alan Vandal had gotten tired of riding and stopped to walk and take notes, while the other men led his horse. Vandal would then make his way ahead and off the path, taking notes as he went, and before long, he was out of sight. But a few minutes later, the other two men, Messrs and Edward, would see Vandal come around a bend straight towards them on a dead run. The men rode faster towards him to see what was wrong. When they stopped, Vandal, almost out of breath, would tell them to tie up their horses and go up the road with him, because there was the greatest sight they will ever see. So the men did just that and began walking up the road, and about 300 yards later, he put his finger up to his lips to motion them to be quiet. They then crept through the undergrowth on the side of the road. The men then heard a deep, coarse laugh from just a short distance away. It was human, but hollow and unearthly, and sent a chill up their spine. The laughing continued, and the men soon identified it as female. Stunned, the men stood quiet. Vandal then motioned for them to creep in, which they did, about 30 yards to the edge of a thicket. It was here, in an open space just a few yards away, they would spot something truly unexplainable. Sitting on the trunk of a fallen tree was a shabby-looking figure they believed to be a woman. Her clothing was torn to rags, and her hair hung to her shoulders in a tangled mess. She was about 60 years old and dark from long exposure to the sun and weather, but it's what was near her that was truly unexplainable. There were these three hideous beings, as the men could not describe them as human. They were apparently playing, and she was watching them attentively. Their heads were shaped like humans when it came to their ears, eyes, and neck, but their mouth and nose came together broad and thick like a bear. Their arms resembled men, but from the waist down was the shape of a bear, including the feet, which had immense claws. The men would watch the creatures silently as they wrestled and played and danced. They would even move from biped to all fours. The men continued to watch until one of them slightly changed his position, partially entering their view while at the same time making a slight noise. This got the woman's attention, and she cried out in alarm and went through the undergrowth on the other side opening with the speed of a deer, followed by the three bear-like humans running on all fours. The men strangely tried to follow them, but could not find their trail, forcing them to give up and return. They would come back the next day, where they scoured the area looking for them again, but did not find one clue, and the werebear family would never be seen again. As far as theories, this is a strange one, although the most likely scenario is that the newspaper made up the whole account to boost sales, or the men were pulling off a hoax, or hey, maybe it really happened. In 2020, police in France would begin investigating a particularly gruesome and barbaric set of crimes that to this day have not been solved. Maybe. Around August of that year, reports were made to the police about mutilations of at least 30 horses in different areas. One happened in the Jurha region and involved a horse being stunned before an eye was gouged out and a piece of bone removed, which led to the horse dying. Another instance was a horse that had died of natural causes, and the owner was waiting to have it professionally removed, would soon find out that his horse had its ear, eye, and nose removed sometime while the owner was away. Another owner in Burgundy would find that his horse had its right ear cut off, one of its eyes gouged out, and genitals removed. Donkeys were not spared in the attacks either. This, of course, upset many people, from animal lovers to horse owners and breeders, and soon a social media campaign was started, which put pressure on the police. But this did little to slow the crimes down. A Paris police spokesperson would compare the killings and mutilations to past incidents in Germany and Belgium, which occurred in 2014 and 16, but the ones in France way outnumbered those. Police also could not find any specific motives or any pattern related to how the horses were targeted. It would get even crazier when a man named Nicolas de Majon would be attacked on the ranch he ran on August 24, 2020. His attackers were two individuals between 40 and 50, and they had slashed his arm with a pruning knife before fleeing, as well as his horse and two ponies, which were left with significant scars. However, this could never be conclusively linked to all the other horse attacks, and seemed to be more directed at de Majon. There were a few theories though. Investigators concluded that it may have been done by professionals involved with horses and their handling, and it may have been a way to pull off insurance fraud or for some other financial gain. However, since the attacks were often carried out in a series, it suggested a systematic approach by the culprits, leading to the theory that it could have been a satanic ritual carried out by a cult, or possibly even some internet challenge. People even speculated that the attacks were being coordinated on the dark web. But let's pump the brakes a bit, because after numerous thorough investigations, it seems the most likely scenario was the horses had all died from natural causes, and then the so-called mutilations were the work of scavenging animals. But because of the media and internet, it created a mass panic where more and more people came forward with their reports, not unlike what happened in the States a couple of decades ago with the so-called cattle mutilations. Of course, one other theory states, and I love this one, that numerous UFOs were spotted in the areas where the horse mutilations took place. Our next mystery comes from an account on the phantomsandmonsters.com website, which documents the story of a 6-year-old girl named Corinne, who was living in La Puente, California in the early 2000s with her parents and 2 sisters, whom she shared a bedroom with. She would note that their bedroom had sliding closet doors, which most of the time were not closed all the way, and her bed was situated facing those doors. And it was on this particular night she would wake up from a dead sleep to glance over and see something that shook her up so bad that even to this day as an adult, she still sleeps with the light on, because she glanced over and seen an orange glowing man peeking around the door of the closet and looking right at her. He was smiling, but it was a diabolical smile. His fingers clinged to the door frame, where he then poked his head out to look. When she then got a better look, she described him as looking like the Joker from the original Batman series. Even stranger, this clown glowed orange from within. She was so scared she couldn't even make a sound. Instead, she just turned away and buried her face in the pillow in what felt like forever. Finally, she would look up to see that it was morning, where she quickly got up and went and told her parents about what had happened, who promptly dismissed the whole thing as a bad dream. Corinne would claim that even to this day, she knows it was not a dream. This one is a creepy one. So what gives? There's a few theories on it. The main one seems to be that she was experiencing sleep paralysis and dreamed the whole thing. Of course, you also got the more paranormal theory that states that something was haunting her home and manifested itself into the clown. Paranormal investigators cite that ghosts turning into real physical forms are the least common form of manifestations, but there are accounts of it. Could it be this is what Corinne witnessed that night? And of course, there's numerous accounts of people seeing phantom clowns. Maybe the height of this came in the 80s, when a bunch of reports in US cities claimed that clowns were trying to lure or scare children. When the police looked into it, they reported it was nothing more than mass hysteria. Which brings us back to Corinne. Maybe she had not been dreaming, maybe she didn't have sleep paralysis, but still, just imagine the whole thing. Viktor Grebennikov was a strange man living in Russia who seemed to really love insects. Viktor was a self-proclaimed scientist, biologist, entomologist, and paranormal researcher, best known for his claim of inventing something that doesn't even seem logical. According to Viktor, he created a levitation platform which operated by attaching dead insect body parts to the underside. Viktor would write many detailed accounts about his experiences flying over the Russian countryside on this levitation device, which he did at a high speed to avoid detection. It was also on these flights that he would report his other observations of paranormal phenomena, which usually involved insect nests or parts. As it should probably not be a surprise, Viktor's claims of flying on a levitation device made out of insect parts was widely rejected by skeptics, who stated he would not show any proof nor do a public demonstration. He would make a counterclaim that he tried to take a photo during one flight, but the camera shutter was jammed due to a time warping force field generated by the secret geometric power of chitin, which is the major substance that makes up exoskeletons of insects. I try to be open-minded to a lot of these subjects on this iceberg, but this one is incredibly difficult to believe. Although, I will say he had a following in the 90s. Theories are obvious. He made the entire thing up, or it was legit, and the Russian government is hiding the technology. Carl Schuker of West Midlands, England, is a well-known zoologist and cryptozoologist who has written several works on the world of cryptozoology, and in particular, dragons. It was his article in Strange Magazine where our mystery begins. He would cite a story given to him by an anonymous British naturalist where him and some of his colleagues were conducting some research in the area of Powys, Wales in March 2001. Apparently, the crew had been notified by a local of something strange that had been seen in the area earlier that year, so the crew went to investigate, and as they stood at the edge of the forest by a quarry, they suddenly spotted something that really shocked them. A creature about 2.5 feet in length that looked like a dragon. It had 4 limbs, but its head was in the shape of a seahorse, and it was airborne. It flew about 10 feet high above the surface of the quarry in a wide circle. They did not see any wings, but it had a long tail. It was green and sorta shimmered, and they watched it for about 3 to 4 minutes at a distance of 50 feet before it flew back into one of the caves of the quarry. What makes this one interesting is folklorist Mary Trevelyan would interview many elderly people living in the Glamorgan area of Wales in the early 19th century who recalled stories from their childhood of winged serpents that lived around the Penlyn Castle about 2.5 hours away that had crested heads and feathery wings and were brightly colored and glistened, similar to the account given in 2001, except these were not identified as dragons. Instead, they were called flying snakes, and many were shot because they were killing livestock in the area. What to make of this one? Well, dragons may be the oldest cryptid type in the world. Accounts of them go back to ancient times and go over practically every culture. It's thought that the origin for this is the ancient people finding dinosaur fossils and then interpreting them to be dragon remains. Likewise, the discovery of a whale carcass washed ashore may have also led ancient people to the same reasoning. But that's ancient people. What about this modern sighting? Well, I couldn't find a lot of theories, but there are a couple of interesting ones. One is that a pterodactyl, which was the flying reptile from the time of the dinosaurs, somehow survived in the raw area in these caves, and that is what the researchers really seen, not a dragon. Of course, that theory is just as far-fetched as a dragon. The other one could be a trick of the mind. Maybe these researchers saw something they couldn't explain, and their mind jumped to dragon without any proof, although it's more likely this anonymous naturalist just reported his unexplained finding to Carl Schuker, who then immediately jumped to dragon, since that is an area he is very interested in. Likewise, it's possible that Schuker made the whole thing up. Our next mystery comes from the paranormal section of the now defunct About.com, which was a pretty big site in the late 90s. The site had a section where people could email in about their own paranormal experiences, and it's there we would get a strange one from a user known only as JP. In a post from August 2000, he would tell of a story that happened to him a few years prior in the mid to late 90s. His uncle had just passed away, and he had been a well-known man in the area where they lived. So obviously, on the day of the funeral, the church that held it was extremely crowded, with people from all over town coming to pay respects. But JP would describe the chapel as having several large glass sections in the back where people could go stand to watch the services when there were no seats left. This would be what happened on the day of the funeral. JP, on the other hand, was seated up front with his other relatives paying respects to his uncle. But it was about that time he noticed people kept glancing back towards the area where the glass sections were, and he would notice they began to look shocked. So of course, he wanted to know what was going on, and he turned around to look as well. And what hit him next was one of the eeriest feelings he would ever have, because on the other side of the glass, standing and watching the funeral, was a man who looked just like his uncle, so much so that he could pass for his twin. And now that man was being stared at by everyone in the church. He was the same height, body size, same shape of face, same haircut, same glasses, same everything. JP would go on to say he had no idea who this man was, nor did his family. Actually, we would find out later on that the entire church did not know this person. Now the family, who had been grieving, were anxious to go meet this man after the service, which they did, and they had plenty of questions. This man would tell them that apparently he and his uncle had drank coffee together for years at a restaurant on the way to work. He even said that the people at the cafe thought they were twins for the longest time. JP would close his account by saying although he had his explanation, it was still one of the most unsettling experiences he ever had, and even afterwards, he would run into the guy a few more times and got a strange feeling every time upon seeing him. So we're left with one theory, the doppelganger theory, and this one is actually not fiction. Scientists have been studying this for a while now, and it's believed that everyone has at least 6 different people that look just like them, so much so that they could pass for twins. There's even a website now called twinstrangers.net where people upload selfies and it matches you up with your doppelganger, assuming they have uploaded as well. And maybe unsurprisingly, further tests have shown that these so-called doppelgangers share more genes than any randomly tested 2 people. Additionally, the more the doppelgangers favor each other, the more DNA shared. Of course, the strange part about it in this one is, most of these lookalikes live nowhere near close to each other, like the 2 men in this story. Of course, for this man to show up to the funeral did make the whole thing very odd to everyone involved, but I'm not sure it's a mystery. This next segment is a little spot I like to call Mystery Roundup, where I take the smaller mysteries that are either already solved or have so little info available that they don't really warrant a full segment. First, we start with the Moon Cube. This was an obscure mystery from the Chinese rover that was exploring the moon, when at one point he would come across what looked to be a cube-shaped object sitting in the distance. Some even described it as a mysterious house. However, further exploration after this revealed that it was actually just a small lumpy rock sitting on a crater rim. Next, we have the 2016 clown sightings was a IT promotion. I actually discussed the 2016 clown sightings way back in the first episode of the mega series, but we did not discuss this theory. However, it's pretty much already been debunked for several reasons. For one, basically everyone affiliated with the movie denied anything to do with it. That includes author Stephen King, but I can hear you now saying of course they would distance themselves from it. But considering the risk and potential negative outcomes that could have happened, it's almost certain that Universal, or any film studio, would avoid pulling off something like that. Furthermore, the clown sightings began a year before the movie was even set to come out, making it less likely. However, some still contend that the original sightings were started by people employed by the studio, and then it spiraled out of control, with people taking it upon themselves to go do it too. Now let's get back to the show. Our next one comes from the Belief Hole podcast, where, on a Halloween episode, listeners would send in their own weird Halloween experiences. One listener would contact the podcast about an event from the early 2000s she had witnessed. She would tell that her aunt was hosting a Halloween party for the family, for which 8 adults and 4 kids would attend. And this young girl, telling the story, was 9 years old at the time, and she would go to the party with her immediate family, where they then sat on the porch, eating candy, as well as giving some out to the trick-or-treaters. Around 9:30 p.m., the night began to wind down, and the trick-or-treaters all went home. So the family would call it a night and move inside, where they then sat and relaxed and in general just enjoyed time with each other. Around 10 p.m., after sitting around the kitchen and chatting for a bit, the family would begin to wrap things up to leave when they suddenly heard the front door begin to creak open. They would all turn around to look at the front door, but didn't see anything, and after waiting a few seconds, they began to chat again until they got a strange feeling that someone was staring at them. So they turned back around to look into the hallway, and they seen something unbelievable. Standing there staring at them was a big gorilla, around 6'4" in height. The family were stunned and didn't know what to do when one of them finally spoke up to what they assumed was a man in a Halloween costume, they would ask him, "Can I help you? Who are you?" But the person did not reply. Her aunt would get closer, and the man still did not move, and in fact, he was barely breathing. All they could see of him was his eyes behind the gorilla mask. Her aunt would ask, "Would you like some candy?" But he continued to ignore them, and it led to obviously an awkward situation. None of the adults knew him, and there was no vehicle in the driveway that this man would have presumably driven. At this point, the uncle had enough and stood up from the table and said, "Who are you?" But the man in the gorilla suit just continued to stare. This is when panic would set in for the family. But the man in the gorilla suit would then calmly walk through the home before turning back around to look at the startled family, and then exited out the door and into the night. Her uncle would then walk out after him in pursuit, only to find that he had vanished. The family would never figure out who this man was and where he came from. That was a creepy one, and there's only a couple of theories. Of course, the podcasters talked about the possibility of a man in a suit just wandering into the home as a Halloween prank, but pointed out the danger in that, since in America, that could very well lead to the intruder being shot. Kinda piggybacking on that theory is the thought that the person was mentally ill and just wandered in and back out, or perhaps he was on drugs and was tripping out and just wandered into the home before wandering back out. And finally, the person that emailed the story in could just be making the whole thing up. This is a funny one that I have covered before. In early June of 2022, the Amarillo Zoo would release a picture captured from a security camera in the early morning hours of May 21st, 2022. The picture, well, it is pretty bizarre, which you can see here, has never been explained. The creature showed up at around 1:25 a.m. and was just outside the perimeter fence of the zoo. There have been many theories to try and explain it, one being that it was a large coyote on its hind legs. Others have stated a person with a strange hat or costume walking around. There's also the suggestion that it's the alleged chupacabra, which is seen throughout the Southwest, while others have suggested aliens or a skinwalker or werewolf. However, one of the more plausible theories is that the city of Amarillo, along with the zoo, tried to pull a hoax on the nation to bring more attention to the city, maybe even tourists who want to go in search of the creature. However, the city has maintained that it is indeed a real image, and that nothing was hoaxed. Over the history of the channel, we have looked at numerous missing person cases, but I don't think we have ever looked at a missing town before. But that's exactly what Dublin, Wisconsin is. Dublin was a small rural town in the state of Wisconsin, and where exactly is unknown. But it allegedly disappeared sometime in the late 80s or early 90s. It has never been found on maps, and it seems to have been scrubbed from history, with no one being really sure what happened or where it went, or if it ever existed. And if you ask people in Wisconsin, the vast majority don't even remember it. But this mystery has an easy answer. Dublin is a myth, or at least most likely it is. The real mystery is, where did this myth originate? That question does not have an easy answer. Some of the earlier posts online that came from 2017 would claim that Dublin just up and vanished into the air one day, taking every resident with it, and allegedly there is still tourist memorabilia from the town floating around the country, which includes t-shirts, mugs, and postcards, although every other trace of it has been erased by the powers that be to cover it up. Now, while the original telling would also conclude it was most likely an internet legend, some speculated that the families just up and left due to the poor economy, or a government project that went wrong, or that even the town fell into another dimension. And while those are the more crazier theories, there have been towns that disappeared, which has opened the door for some to speculate that Dublin was real. Some commentators online that discuss it have stated that growing up in Wisconsin, they distinctly remember relatives wearing t-shirts from a bar in Dublin. There's also a photo that recently popped up online, which allegedly comes from a small diner that was said to be located there. But the story would get more suspicious when other posters chimed in claiming that it was mostly populated by military personnel and their families. The town was allegedly connected to a Project Sanguine, a U.S. Navy proposed project in 1968 that would have seen a giant antenna built that would cover 2/5 of Wisconsin and would be used to send messages to nuclear submarines and supposedly could withstand a nuclear attack. Of course, the project was scratched, which allegedly led to the town being tore down overnight, although that don't really track with the timeline that it disappeared in the late 80s. There's also the fact that the proposed locations for Dovland wouldn't have even worked with Project Sanguine because of the bedrock. Others insist that Dovland was actually destroyed after a flood during the construction of Project Sanguine, either accidentally or on purpose, but considering that the project never even got into the construction phase, that rules that theory out too. One weird issue with this whole thing, and might actually be the real culprit behind Dovland, is some flawed Google search results. Up until the past year or so, if you type Dovland, Wisconsin into Google, you would be brought back a result on the first page from a Wisconsin newspaper called Post-Crescent, and in that link was a 2015 article which documented more than 1,000 missing Wisconsin residents. Of course, the article was just taking a casual look into missing people in general, but it is strange that the Dovland, Wisconsin search term brought that specific article up, although Google's search engine can definitely be flawed. But it does make the whole mystery even more confusing, because the real first documented occurrence of Dovland online came in 2017, on 4chan and Tumblr specifically. So what exactly is Dovland? In all likelihood, just an internet legend, although it could have been a small town that became a ghost town and was then destroyed, but this would have most likely been recorded. But then again, maybe, just maybe, this was the result of some kind of unexplained phenomenon. Minecraft is a game I don't have to go into much details about. It's the best-selling video game in history, with over 300 million copies sold, and even in being a decade old, still has more than 140 million monthly active players. And it's this game that our next little known mystery comes from, because in Minecraft, your username has to be unique, meaning if someone holds any given name in the game, that's it, it's taken, and there's no new users who can register to match your account name, nor can an already registered user change their name to match yours, which would make it a little strange in 2015 when the username Daka, spelled capital D, lowercase a, capital Q, lowercase a, would show up online and was then shared by at least 72 different accounts. According to the Reddit post, which brought us this mystery, there are only 2 ways to have multiple accounts with the same name. In the rare occasion where 2 or more users type in the same name at the same time, those accounts are accepted. Of course, this would be a fairly common name, and not uncommon names like Daka. The other way is if the original account is deleted from the database, either accidentally or intentionally, and then a new user requests that name, but the old user has the account re-enabled, leading to 2 accounts sharing the same name. But again, neither of these explain how there were 72 different accounts using the name Daka. There were suggestions that it stood for Developer Account / Quality Assurance, but there was one thing that kinda ruled that out. Another username, called Increased, had 37 duplicates, and that name doesn't seem like a reference to a developer account. In either case, the names were created between 2015 and 16. I'm not a player of Minecraft, so I can't really elaborate much on it, but the top theory is that Daka was in fact a developer account, while the Increased account could be developer or tester with an increased level of access within the game. Regardless, it wasn't long after this anomaly was brought to the internet that the 72 accounts were purged from the game. If you have followed the channel for a while, you have no doubt heard me and my fascination with ghost lights, often known as will-o'-the-wisp, which can take on various shapes, such as a ball of light, or even looking like flames, or even multiple small lights floating around in a forest with no explanation. You have probably heard me joke about the skeptics who always claim that it was nothing more than swamp gas. But there are other theories that try to explain the ghost light phenomenon, and maybe we shouldn't be surprised that at least one of these theories comes from our friends, the cryptozoologist, whose theory is one of the more interesting, dare I say, believable ones. The barn owl is a beautiful animal that many of us have seen, noted for its pure white chest and belly, that many owl experts believe is a kind of camouflage for night hunting, allowing it to hide its silhouette against the background of a light sky when viewed from below. Then we have the snowy owl from the Arctic region, whose bright white chest stands out as it flies above hunting at sundown. These two owls' white plumage acts in a way that causes it to reflect light. But just what if what we are seeing is not actually a reflection of light, and instead, these owls are actually emitting light? That's right, some cryptozoologists believe that these so-called ghost lights are really owls who have the ability to emit a white light from their chest. And I know you're thinking that is crazy, but this is an oddity that has been reported for a long time. And when I say long time, I mean going back to the 1st century AD, when one of the most famous naturalists, Pliny the Elder, would record he's seen a glow-in-the-dark bird in the Hercynian forest. Although Pliny was one of the most respected scholars ever, his report on this bird would be the only one for a very long time, which means he could have just been mistaken. But other sightings did occur nearly 2 millennia later in a seaside county of Norfolk in England. Beginning in 1897, a gamekeeper named Frederick Rolfe would record seeing a bright blue light fly past him in a village called West Bilney. He returned with a gun a few nights later and shot at the light to see it crash to the ground. He ran over quickly to discover the light was a dead barn owl. The following year, a local newspaper would record a story of a man named Edward Cannell who saw something bright shining on the grass. He would sneak up and catch the owl and was stunned to see that it was still bright and shining. He decided to take it indoors where it soon died from natural causes. But maybe the most credible sighting from this time period came from naturalist Sir Thomas Digby Pigott in 1907, who described a luminous barn owl which had been spotted by several residents. Its glow was compared to that of a bicycle light, which could have been seen about 300 to 400 yards away and was bright enough to illuminate the branches of the tree in which the owl was perched. The following year, John Henry Gurney Jr., an ornithologist, someone who studies birds, stated that the luminous barn owls are a confirmed reality, and coming from Gurney, who is one of the top researchers in the field, well, he gave it a lot of credence. But it wasn't just Norfolk. Letters began to pour in from all over of people having seen luminous owls themselves. One letter from Shropshire even stated a pair of luminous owls were seen there so common that the residents began calling them lantern birds. Even in Ireland, a story came in which a ferryman pointed to a pair of moving lights on the shore and stated they were birds. The passenger remarked it looked like the lights of cyclists riding along the road, until one of them changed direction and flew across the river. Most importantly, the witness stated the glow only came from the front, suggesting it was coming from the chest of the owl. But do owls really have the ability to emit a bright white light from its chest? As it may not surprise you, most have doubted these reports. However, some were more open to the idea, although they pitched more plausible theories, such as the owl coming into contact with the phosphorescent fungi known to glow, which grew on tree stumps. Others suggest a fungal infection of the owl itself, since this has been documented to happen to geese before, in which it affected their feathers. This might also explain why some of the reports claimed the owls looked sick, or why the one captured by Edward Rolfe died so quickly. The sighting stopped around the 1920s, and now many theorize that maybe it was all eyewitness misperceptions and erroneous reports, possibly of the owl flying through low ambient light, which gave off the perception that it was glowing. In 1975, a man named Jackson Wright was driving along with his wife, making a trip from New Jersey to New York City, which required him to travel through the Lincoln Tunnel. As they made their way through, Jackson would note that the condensation had built up on the window so much he could no longer see. He decided to pull over and began wiping away the condensation from the front window, while his wife, Martha, jumped out and went to the back and began wiping the rear window off. But after a few seconds, when she didn't return, Jackson turned around to see what she was doing. It was then that he realized she was gone. He got out to look and seen nothing at all. Oddly, there had been nothing else unusual take place. He hadn't heard anything suspicious and obviously had not seen anything. He reported his wife missing, and of course, police didn't buy his story, so they investigated him. But they could never find any evidence that Jackson was responsible for her disappearance, and Martha was never seen again. The story was found in multiple places that discuss mysteries online, and its wording is almost identical, although there are slight variations in the tellings, like some sources state that it took place during a snowstorm, and that Jackson told authorities there were no other cars in the tunnel at the time, nor was she outside the car long enough to run away or get abducted. However, the thing about this mystery that makes it stand out is the theory, which is that Martha fell into a portal. And I mean, if the story truly happened like it is recorded, I guess it's conceivable, but let's take a closer look at the story. First, I have to point out, I could never verify when and where this story popped up online. However, looking at the paranormal section of the About.com website via the Wayback Machine, it shows maybe the first appearance of the story, and although it's not dated, the Wayback Machine first captured it in 2011. Pretty much every other page online discussing this mystery pops up after this, and with so little information about it, and really no verified sources, we're left with a much more plausible theory that this story is nothing more than an urban legend. In fact, some of the people pointed out that the Lincoln Tunnel always has traffic in it, even during a snowstorm, and the odds that the Wrights happened to be driving through and pulled over and did not see one other vehicle the entire time is very unlikely. Some have even taken it a step further and searched marriage records for a Jackson and Martha Wright, and none matching the details predating 1975 exist. So if it is an urban legend, where did it come from? The oldest available source I could find cites a 1993 book called Poltergeist and the Paranormal, where the author states Mrs. Wright was 36 years old when she vanished. Now how did the author, a man named Reuben Stone, come across this story? I have no idea, but it's likely just an urban legend he had heard previously. Of course, some still dispute this and claim that she did fall into a portal and time traveled somewhere, while others suggest that she was abducted by aliens. Others claim that Jackson was real and made up the whole story and never even had a wife. I'll let you decide in the comment section below. July 30th, 1903, Salt Lake City, Utah. A local newspaper, the Salt Lake Telegram, would publish their daily release, and it had a very interesting headline. It read, "Monster that swims and flies is sighted on Stansbury Island shores. Hunters tell a wild and woolly story of beast that wears an armor of crystal salt." Now obviously, that would intrigue many readers. The story would go on to detail a creature that was around 15 feet long and had the head of an alligator, huge serrated teeth, with a mouth that opened just enough to eat a horse. It was scaly, but the scales were encrusted with salt. It had huge eyes that were round and were made of bright red light. It also had bat-like wings that were about 100 feet wide. The creature was allegedly spotted by several people along the southern portion of Great Salt Lake. In fact, two hunters, a Martin Gilbert and John Berry, went to the island to study the animal for a period of 3 days. They would document the creature's day-to-day activities, where it was apparently recorded flying in the air, laying in the beach sand, and submerging in the water of the lake. The men estimated that it was between 50 and 65 feet from head to tail. Luckily for them, they were always able to view the beast hidden from a long distance away. Although at one point, the animal did soar directly overhead, about 300 yards away, where it circled them. Fearing they were about to be attacked, they would shoot the beast with a rifle. They believed they hit it since the beast let out a cry, half snort and roar, and then flew away. As it flew off, lumps of salt fell to the ground. This encounter did not scare the men off, as they crept inland and found footprints that led to a cave, but they were too afraid to go inside. But they did record the tracks were five-toed and looked like a giant hand. They hid near the cave the rest of the day and waited for it. About an hour later, it returned to its lair with a large horse in its mouth. It took it inside the cave, and the men heard it feasting on it. The men snuck away back to the camp, and if it had not been for a leak in their boat, they would have left that night. Instead, they stayed up all night repairing it. But later, the Great Salt Lake Dragon would return overhead. The men flipped the boat over and hid under it. They cleverly set one end of the boat on a rock, which allowed them to view out and watch the dragon. As it landed on the beach and began feeding on shrimp, the dragon would finally leave, and the men eventually made it back home safely. But that leaves the question, what to make of this story? Was this another one of those cases of the old newspapers telling tall tales to increase sales, or was there something to this account? Interestingly, this story was right next to an ad for the Keith O'Brien Company, a department store that opened in Salt Lake the year before. It was owned by two men named David Keith and Thomas Kearns, and Kearns, coincidentally, owned the newspaper where the article was at. And in what most likely was not a coincidence, this same department store sold tickets for a nighttime train ride that went through the Provo Canyon area, well within range of the alleged dragon sighting. So most likely, the whole story was nothing more than an advertisement for this store and that train ride. However, I have to point out that for the next several decades, the story was taken as legit, and theories were put forward to speculate what the men really seen. The top theory was that it was actually a large pelican that looked bigger due to atmospheric conditions over the lake. Furthermore, a modern-day team researching the story went to the island multiple times between 2018 and 2020 looking for any kind of evidence that would verify the story. They even searched the cave where the monster allegedly stayed, yet they could find no hard evidence to verify the story. Although, they did end up finding chunks of pure salt under a mountain overhang, which was unusual as there was no natural salt buildup nearby, leaving open the thought that the salt may have actually came from the creature's body as described in the story. (1650) In Liragones, a small village in northern Spain, a man named Francisco de la Vega, the patriarch of a family that had 4 sons, would pass away, leaving the mother, Maria del Casar, in a tight situation. With Francisco no longer able to provide for the family, she decided to send one of her sons to Bilbao to learn a trade as a carpenter. This son, whose name was Francisco de la Vega Casar, would then continue living in the city, practicing his trade until 1674, when something tragic would happen. He, along with some friends, decided to go for a swim in the estuary, and although details are not clear, Francisco, who was said to be a good swimmer, got pulled away by the currents of the river and could never make his way back to shore. His friends last seen him swimming into the sea, and he was never seen again, and assumed to be drowned. But we fast forward 5 years and things get crazy, because in 1679, fishermen off the Bay of Cadiz in southern Spain had gotten something entangled in their nets. As they pulled it up, it kept trying to fight its way out. They spotted it, and it was a strange-looking creature. The men reacted quickly and tried to pull it up on the ship, but the creature was able to wiggle away and escape. This was only the beginning, because in the following weeks, several fishermen from the area would report seeing the same creature, but were never able to capture it, until one clever fisherman got the idea to trick the creature using loaves of bread. Finally, they got it on board, and upon closer inspection, they seen a young man with white skin and thin red hair. Yet, it wasn't completely human, as they had some fish-like signs, such as a strip of scales that went down his throat to his stomach, while another one covered his spine. He also had gills around his neck. These men had no idea what they were dealing with, so they decided to take the beast to the convent of St. Francis nearby, where he was then exorcised and interrogated in several languages, without any success. But days after this, the being finally said one word, Liragones, which nobody knew the meaning of. The story spread around town, and after a few days, a sailor from northern Spain would relay to them that there was a small town in the northern part of the country called Liragones. Soon, the secretary of the Holy Office also confirmed that there was a village called Liragones near the city of Santander. So the bishop sent word to Santander about the creature, hoping someone would have a clue what was going on. However, they had no idea about the creature either, although one odd thing had happened just 5 years earlier. That was the alleged drowning of Francisco de la Vega, who was also red-haired. But that's not the end of this bizarre story. A friar in the convent where the fish man was being kept postulated that this could indeed be Francisco de la Vega, so after getting permission, he took the creature back to Liragones. Once they got close to town, the fish man was let free, and he took the friar directly into town, and then went to the house of Maria del Casar, who identified him as her son. Not knowing what else to do, they decided to just leave him with his family. He spent the rest of his days living a quiet, yet weird life, such as he always went barefoot and would walk around nude unless he was specifically given clothing to wear. He also rarely talked, although sometimes he would mutter words like tobacco, bread, or wine, but strangely, he did not seem to want to smoke, eat, or drink, and when he did eat, he consumed quite a lot greedily, and then he could not eat for another week or so. He was kind as well, and if his family asked him to do a simple task, he would, although he didn't seem excited about it. He even had a job sorta like a mailman where he delivered letters to neighboring towns. He even swam 3 miles across the Bay of Santander to deliver one letter. But he must have got tired of this slow, boring life, because after 9 years, he went to the sea and swam away and was never seen again. So a totally unbelievable, bizarre story, right? Well, where does it come from? See, that's the issue. It actually comes from a pretty reliable source, that of a man named Benito Jeronimo Feju, a Spanish monk and scholar who recorded the accounts taken from several witnesses. In fact, Benito's claim to fame was encouraging other scholars to use scientific research to debunk silly myths and superstitions, aka, he was an early skeptic. So for someone like him to cite this story as fact, well, it means it's at least worth taking a look at. For one, Benito gives a ton of details, dates, and names of people who corroborated the events. When he first heard the tale, he thought it sounded fishy, pun intended. He believed there was no way possible that it could be real, and he set out to debunk it. After reviewing the records and testimonies carefully, he set out to interview eyewitnesses in the area where the fish man appeared. He would document this in 1720, which is 46 years after the events took place in 1674. So many of the young people at the time these events occurred were still alive, and he had no shortage of witnesses who all confirmed that the story was indeed true. And these witnesses were not just fishermen. Several of the sources were the educated people from the time, including the Marquis of Valbuena, a nobleman, Don Gaspar Mator de la Riba Aguero, and a knight from the Order of Santiago who lived near Liragones, as well as a Don Dionisio Rubalcava who knew the fishman. According to Benito, he would confirm that a fishman did appear in Cadiz, was taken to Liragones, and lived there for some period before he disappeared. But what makes this whole thing even stranger was Benito was not just a skeptic. He was one of those bitter skeptics that went around looking for people to argue with. He took pleasure in destroying people that believed in silly superstitions, and he also liked to debunk fraudsters. So it doesn't seem possible that a man like this would record a fishman story unless he had good reason to do so. So what gives? Well, maybe not surprisingly, stories of fishmen being captured had been recorded in Europe before, so it was not exactly a new thing. The mystery with this one is, like I said, is it possible it truly happened since Benito, of all people, claimed that it did? Well, centuries later, the most modern take on this story is obviously the fishman story was fake, but because of the insane amount of testimonies, something was seen. And the most likely theory was this man had what was known as cretinism, or now known as SIDS, congenital iodine deficiency syndrome, which would explain the man being almost mute, his white skin, red hair, and even the so-called scales. It would also explain why the man just wandered around biting his fingernails. The illness was endemic to the region at the time, and the man had most likely wandered to Cadiz, where he was spotted by fishermen, and the story spun out of control from that point. One theory specifically posits that his illness may have been seen as a burden on the family, and they deliberately got rid of him, only for him to show up in southern Spain, where he survived, living off the iodine-rich diet from the sea. This next story takes us to another old, now defunct website, that of ghoststudy.com, in what has to be one of the first paranormal websites on the internet, coming online in May of 1999. It's here that people would get together to discuss their own ghost stories, hence the website name, but also discuss pictures and articles and other paranormal related things. One common hobby the users of this site like to do was to go to another website where you could watch webcams that streamed 24/7, and these webcams had been set up at locations that were allegedly haunted. This is where the mystery begins, because a user going by the name Kismet would write that he and another member were setting up late chatting one night, something that used to be done fairly common, and they were watching one of these webcam streams together. At some point, they would see a flash of bright light coming from the upper corner of the wall over the stairway, yet no one came downstairs. Then, the real paranormal activity would begin, because the television set, which was turned off all night up to that point, would start flashing images that looked strange. One of these, Kimsa even described as being disturbing. It looked like the face of something, but not really that of a human. He would grab a few screenshots and submit them to the website, which you can see here. One commenter would note how the image seemed to be beyond the boundaries of the TV screen, indicating this was something paranormal. Unfortunately, I couldn't find much more on this one, or this phenomenon in general, although some paranormal enthusiasts do believe ghosts and spirits can use TV or radio to communicate with people, but I couldn't find any other accounts of ghosts actually coming through the TV set, so you can let me know what you think in the comment section below.